801 chapters School Smart. My lord, it won't work like this. The enemy's firepower is too fierce, Hu Jinjian's adjutant said. This sentence is probably the one that appears most frequently among the troops fighting the Chinese army. But all levels of a little finger commanders, to see the kind of assault scene, you cannot determine the way that assault. He do not understand the Huajun weapons and tactics, but to understand human nature. Light red fang process will wreck 1,000 people. This level of casualties, they certainly could not carry troops. Hu Jinggun big brain thinking about rapid. An ordinary military fan in later generations knows things like using craters and rocks to increase the difficulty of the Chinese army, say Ming. However, Hu Jinggun, but to my surprise, this is not due for future generations of military fans smarter than Hu Jin County, just a lack of knowledge. Hu Jin County. He could enough thought best tactics. Turned out to be a time to reduce the number of charge, then let the various forces turns up, consumption Huajun ammunition. This stupid idea is not enough to be shot 10 times. Not before, but after Hu Jinggun made this tactic, those of his men but had endorsed. He had really no better way, if able to use part of the lives of soldiers in exchange for the battle of victory, they still do not lose. Anyway, he had no shortage of soldiers. As long as the Huajun fight pay a price is worth it. An unopened people from wartime no thought can beat Huajun, just want to let Dower pay a painful price, then take the initiative to withdraw from their sight. After formulating new tactics, the Anans once again approached the position of the Chinese army. This time, they simply saved the shelling. This time the number of enemies is much less. Li Junki down lookout telescope, Tu Kao sentence. That's not good. So our pressure can also be less. Sun Yizhu said, well, of course it's a good thing, but it always feels something wrong. The enemy can never think that we can rush to our position by relying on those hundreds of people. Li Junki body of a middle-ranking officers, thought to be father, even have been trying to figure out the mind of the enemy commander. Annan again rushed the man. Nature is ultimately for a date and beat, and then retreat in disgrace. However, some of the Annan officers who were watching the battle in the rear discovered something interesting from this charge. Because for time this charge has not been required by law to rush Huajun positions, so the primary task of those Annan soldiers became save his life from the rush position. Under this change, some clever soldiers used their brains to come up with some methods spontaneously. For example, take the Z-shaped road line, such as crawling and, of course, was to take advantage of a variety of obstacles that crater, as well as the road. He had these measures, some are effective, some are not valid. And this scene was naturally discovered by the officers watching the battle from the rear. He had also been thinking and summarized in combat experience. But actual combat is precisely the most efficient way to gain experience. And a next wave of people rushed the front. They began at the request of officers, those widely used assault skills. These monkeys have opened up. Lu Dazhuang and other soldiers discovered the progress of the Annan people and couldn't help but yelled. If so, he hoped Annan who have been stupid to go open awakened a futile. This is who they want to break our positions are dreaming. Another soldier ridicule road. Although this is said, this wave of charges by the Annan people has made the Chinese army less calm than before. After abandoning greater strength, they finally knocked down this wave of enemy attacks. However, shortly afterwards, the next wave of attacks by the Annans came again. Annan at the rear of the army, Hu Jinggun and several officers also study this new assault. If I were using this charge, there is absolutely Huajun positions can be washed in. So, no need to add oil to use this tactic, but should launch a massive assault across the board. An officer said. This statement was approved by many people, which made Hu Jinjun a little unhappy. After all, his consumption tactics are called fueling tactics by the opponent. Although it is quite vivid, it is really not good to hear. Not before. As a practical man, he felt something in what the other side, naturally there is no wrong to insist on their own before, but promptly corrected. Annan's fourth wave attack hit. He is a general offensive. Before the general attack, they also launched shelling, killing a dozen Chinese soldiers who had not had time to get into the air raid shelter, and wounding a dozen more. These monkeys, blind playing haphazard thing. Lu Dazhuang spat in the air raid shelter gun until after the strike, they came out again, poor a breath, only to see Annan, who maintained a relatively evacuation of formation rushing. At first glance, endless, seems at least 4 or 5,000 people involved in the attack. And Niping, Li Junqi and other officers through a telescope is to see more clearly. They even saw the troops of the enemy, and yet there the hands of a small force used was the same as Yongxing 2 years and their rifles, probably in the number of around 500. This made Niping frown. This part of the enemy is not easy to deal with. They have the ability to conduct long-range shooting with the Chinese army, which will inevitably bring greater casualties to the Chinese army. Remind all ministries that this is the enemy's general offensive. Be vigilant, wake up the reserve team and prepare them. Niping ordered. Attention, the enemy has launched a general offensive. I will be hit hard later and give them a long memory. The company commanders and battalion commanders of the various ministries are also reminding their subordinates. This time the enemy has obviously lost its blood, and there is bound to be a bitter battle. Not over, as long as the enemy can repel the attack, then certainly can get some time to rest. After holding on for several hours, the soldiers' spirit has actually appeared exhausted. Fight. With an order, the Chinese army's machine guns sounded, followed by rifles. And when they shot, an inhuman knife camp also began to fight back. He had no assault with a large force, but in the middle to find some bunker and then help Huajun on the radio. Yes, back to Huajun caused no small trouble. At least, the soldiers of the Chinese army can't be as casual as before. They need to be careful to protect themselves, not to expose their bodies too much, otherwise they will be easily shot. The Sharp Knife Battalion played the role of cover and fire support. Annan and other human cannon fodder troops. It is the use of the latest Red Feng's skills. Morning Glory Army positions rush. When he rushed to 50 meters, an explosion suddenly sounded. The Chinese army's landmines have begun to take effect, and these tens of meters of landmines will be the enemy's road to hell. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 802. Chapter Power loss of a basketful. The Annan who was hit by the mine was still at a loss, thinking it was bombed by the Chinese army's shells. Landmines are the new equipment of the Chinese army, and the Annan people naturally don't know it. Not only before, as more and more people bombed, the soldiers also discovered a problem. That place will explode. Fear not, shrink before the soldiers kept explained to executive. The minefield has a very strong deterrent effect on them, especially if they don't know about landmines. He did not know. Mines can only fry once, thought the land cannot stop the explosion. If this is the case, it would be too terrible. Impossible, give me a shot, otherwise I will kill you immediately. The officer in charge of the command threatened that the order above was a general offensive this time, and he must not stand still. The officer in charge of supervising the battle cut several people in succession, and the soldiers at the bottom were forced to continue to charge. The soldiers rushed forward like crazy, leaning on their bodies to clear the thunder. Not to mention, the efficiency of this trick is dozens of times faster than that of engineers and soldiers, which is a bit useless. And so those who rushed over minefields, and inhuman stormtroopers on the left, dozens of people. These people faced the barbed wire. Embarrassed again. He who cannot carry large pair of pliers, and even the military have no such tool. There have been madmen against the barbed wire on the rush, naturally died on the barbed wire. People are crazy, but the physical stress is still there. In the case of severe pain, they can't get mad anymore. 1,500 people rushed. The front team almost died, but this is not what people Annan matter. Subsequent troops have arrived minefield. The Chinese army began to feel the pressure, and the number of enemies rushed into this second wave was more than 2,000. Off-key is that both sides will tens of meters, the blink of an eye things. Even at this distance, the opponent can shoot at them with a flintlock. Annan's second wave's team saw hope, increase morale, excitement Guangchong forward. On the other hand, the Chinese army was fully fired, first with the pouring of bullets, and after the enemy approached, the grenade also began to greet. Although the Annan people are constantly approaching, they have also paid a very heavy price. The corpse almost paved the way forward. Then, he had rushed to the front of barbed wire. Some soldiers Annan collapse, they survived the bombardment shooting. And finally you can fight the Huajun positive results as well as a bucket. Face this hurdle, for a time they do not know how to do. Some soldiers tried to jump over, without exception. Not over their bodies when pressed on the barbed wire, inspired by other soldiers is inspired by immediately lifting the bodies of companions thrown into the barbed wire. On the battlefield, they didn't have the heart to fear the corpse. He who stays in front of the barbed wire second, will be a little more dangerous. The soldiers of the Chinese army were right in front of them, basically shooting one shot at a time. Although some of them are using guns to cover them, there is still no way to prevent the massacre of them by the Chinese army. After paying a heavy price, he had destroyed the defenses of barbed wire. Barbed wire the rest of the people may be stepping past. After passing the barbed wire and taking a few steps, they will be able to fight hand-to-hand with the Chinese army. In his time about their success, Huajun's reserve team arrived in front of people is the meal that Annan fire. Annan once again down a large, capable enough to arrive on Huajun positions, but also more than 100. Annan rest of those soldiers, either have been killed or are turned and ran away. Not everyone can bear this horrible casualty. The real Annan soldiers had a short hand-to-hand battle with the Chinese army. Because of the small number of people, they finally failed. Not before, they successfully kill more than 30 Huajun. For this little result, it is obviously extremely uneconomical to pay such a large charge. Annan's second wave of soldiers retreated, disrupting the formation of the third wave of soldiers who were about to charge. Moreover, seeing the defeat of the second wave of attacking soldiers also caused a lot of psychological pressure on the third wave of soldiers, and they did not want to rush to die. Some took the lead in fleeing, while others thought of the principle of not blaming the public, and then retreated, giving the Chinese army time to consolidate the line of defense. Seeing this scene, Hu Jinjun and other commanders jumped angrily, and immediately rushed to kill the soldiers who had retreated to vent their anger. Only a thin the last step, as long as the third wave of soldiers rushed to be able to reach a thorough-reached Huajun positions. However, these soldiers chose to retreat when they were about to succeed. This is not actually the third wave of soldiers, stupid, invisible. He who was actually very clear, they can rush in Huajun positions. However, rushing to the position of the Chinese army does not mean that the battle is over. They still have to fight with the Chinese army, and the chance of death is still very high. Most end of the bargain, but also behind the troops. Two Dial soldiers suffered heavy casualties, had to quell them. They do not want to go that step footsteps. This is a common phenomenon of ordinary soldiers in the old age, short-sighted and selfish. They care more about their own lives, rather than victory in battle. He had also thought, now is not a fight, but will wait until the Huajun mines are good tomorrow, the barbed wire repair. At that time, they still need to charge, and need to pay a more painful price. Hu Jinjun brought the superintendent team to the retreating soldiers and asked them why they had to retreat. One soldier bowed head, neither excuse nor resist. All for me to go back, not to win on enemy positions are not allowed down. Hu Jinjun swore. However, none of the soldiers left. Hu Jinjun became even more angry and shot a soldier very close to him. When other people saw Hu Jinjun killing someone, they still didn't resist or obey orders. At first glance, it looks a bit non-violent and uncooperative. He who was actually are aware that as long as we do not turn around, Hujin County cannot put all the defeated troops were killed. Looking at these lifeless people, Hu Jinjun was really helpless. My lord, or else we will die and fight again tomorrow. The subordinate persuaded. Now these soldiers have completely lost their morale, and it is impossible for them to return to the battlefield immediately to charge. Instead of this, It is better to take a good night's rest and make a promise tomorrow, perhaps to restore morale. Maybe bad. Hu Jin County also had no better way, so he could only order cooking and rest. This battle has been fought for almost a day, and their commanders are also tired. As for the ordinary soldiers, they are even more tired, like dead dogs. Some soldiers who retreated went to sleep. Zai Huan, I please, housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 803 chapters. Waste of army. Anan retired people shrink, so Huajun, with a trace of respite, he had to rebury the mines, put up barbed wire. After blocking several attacks by the Anan, the Chinese army suffered considerable losses, and nearly 200 people were killed in the battle. Most of them are being grenade bomb killed. Soldiers loaded some people and prepared a grenade. They rushed to the sounding of Huajun. The grenades were thrown out, resulting in greater distress to the Huajun. Although many people were killed in the battle, the Chinese army did not feel much depressed, because the losses of the Anan people were much heavier than that of the Chinese army. The Chinese army did not make statistics, but based on a rough estimate, these waves of attacks by the Anan have lost at least more than 4,000 people. The casualties of 1 to 20. The Chinese army is naturally unable to get depressed. If you continue to fight like this, it will be the Anan people who can't hold it first, not them. Captain, our ammunition consumption is very serious. Almost consumed half of it. People from the regiment headquarters and logistics department reminded the situation of Niping's ammunition. So fast. Niping was slightly taken aback. I can be unpleasant thing. Those who do not just rush of life, can be enough to hold has been pretty good. As a new generation of officers, Li Junqi had not experienced any war. I have not seen a big scene. Today's bloody battle makes him a little uncomfortable. The corpses left all over the mountains and plains are really terrifying. Tomorrow another day, and then retreat during the night. Send someone to contact the friendly forces of Kuf and prepare them to respond. This place is very important to the Anan people, but it is dispensable to the Chinese army. Therefore, Niping's tactics can be very flexible. If you can't hold it without ammunition, then withdraw it. Not over, not easy to want to retreat. Anan's purpose of this group is to eat them, so the Huajun possible evacuation routes are decorated blocking forces. If they have enough ammunition, they can fight back smoothly, but if there is no ammunition, it would be dangerous to retreat. Arrangements for any after service. Everyone went to rest. Recharge your batteries. The next day, the Anan attacked again. Not before. They are no longer launched a massive assault, instead sending their camp knife, using a variety of bunkers and Huajun on the radio. It is clear that Anan who could not carry the kind of heavy casualties. Obviously there are still a lot of troops, but they can't be used. This is the helplessness of backward weapons and equipment. And the superiority in military strength is not considered an advantage in the face of advanced weapons. Save ammunition, don't be approached by the enemy and throw grenades. Anyway, those people's marksmanship is very poor. Sun Yizha reminded. The soldiers of the Chinese army usually train. On average, each soldier has fed at least 100 rounds of bullets. Only then did they develop decent marksmanship. The Subomanan for people, that's precious materials. Level training, Unzokiang are dry, light practice shooting positions go. Real live ammunition training is very limited, and marksmanship is naturally not flattering. The Anan's sharp knife camp came up and fired at the Chinese army. Although the battle damage was reduced, the threat to the Chinese army was also greatly reduced. Of course, the Anan people did not expect to rely on this sharp knife camp to attack the Chinese army. They had other plans. The two sides fired at each other, and suddenly the sound of artillery sounded. The Anan's cannons began to fire. It turned out that he had the use of a knife to force Huajun camp guard at the front, and then attempt to use artillery killing of Huajun. If the Chinese army hid in the air raid shelter, then the sharp knife battalion could take the opportunity to rush to the position. At first glance, this tactic is okay, but in fact, the operation is still quite difficult. Without long-distance communication equipment, The Jiandao battalion and the artillery behind cannot communicate in real time, and can only make plans now. Therefore, the artillery did not know when he should stop the artillery. Poor control makes it easy to accidentally injure friendly forces. In order to win, the Annan people have ignored this problem. This play style of the Annan also caused some trouble to the Chinese army. It's not enough to hide, and to continue to stay on the ground will have to bear some casualties. Leave some people on the ground, and the rest go into the hole. Ping ordered. With the adjustment of the Chinese army, the Annan's sharp knife camp advanced against the shelling of its own people. The same time, Annan also will be deployed large forces, ready to attack again a wave. Not only had these upcoming assault soldiers face are filled with fear. As long as the army has fought a large-scale decisive battle with the Chinese army, they are prone to China fear. The endless methods of the army can easily make those who have not seen the enemy feel intimidated. Under the persecution of the officers, they once again attacked the position of the Chinese army. Not before. This time, the soldiers are wiser. After the bunker went quietly bluff fishing in troubled waters. If an officer wants to supervise dozens of people, as long as he is courageous, the chance of being discovered is not very high. What these soldiers were thinking about was not how to take down the positions of the Chinese army, but how to protect themselves and then mix up a meal. Under this circumstance, it is natural that the Chinese army cannot be defeated. Annan, who rushed in front after Huajun soldiers braved gunfire out of the dugout, machine guns on positions and sounded again. This voice sounded like a reminder to the Annan people. All of them flinched and did not dare to appear. The officers of the Annan were angry and intimidated. Suddenly, a particle bomb impinges on an officer's head. The officer falls supervise. He then weeks around the soldiers immediately made birds scattered, fled the hill began. Someone takes the lead, and others follow suit. When people are in chaos, they all like to follow the crowd. Subsequently, the Annan defeated again the army. These people have no way to be used again unless it is renewed force come up, or did not need to attack. You can only create more casualties and loss of morale. Hu Jinjin's subordinates persuaded the troops in front of us that were scared of being beaten by the Chinese army can only be used to fight other people, and can no longer be used to fight the Chinese army. Otherwise, they will only be defeated. The new department team lack the experience of war and Huajun. The changeover is not necessarily feasible. Hu Jinjun sighed. After all, in the end he chose to replace the troops responsible for encircling and blocking them with the defeat in front of him. Those troops that had not yet played against the Chinese army were transferred over and prepared to attack the next day. In addition, he has no better way. However, the Chinese army began to retreat that night. On the way to retreat, they happened to take the route of the broken troops and garrison. The two sides once again pay war. Annan and Yakuchekui people. Originally, the Chinese army was about to retreat. Seeing that the opportunity was really good, they couldn't hold back. They chased and killed the enemy for 2 hours, killed hundreds of enemy troops, and captured more than 1,000 prisoners alive. To pick to be their Huajun, only picked up a lonely. So far, Annan eliminate people off plan Yiping part, failed. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 804 chapters mass of prisoners prisoner. The Annan army chased Kefu and tried to launch a fierce attack when the Chinese army was running out of ammunition. However, he had only 1 day to attack. Huajun follow and force has arrived. Let Li Thang long plans shattered. As soon as the Chinese army arrived, the offensive and defensive attitudes of the two sides immediately changed. Li Shenglong gave up the initiative to attack, and began to rely on those cities to build a line of defense, trying to prevent the Chinese army from advancing into Hanoi. The Chinese army rested for 2 days, and then launched a fierce attack on Bijiang. Hundreds of field artillery began to bomb the Annan's position, blasting the Annan into a scoundrel. He had ill prepared. There is no time anti-dug tunnel bombing. Soldiers can only hide simple ditch. This simple protection cannot guarantee the safety of those soldiers. Cannon strike has not stopped. it Huajun attacked. He seemed to want to live for some people and teaching, telling them how to place step artillery coordination. The real rifle coordination is that the shell explodes in front, and the soldier rushes to the point of impact. The soldier is only a few tens of meters away from the point of impact of the shell. Before the Annan people had time to take their heads, the Chinese army rushed in front of them. This kind of rifle coordination is currently only available to Dao in the world, because only their cannons have such accuracy. If the artillery of other countries is fired like this, the number of people killed may be more than the number of enemies killed. After all, the enemy is hiding in the trenches, and the soldiers on your side are exposed to the charge. The Huami did not have this problem, and achieved standard rifle coordination. And the tactics of this era of war supernaturally made the Annan people at a loss. Waiting for him when they react, Huajun Bin rushed to the front of them. Before the change, they were anxious to meet with the Chinese army, and it was better to fight with bayonet than with firepower. But that is the premise of the organization. And now people do not have the quasi prepared to fight bayonets. The soldiers are scattered in the trenches, and some people even have time to install the bayonet. When unorganized meets organized, even hand-to-hand combat is a big loss. What's more, the Chinese army is not just pure hand-to-hand combat, and there are many weapons in hand-to-hand combat among them. For example, a handgun team, they use pistols. Convenient shortcut, red in front, the enemy launched a first wave hit. There are also pyro, to deal with the kind of places where enemy troops gather, as well as those dark forts and trenches. These pyro is the most suitable. There is also the Chinese Guards Battalion. Their semi-automatic rifles can be used as primitive submachine guns alone. The continuous shooting ability allows them to maintain continuous combat capability in such a short-range situation. With the coordination of the various arms, the Annan who beat him called a cry without tears. He had many of whom did not know what was happening. He was shot resolved, or become a prisoner. Immediately afterwards, there was a rout in the Annan's position. The soldiers saw the front of the friends of the army in the future desperately to escape. Will attend to continue to resist, followed joined the ranks of escape. Once such a large-scale rout occurs, the gods will not be able to save them. An officer from Annan yelled, leading a dozen fanatical lunatics against the current, chanting slogans to kill the Chinese army. Unfortunately, the weak around the defeated troops are not touched by them. Just keep still has to escape. There was also an officer from Annan who led a dozen people in front of the broken soldiers and asked them to return to the fight. There was a gunshot from the broken soldiers. I don't know who fired the shot. The officer was directly headshot, and the remaining dozen people didn't dare to stop the broken soldiers. The defeat came so fast, so fierce, beyond Li Shenglong's imagination. As a result, he didn't have time to escape, and was caught alive by the sharp knife troops of the Chinese army. At this point, Bijiang fell. The most important midpoint of Li Shenglong's 190,000 army line of defense was breached in one day. 80,000 large army of only a few thousand people died. Escaped 1,000 people. The rest of the nearly 6 million people have become prisoners of war. These prisoners successfully fought for the time to retreat for the friendly forces on the left and right, because these 60,000 prisoners were like a bomb in the hands of the Chinese army. The total strength of the Chinese army is only more than 20,000 men, which is not as good as half of these prisoners. Although these captives have no weapons, even with their fists, this is a terrifying force. If it weren't for the Chinese army's tradition of killing prisoners, Xgiran would have liked to kill these 60,000 people. Only by killing these prisoners can he draw out his troops to advance to Hanoi, rather than staying in Bijiang like now, guarding these prisoners. Hungry them for 2 days first, so they won't have the strength to launch a rebellion. Xu Expensive Jin said, Commander, he had them and some people have not eaten all day. Starved for 2 days, and then I am afraid a lot of people dying of it. Zhao Yuxian reminded. He certainly is not the heart of intestinal soft, poor captives. These captives are precious free labor, the favorite labor of the people in the Ministry of Industry. Repair the railway, opened the kind of labor-intensive mining, high mortality alive. It can only do by these people. The Ministry of Communications most hates using dour workers to build roads. It requires a lot of wages. If you accidentally die a few, those family members will come to your house. Without a generous pension, it can't be paid. Given the current funding conditions of the Ministry of Communications, if we rely on recruiting workers to build the railway, I am afraid that no road can be built. If you die, you will die. If there is any problem, our army has no surplus food. Expensive Ren said. But, in this way, the Ministry of Communications is afraid that there will be opinions, and maybe it will join the commander. Zhao Yuxian said, really more trouble. Telegraphed to Nanjing, the Ministry of Transportation to make people come quickly, lead people to the way to make them more ammunition, ship some food and come to change. By the way, also reported fighting to His Majesty, let the court send some civil servants over, deal with the mess here. Your benevolence quickly, as one would like to hit Hanoi. These cumbersome quite impatient. Not over, the war is for profit. These captives are all trophies, not something he can throw at his will. If he dared to throw away these prisoners, his troops would transport supplies in the future, and the people from the Ministry of Communications might ignore him. In other departments, the military can still not buy it. But the Ministry of Communications, he who did not dare to offend, after all, now mobilize their army of transport, logistics transport, largely dependent on the Ministry of Communications. After explaining this, Xgiran also ordered Guangzhou to deploy 2 more garrison divisions to come for reinforcements. Annan 2, a full 330,000 square kilometers, equivalent to 3 Jiangsu. It can be captured by 2 divisions, but there is no way to occupy it. If you want to include all places in Dowa, I am afraid that you still have to use the locals to form a self-pulse team. There is no other way. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty-built aircraft carrier. Update speed 805. Chapter Annan wants to drop. When Weijiang falls, Hanoi shakes. They can understand if they lose. After all, Dowa is stronger. But he who cannot accept that they lost so fast. This Li Shenglong has misled the country and the people. Zheng Jian scolded. He missed Wu Daiyun at this moment. It is a pity that Wu Daiyun was removed by him personally, and reactivating at this time is equivalent to slapped his own mouth. By now, I have had no hope, or surrender. Zheng He told the other ministers' thoughts, and fighting against Dowa was nothing at all. Or promise. They can all retreated to the jungle, scattered across the country and Yuob guerrilla. However, the city of Hanoi, they cannot hold back. Go to the jungle? He had these pampered lords not happy. They would rather surrender to Yuob, continue to be China's courtiers. Also promised power may be reduced a little, but not much to keep the wealth problem. If Dowa wants to manage Annan at a low cost, it must rely on people like them. Do you have this idea for a long time? Zheng Jian asked with a sneer that the others did not have too many psychological barriers to surrender. He alone is the one in power who is not reconciled or afraid. He has also read history books, knowing that the surrender of the lord of a country often has no good end. Even Xu Emperor Liu Shan do not face the kind words spoken reluctant to leave, and later were still escape death. It's not that I have this idea, but everyone has this idea. This is also forced by reality, Zheng He said. Subsequently, several other ministers also followed suit. Seeing this situation, Zheng Jian understood in his heart that if he insisted on fighting, maybe the people below would find a way to kill himself first. The supreme authority of the monarch of a country that is to take effect when all others agree with him. In this situation, he wants to kill a minister for no reason. I am afraid that the person responsible for the execution will not execute it. Surrender is not impossible, but since the code should also talk about the conditions, not unconditional surrender. Zheng Jian relaxed, and then Zheng He immediately stood up and expressed his willingness to negotiate with Dowa. Zheng He wanted to hug Dowa's thigh. If he can help Dowa achieve his goal in the negotiation, Annan may be the one who has the final say in the future. As for Zheng Jian, he naturally wants to sweep into the garbage dump of history. Okay, my request is for Dowa to retreat immediately, and then Anan will pay tribute to them. Zheng Jian sneered and threw out a condition that Dao could not agree to, causing Zheng He to shrink back. This kind of insincere negotiation is doomed to fail. Subsequently, there was a fierce debate in the court to discuss what the bottom line of the negotiation should be. Most final, Zheng wrote bottom line finalized in messenger candidates. The envoy was his confidant Hu Xiang. As for the surrender condition, Anan can be merged into Dao in name, but Dao wants to help them eliminate the Mocha in the south. Then Anan allowed Dao to garrison troops in Anan and cancelled the regular army by himself, leaving only some local guards and security forces. Diplomatic power is also handed over to Dao. What Zheng Jian wants is the power to govern the entire territory of Anan. That is to say, he wants a position Anan governor. Moreover, it is the kind of governor who can retain some military force and tax power. Hu Xiang morning came to North River, seek met Xgiran, convey Zheng root words. Xgiran was naturally dissatisfied with this condition. Taihua is currently on Ikigashima governor, that is up to the other provinces. Xgiran wanted an official position as powerful as the governor. And now, Zheng Jian, a man who can control his own life, is actually dreaming of wanting such a high official. Not Mangai discontent. Whatever the outcome, people Anan sent a messenger, he cannot be completely ignored. Everyone hasn't forgotten Lu Guing's killing of envoys before. X happened to your benevolence now held captive, and no ability to attack. So he put the messenger left, and then to report the news, waiting for the central instructions. Fortunately, he can by boat to Canton, then in Guangzhou and the central telegraph communication, not waste much time. The telegram reached Nanjing, and the court immediately began to hold a meeting on Anan's request for surrender. This is a major event to expand the territory, and the value of Anan's land is much greater than the grasslands in the north, the deserts in the northwest, and the mountains in the southwest. Anan plain surface plot is not small, and the water area is vast, abundant rainfall, nothing to worry about irrigation problems. Moreover, it is located in the tropics, and rice is grown 3 times a year, making it an excellent grain-producing area. Moreover, because to all coastal areas, to facilitate shipping, such a good place deserves Dao's attention. After fierce court disputes, the ministers in the court divided into 3 factions. Main faction Jiang to accept this condition. The use of governance and an Anan person who could save a lot of things, is the most cost-effective choice. Yes, now on the grounds that job effort should be placed on the development of the country, there is not much energy to manage Anan. There is no harm in letting Anan take charge of Anan for the time being. Once the domestic development reaches a certain level, the management and control of Anan can be strengthened. This view cannot be said to be unreasonable. The other faction chose to continue the discussion. They felt that the conditions given by the Anan people were too bad. At the very least, taxation power can no longer be left to the Zheng family, otherwise how would it be regarded as annexing Anan? In addition, some civil servants do not answer should continue Anan dominated by Cheng. The whole area of Anan is more than 300,000 square kilometers, which is not small, with a population of tens of millions. This means that governing Anan requires a lot of officials. With so many official positions, it is naturally impossible to give them all to the Zheng family. Of course, the most important reason for this faction is another. They feel that the conditions set by the Anan people are definitely not. Anan, who is the bottom line, can then force some. Also promised, as long as another scare them, will be able to tax the administrative authority of the entire class to hand. The last of the hardliners, he had said that the route is not necessary to Dali Zheng. Anyway, Dao army invincible, can the Zheng family uprooted, and then completely rule Anan, Anan put into a different and central provinces. The advantage of this is that it can be achieved in one step, which is conducive to the rapid assimilation of Anan. However, there are risks in doing so. Conquering entirely by force is bound to make some people who have lost power fight to the end. At that time, those people going to the countryside, to the jungle, to the remote mountainous areas to fight against Dao, will also be annoying for Dao. Those who have promised no way to overthrow the rule of Yuob in Anan, but it would greatly increase the cost of the rule. The members of this faction were all headed by the high-level military leaders, and they became opposed to the other two factions, and they had heated disputes. Zihuan, I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 806. Chapter Swept Twins Feast. It's real. Direct reference to help Sang Samo fan pattern on it. If you do not agree with Zheng Root, then another person agreed to preside over the affairs of Anan. I think that Zheng Zhen's men must also have Oshima Hayame style characters. If we are willing to support him to become Zheng Zhen, I think the conditions that the other party is willing to pay will far exceed our requirements. Ouyang Shiki got up from the chair and expressed his opinion. Now Dawa officials no longer need to stand in the Shang dynasty, and they all have special chairs for them to sit on. Chair next to the side as well as the table above, as well as tea supply. As long as thirsty, with time you can sip. Who would not say they are ignoring the king? After all of these are regulations given by Wu Chengqing. Give these officials a little more salary, and these guys may still think that it is justified and will not have much gratitude. However, letting them save them from the hardships of standing, and giving them a small favor such as tea, can make these ministers grateful. Most importantly, this kind of favor does not cost much money. Minister-attached discussion. We can make full preparations, on the one hand, and to talk about route Zheng to reach the other side of the route of the men, from time to time, and also allows the military to launch 12 times offensive. If they could reach it as like the war Bijiang caught so many prisoners, this battle is not losing money, said Zhao Zijian, the servant of the Ministry of Communications. Immediately afterwards, Wise Iwin also seconded. The speeches of people like Ouyang Shiki, Zhao Zijian, and Wise Iwin mean that the rise of the new forces in the court has enabled them to express their own opinions on major issues. That in accordance with hibiscus pattern to get, no situation to Anan and hibiscus are not exactly the same. The details of feasibility studies, and then you look. Be sure to do our best. Wu Chengqing spoke, and he was a speaker, directly put the general direction set down. We do not need to discuss. If any minister still has different opinions, he can play it back in private, but he can no longer argue in the hall. This is also to ensure administrative efficiency. Otherwise, if the argument is allowed to continue, the three ministers can quarrel until tomorrow. Also promised they really do not like it, but in order to represent the interests behind, they had to do that. For example, the main Jiang promised An and those who minister, they might represent the nationalists among the Han Chinese. He did not like the other territories fully incorporated Dawa. They prefer colonial plunder mode. In this way, they can completely disrespect the human rights of the conquered land and wantonly squeeze and plunder. Regarding the Manchu, Korean and Yamato people who became Dawa's citizens, they have opinions in their hearts. The main Jiang force complete conquest of Anan, who is the representative of the military, and some who your interests to break expansion of soil, their pursuit. In short, those ministers will have differences, not because they have different preferences. To a large extent, it is driven by interests. These groups of different interests will only reduce administrative efficiency. Wu Chengqing do not like it. Simply the final word. The news that Anan wanted to surrender and that Anan wanted to merge with Dawa spread. Ever since, Dawa's businessmen began to act. He had put money flocked to Anan. Courageous points. A hair money also dare not take. He had to go Anan naturally to the usurpations. Fight to win the war, and if this is no good at all, those businessmen and citizens will not be so keen to support the court fight. Whenever conquer a place where businessmen who are capitalists are most exciting. He had come to the capital with the conquered land, with a very low price, buy assets, resources from the hands of the conquerors. If the other party refuses to sell, they can ask the military for help. There are also some diehards. After being conquered by Dawa, they often face the disaster of looting their families and annihilating their clan. And he had to leave the property. The military certainly no energy to operate, are generally sold to low-cost domestic capitalists. And those mineral resources are also the target of capitalists' eyes. In China, it is not easy to obtain a qualification certificate for mining. With the proof, how to persuade the people in the mining area to leave is also a problem. In the conquered places, these are not problems. Basically, the mines are just for casual mining, and no qualification certificate is required. The imperial court turned a blind eye to such things, using this method to stimulate the enthusiasm of capital in the conquered land mining ore, and also regardless of the interests of local people, who dare not to open the army artillery guns cannot go to reason. The same time, in the conquered land mines, workers in terms of wage expenditure is very small. Those who have suffered from the war are willing to work if they have food to eat, unlike the coal miners in Dowa, who have to buy accident insurance for them. If the capital is strong enough, you can also organize some private armed forces, and then go to the military to buy prisoners and use these free labor to work. In short, to do business in a conquered place is very low cost and many opportunities. As long as there is the capability, even a minute the money is not spent, you can start from scratch. This can refer to the male protagonist in the movie Cinderellas List. He relied on his identity as a national of the victorious country, and used the fear of the conquered against them. Build a factory and become a master. This kind of thing is very common in the war years. It was not even time that the capitalists of Dowa did this kind of thing. After Satsuma clan merged with Dowa, those people went to Fusang to snatch it wildly, hold the courageous to death, starve the cowardly. Some people, relying on Zhuang Qiang for potential, will be able to grab a gold mine, then became capitalists. As for some cruel capitalists, they have become Dowa's top capital power by plundering the military. He had these acts, Big Huazoting temporarily acquiescence. The society is developing too fast. Dowa has so many problems, it is a luxury to solve them all at once. The Dowa court can only deal with important issues first, and those social issues that have little impact are put on hold for the time being. Swept one his country's capital of these acts, it has little effect on the underlying land-conquered people, their occupation of those original bourgeoisie. As long as the common people are not oppressed, there is no need to worry too much about the people rising up and resisting. Even for those who don't have a national plot or national concept, they will stand aside and applaud when they see those who oppressed themselves are bullied by the Chinese. War is a disaster for the losers, but it is a feast for the victors. How many countries and forces have made their fortunes based on a victory? Annan, this big piece of fat, is destined to let some of Dowa's capitalists take a few bites. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 808 chapters. Paradise. Jiang received the nomination, was successfully compiled. Maru Song has a headache for those pirates whose whereabouts are erratic. It would have been a good choice to be able to incorporate and control them, not to mention that Jiang nomination also gave away a stunning beauty. Really stunning. Maru Song also had the mentality similar to that of Jiang nomination, and he was reluctant to enjoy it. He chose to send it up and delivered it all the way to Wu Yi's hands. If it were an ordinary woman, Wu Yi would enjoy it by herself. But this Organa is the best of the best. More importantly, Organa is a Western European woman with a certain speciality. There is no shortage of women for the emperor today, and women who can still attract the emperor must have some characteristics and must be unique. Organa's Western European identity is a selling point. Therefore, the greatest value of this Organa is to give it to the emperor. Not only before, Wu Chengqing had previously been expressly prohibited, the officials take the initiative to send a woman to the house, and a bad influence. Therefore, it is not easy for Wu Yi to send this woman in front of Wu Chengqing. Without a little skill, not only will he not benefit, but he will also be scolded. I take her to Nanjing, and then to help her popular that it caused internal affairs of government attention. Wu Yi made arrangements. Although the hundreds of officials could not give women to the emperor, there were some people under Fen Debao who were looking for fun things from the people to offer to the emperor. Of course, they also included the best beauties. Therefore, as long as Organa becomes famous in Nanjing, attracts the attention of people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and asks Feng Debao to come to him, it will not be regarded as Wu Yi's initiative to flatter her. In this way, you can get benefits without spoiling your reputation. It's not easy to be an official, Wu Yi said with emotion. Ojana didn't understand Dao's officialdom, and naturally didn't understand why she was sent here, so there was no one greedy for her body. Not before. And this is a good thing for her. She did not want to accompany a do not like happy people sleep. First she was sent to Shanghai, then take the fire car to Nanjing. When she arrived in Shanghai, a 5 or 6 ironclad ship passed by the passenger ship she was on, which made her look up. This ship is much larger than the Ginhua she took before. SF is the ship of the shipping industry's latest luxury cruise ship, Cloud Sky Surveyno Palace, taking the Nanjing-Shanghai Guangzhou Road line. Can enough people take Survey's Palace? Cloud number of rich is expensive. The Yongsunshan Palace with a displacement of more than 3,000 tons has not only luxurious housing, but also swimming pools, casinos, concert halls, and luxurious restaurants. The journey on the Yongsunshan Palace will not be lonely. In Shanghai, the most luxury Staojian of China Oriental Hotel. The entrance of the hotel is covered with red carpets. Disheveled, awkward the sole net of people, not the hotel reception. Entering the hotel, the floor is smooth marble, like a mirror, there is no dust on it. From time to time, there will be a cleaner holding a rag to wipe it again. Ojana was shocked by Dao's love and cleanliness. None of their country's palaces were so luxurious and clean. She raised his head. A huge crystal chandelier caught her eye. The delicate flower patterns, and intricate workmanship, and both are amazing for her. On even the reception desk, above all they have complex and delicate wood carvings, giving a very upscale feel. Service attendant after Ojian had taken to the room, and did not leave immediately, but to introduce Ojian the use of the room. There are many new products in it, and some customers don't know how to use them unless they are introduced to them. This is the bathtub, and this is the shower lotus. If Miss Ogana wants to take a bath first, she just needs to say hello to us, and there will be hot water in half an hour. This is a toilet. Just sit on it. Service attendant demonstrates about the use of toothpaste, toothbrush, shampoo, and toilet and other objects. I cannot think of meeting. Ojiana has been in love with this place, where everything made her feel strange. When she fell onto the bed, she was actually bounced a little bit. She opened a quilt. Service attendants continue introduced. It is a spring bed, under a lot of spring mounted, and a lot more comfortable than ordinary wooden bed. God, it's so extravagant. She doesn't recognize other things, but she knows spring. In France Ramsey installed spring damping carriage. The price is no spring 5 times. Spring is a very valuable thing in Western Europe, and there is no market for it. However, it is such a luxury to be used by the Chinese to make a whole bed. Organo is not a professional businessman. Of course, I don't know. Spring is very expensive only in Western Europe, but it is not a rare thing in Dowa. If Dowa did not restrict the export of springs, the price of springs in Western Europe would also plummet. This is mascara, lipstick, perfume, facial cleanser, eyeshadow. I will teach you makeup. Wu Yi assigned Ogana a senior clothing maid, Xiaoqi, who is also a makeup master. Today's maid also grading level, and the more advanced skills to master the more popular. As a result, Dowa has many powerful maids. Plenty of makeup artists, some fashion designers, some stylists, hairstylist. Hurry, I want of makeup. Ojian excited moving track. Heart of beauty in everyone. What's more, Ogana also knows that her foothold is beauty, and she cares most about beauty of makeup. When Ojian feeling the sentence, said you ob so many kinds of things. Eat full support of the chant. Komidori smiled solution, Buddhism and Taoism. The words are not rough. Some of these things were born by Wu Qingqing casually, while others were made by those rich people who were too full to eat. Diehua those top tycoons, the rich do not have to know how to spend the point. With spend money this need, someone will naturally sharpen pondering how to make these people's money. Ever since, mouth red, eyeshadow, Face cream. These things come about. Life in Dowa is really happy. Ogana said with emotion. There are money living in Dowa, only happiness. Money can only look on in despair. Miss Augiana, you know how much this oriental hotel on the night sky and famous Xiaoqi spit out. How much? Ogana asked. 300 yuan a night. 300 yuan, can feed and drink for an ordinary family for 10 years. Commentary. Take ordinary consumer costs with which made a comparison. Augiana also listened to secretly scared. She knows, there is no free lunch, they receive such a luxury, you certainly have to pay a high price. Not over, no matter what she is willing to pay, just to make themselves been living in this paradise, enjoy this life on the line. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 809 chapters stars. The next day, Ogana boarded the rumored train, and after admiring the rural scenery of Dowa, arrived at Nanjing East Railway Station. Fire station was built in Nanjing City, the inner city there are quite some distance away. After getting off the train, Wu Yi's BMW car had been waiting here. He then had a pedestrian start into the city. The way a car from him passing next to them. Ogana immediately watched curiously, and several young people in the car also noticed her. Wu Yi's arrangement was for Xiaoqi to take Ogana to make more appearances in Nanjing, such as shopping, watching football games, and attending gatherings of officials and wives. Pass through this way, the beauty fame spread out, to attract the attention of the imperial household. But in fact, what Wu Yi prepared was a bit redundant. Some people, she is like a firefly in the dark. No matter where she appears, she is the focus. Steam a few one coup car where seen the other exotic beauties, and all of a suddenly stunned God. Beauty, take carriage too shabby. Do you want to take our cars? Here's the location. Tong there is a second son. She was molested Xitong Road. If the other party was a majestic woman, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Not over the other is a foreign woman, even if it is being molested, also did not get his way. Ogana didn't think she had been molested, she wanted to try a tin car that could move on her own. Blind your dog's eyes. Don't you know how to read the license plate? Do you know whose carriage this is? Xiaoqi scolded. Although the other party rides in a car, his identity is definitely distinguished, but no matter how distinguished it is, there can be no distinguished commander-in-chief of the navy. In Dowa as a whole, there are no more than 10 fingers in the ranks of Wu Yi. Tongzu angry when he heard the name, but his companions be cautious, deliberately slow down a point, looked at the other side of the carriage. Vulgar words. In the capital, just throw the watermelon rind can block fell Messina officer. In the capital, you have to be careful when you are a dude, or you may get offended people. The companion glanced at the license plate of the carriage Ogana was riding, and suddenly he was a good fellow. A10086. The word A means that the owner of the carriage has a knighthood, and the license plate of an ordinary official has a Chinese character B at the beginning. As for those merchants and civilians, the word C is still used. Although Tong Zuming and the others are riding in a car, the license plate is still C00258. Such license plates have to be checked even when entering the city gate. Tong brother, A1 to open the head, at least marquis, attaché from more than one product, we untouchables. The in A10086 represents honor and honor, and the number 1 at the beginning represents first grade or subordinate grade. Wu Qingqing did not pay attention to the license plate, so the people below came up with such a hierarchical system. In this way, to demonstrate the dignity of nobility and official status. It turned out to be from Commander Wu's mansion. Do NT be surprised? Under Tong's name, I don't know who this lady is from the mansion. After seeing the license plate, Tong Zuming knew the identity of the other party directly. His family, although far less than on the status of the Wu family, but he was a good father and emperor relations. Wu in front of him, the idea is not too humble micro. This is the goddaughter of Commander Wu, the Western European woman who was rescued by Commander Wu at sea. Give me respect. Xiao Kui snorted coldly. It turned out to be just righteous daughter. Tong Zuming smiled in his heart. If it was Wu Yi's biological daughter, it would be very difficult for him to obtain it. Even if he was married as a regular wife, the Wu family might not take care of him. However, the righteous daughter is different. In his capacity, she is also worthy of Wu Yi's righteous daughter. Can she speak Chinese? Tong Zuming asked. Of course. It was not Xiao Kui who answered Tong Zuming, but Organa. On the ship, she learned Chinese for a few months, and in the pirate den, she learned a few more months. Nowadays, except for some uncommon words and dialects, she has no problems communicating with the Han people. This soon, of course. Listen to Tong Zihatu's name. Tong Zuming returned home and asked his mother to help him talk to each other. And Organa also started her journey to fame in Nanjing. She has many advantages over Dawa women. Even if Dawa has been encouraging women to take to the streets, the concept of hundreds of thousands of years is not so easy to change. Diehua woman, or in reserved based. Even the streets, often Hai Huan wear a veil, even without wearing face yarn, in contact with other men, but also will keep the image and distance. On the other hand, Organa didn't have such worries. She showed her true tolerance openly and went into and out of various places. Capacity to her face. Where are the focus? In watching the game, when those guys who once forgot to look at the ball field, choosing instead to look at the auditorium of the ball. Some old scholastics are swearing offensively, but they can't help but glance at them secretly. As for the charge hormones secretion of excess young man, naturally saliva to flow over the ground. Within a few days, Organa became a celebrity in Nanjing, followed by a large group of followers mainly composed of dudes. Star Award also will be born. Snow brand skincare cream created a precedent in history. Let Organa endorse. His slogan is, with Snowflake's skin cream brand, becomes as beautiful as Ogiana. Something indeed. Snowflake Cardona has always had the idea to find a spokesperson, but since those women are famous self-sustaining status, do not want to make money with their own image. Those who are willing to make this money are either not well known or have a bad reputation. Ogiana out. Until now, this problem was solved. Organa has a good image, a great reputation, and without the reservedness of a traditional Dawa woman, the conditions are perfect. Ever since, Organa earned her first sum of money in Dawa, 1,000 yuan. This was a win-win outcome. The word endorsement appeared in the newspapers for a while and became the talk of the people. Organa has made money, and her popularity has increased a bit. Snow brand skin cream, on the other hand, borrowed Organa's reputation to complete a counterattack. In this era, advertisements are not particularly rampant, and ordinary people lack immunity to advertisements. And it is easy to trust those advertisements. According to the advertisement, Organa used this brand of cosmetics to become beautiful. Many women actually believe that becoming beautiful is the wish of all women. As long as there is a little hope, they would rather kill mistakes than let them go. And when more people use this brand, the reputation of this brand has become an old brand. In the future, even if everyone finds out that this kind of cosmetics can't make people as beautiful as Organa, it doesn't matter. Everyone will use this brand's reputation in the future. With the Snowflake card, that is face, just like buying a BMW for a carriage. Almost Properties Xunkai brand of carriage, with up feeling bad grade. Zihuan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 810 chapters showed their talk. Hanoi, May 12. Diehuazheng route diplomats and others sit together, officially launched the negotiations. After research from the top and bottom of the government, we unanimously decided to adopt the following plan. First, Annan abolished the national title and established Annan province. Secondly, the appointment and removal of all official positions in Annan province will be decided by the central government. In principle, half of the original official seats will be retained. To revoke some redundant official posts. Third, Annan abolished the army and only allowed to retain the police force. All of Annan's external defense was undertaken by the central government. Fourth, taxation in South China is uniformly formulated and collected by the central government, and administrative funds are allocated by the central government. There are a lot of clauses, there are more than a dozen big ones, and there are hundreds of detailed rules. Among them, politics, economy, military, and culture are all involved. Politically, Annan is required to abolish the national title. Economically, Annan is required to pay taxes. Militarily, Annan is required to abolish the army. And culturally, Annan must use Chinese characters. If the answer should these conditions, a few years, Annan really want to completely become a province of the Yuob. Taihua diplomat Zace has not finished. It was Zheng Root interrupted. The angel pauses for a moment. Is this really your Dao request? If this is the case, then there is no need to talk about it. These conditions are too harsh, and some of them even require him to go to Nanjing to take up a post. This Zheng Jian will never agree. When he arrived in Nanjing, he became the fish on the chopping board, and he was slaughtered. Master Zheng, promise these conditions. At least half of you can keep your position of power. If you wait for the military to come over, there will be nothing. Not only will you lose your position of power, but your life will not be guaranteed. Zace reminded. Are you threatening us? Annan Minister Wu Strong shot under the table. Not too. Dower here is very calm. He had mind is clear, but the other is fitted out. Nothing outrageous. The more do so, the more the other party's lack of confidence, need to rely on posturing to play lay. If Annan really didn't want to talk about it, after hearing the conditions, I'm afraid he would just throw off the table and leave. Ki adults are wrong. My army doesn't people, you want to make come not so easy. And, once we determined to fight in the end, the consequences lest ye also bruised and battered. So, I have this submission is not the only choice. Zheng Jian said. Since so, then let the forces resort to play it. Zace smiled. No visual reminder. Zheng Root. Fear is a bad rule after the occupation, but that hundreds of thousands of regular army Annan, but it is not looked down a little. Since Zheng Jian felt that the hundreds of thousands of troops were negotiating capital, he simply asked the military to destroy them, and then returned to the negotiating table. Zace's words almost angered Zheng Jian. Negotiation between the two parties was suspended in an unfriendly atmosphere. This kind of negotiation that determines the destiny of a country is naturally impossible to negotiate at one time. It may be possible for several months or even a year or a half. Zheng Jian's headache is that in this first negotiation, there was no progress, but only saw the big Chinese lion open his mouth. After the negotiations were disbanded, Dao started to handed preparations. On the one hand, he quietly contacted Zheng He, who had not said a word at the negotiating table. On the other hand, he informed the military to let them fight a battle of annihilation and cooperate with their actions at the negotiating table. In the North River, 2 from Guangzhou Defensive Equipment Division have arrived. They can take to guard prisoners, as well as some minor military tasks. The other 2 main divisions marched towards Hanoi and met the enemy in the area of Tsushan. The Chinese army first advanced with 2 wings and captured the 2 wings of Tsushan. One of the elite troops rushed to the back of Tsushan, breaking the back of Tsushan's defenders, and was also responsible for blocking the reinforcements coming to rescue Tsushan. And Tsushan's 50,000 Annan army was surrounded by more than 36,000 Chinese troops. Although Dao has few troops, it is not difficult at all to encircle 50,000 people. The other 3 directions are responsible for the encirclement, and there are only more than 3,000 people in each direction. On the other hand, there are more than 25,000 troops for a frontal attack. 1 enemy and 2 are enough. After this tactical action was completed, Zheng Jian and others hurriedly found Dao's mission and demanded that the negotiations be resumed. He who are anxious that this war cannot play, the more they play the hands of the less negotiating capital. Zace did not reject absolutely, and people Annan launched a second round of negotiations. Not before, Yuob military action, but did not cease. Commonly called, talk while playing. Diehua willing to fight this massive annihilation, One can destroy people's effective strength. Annan, on the other hand, can arrest a large number of prisoners. These are free labor, the sweet buns in the eyes of capitalists. Now they don't take the opportunity to fight a few more battles and catch some more. After the negotiations are over, they will have no reason to get free labor. After all, after Annan merged into Dawa, in theory Annan was also a part of Dawa, and the people of Annan could also enjoy the protection of Dawa law. Sushan, Dawa's shelling tirelessly bombarded the Annan's positions, and they wanted to bombard the Annan's fighting spirit. Artillery strike lasted most of the day. Huajun began the offensive line. And those guns on positions. Annan bombing is not decent. Those soldiers had blown ignorant, and nowhere to revolt. The Huami easily broke through line of defense, and then burst into the second line of defense. In the Annan army behind, some officers already had the idea of surrendering. Hanoi has been in negotiations, and Yuob, with an estimated result, certainly can talk to. In other words, I have no sense now to resist. If we lose our lives. Winning is nothing more than earning some benefits for the superior masters, and we won't get the slightest benefit. This kind of remarks appeared in the Annan army camp, which was the effect of Dawa's hot air balloons flying flyers over them. Those leaflets ordinary soldiers although cannot read, but those junior officers, but it is some people can understand. See their first line of their lives, but the bureaucrats behind the negotiations ready to surrender. Some of the junior officers do not want to continue playing. More importantly, he had also knew he was surrounded, not only could not break through nor reinforcements, but not Dawa opponent. Continue to resist, there is only one dead end. So he had to explain the positive content on the leaflets to soldiers, encouraging soldiers to surrender together. The soldiers didn't want to fight. If they hadn't been suppressed by the officers, they would have surrendered a long time ago, so there is no need to agitate. Ever since, in some places, the entire battalion, the entire regiment threw their weapons into the warehouse, and then everyone sat together, waiting to be captured by the Chinese army. When Huajun rushed in front of them, they were dumbfounded. The battle was too easy, so that the new Chinese soldiers did not have any battlefield experience. Zai Huan, I please, housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 811. Chapter 516. Things change. The second round of negotiations in Hanoi had not made any substantial progress, and the news of Tsushan's defeat reached the negotiating table. Zheng Jian and others have lost their temper. This is really not enough. Afterwards, Zheng Jian and others' attitudes eased. They did not continue to say that they rejected Dawa's proposal. They only asked for some changes in certain aspects. His attitudes weakened. Yuob also just leave here. Made some concessions followed. Tai Huazheng routes do not want to force too fast, and if the route Zheng forced to leave Hanoi, nearly thousands of troops into the mountains become guerrillas continue to fight, it will be very troublesome. In the second round of negotiations, the two sides reached some consensus. Not two, it is some small compromise on the issue. On the big issues, the differences between the two sides is still great. If we continue to wrestle, we may finally reach a conclusion. However, Dawa has a better choice. The internal discord in Annan is a point that Dawa can use. Ever since Dawa placed his hopes on Zheng He, the two parties quickly reached an agreement. Dawa helped Zheng He complete the coup to seize power. Zheng He agreed to Dawa's terms in subsequent negotiations. Diehua sent an elite squad sneaked into Hanoi, few in number, just over 50 people. However, he had the equipment. KGB ordinary guards camp, some even better. Not only have semi-fixed rifle, light machine guns and even easy-to-carry Dranghas 4 more lightweight grenades, sniper guns, smoke bombs, everything. He had to be with Zheng He's cronies. Troops capture Zheng Palace, capture or kill Zheng route. As long as Zheng Jian and Zheng Gen's iron confidants are resolved, Zheng He is the only one with the highest prestige. At that time, other ministers, regardless of whether they are happy or not, need to respect Zheng He as the master. 16th night. In Hanoi, gunshots suddenly sounded in various places. Among them, The place with the most intense gunfire is the royal palace of Zheng. During the special period, Zheng Jian naturally did not relax his protection. The huge Zheng Wang's mansion was stationed with more than 400 guards. Moreover, after the battle, he can also mobilize the defenders in the city. Zheng He needs to capture the palace before the defenders arrive. When the time comes, throw Zheng Gen's head in front of the defenders in the outer city, and they will naturally make the right choice. But if not able to observe the fall of the palace before the army arrived, those defenders can also see hope. It is likely to continue allegiance Zheng route. When it comes time to fight, it will be troublesome. No matter how good the Chinese army is, with this amount, it is difficult to beat four hands with two punches. The machine guns of the army continued, and the guards on the wall directly swept by the fierce fire couldn't lift their heads. Those who raised their heads have already belched. After suppressing the enemy, the Chinese special forces rushed to the gate of the palace and placed explosives packets. With a bang, the palace of the big door is opened. The Huajun machine gun opened, and Zheng He's troops swarmed up. The turmoil in the city of Hanoi made the hearts of other ministers agitated. Some people did not know what was going on and tried to go out to stop the riots. But some ministers knew that this was a struggle for power within the Zheng family, so they could just watch it from the sidelines. Anyway, no matter who won in the end, it is impossible to blame them. In order to buy people's hearts, they will also please and rely on them. In short, they are invincible. Of course, this time, you can go to the route Zheng timely. If successful, good, it is also very much. But if it fails, it will definitely be liquidated by Zheng He in the end. Only a few people make this choice. Most of the official members have chosen to stay at home waiting for news honestly. The ruling class has chosen to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and the ordinary people are even less involved. He had all of it hiding at home, then the valuable property and gave the young girls of the family went into hiding. In this turbulent period, the most dangerous are the rebellious soldiers who take advantage of the fire. He had such worries are not redundant. Huajun that number 50 people still make every effort to help attack the palace Zheng He and his men. There are some forces in disarray adultery captivity. In the palace, the Huajun took the lead and rushed in and continued to suppress the guards of the palace with firepower. This Zheng Zhenqi jumped his feet. He had lost his money in order to equip this guard. Even if it is against one or two groups, these people will be able to compete for a while. What he never expected was that Dao would send special forces to help Zheng He block it. Reinforcements will arrive immediately. As long as you guard the palace, you will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver afterwards. Zheng Jian once again lost his blood. However, the effect is not clear obvious. Face of Huajun machine gun, a serious shortage of firepower. They can only rely on throwing hand grenades to stop the enemy close. At this time, Zheng He also used the tactics of the sea of people, organized a death squad to rush in, not seeking to break through the palace's defenses, only to be able to consume the grenade of the palace's defenders. At the same time, Huajun special forces are playing fancy their ability to attack. He had the use of shovel, neat and quick dug a pit in the wall, then blew up the yard's second channel walls. Subsequently, the palace of the second line of defense line will be exposed in front of all special forces and Zheng Huajun were men. The two sides sub-bomb indiscriminately, and ultimately to the more violent offensive firepower to win. Palace Sui heavy casualties. Zheng Root also retreated inside the hospital. However, the surface of the surrounded the palace. He had no way of escape. Not before. This time, the city's defenders have also arrived. Test Zheng He's time too, which he also prepared, sent a confidant to come and support the defenders of negotiations, stalling for time. His move was quite effective, and the defending general hesitated very much when the battle situation was unknown. And Zheng He gave very generous conditions for soothing, which made him very tempted. When he hesitated, the inner wall of the palace was also breached, and Zheng Jian was killed on the spot. Soon, the news reached the reinforcements, and the guard knew that the overall situation had been determined, so he naturally agreed to Zheng He's request and began to send troops out to maintain law and order in the city. The same time, to suppress Zheng root confidant buddies. Zheng Jian has been in charge of Annan for many years, and naturally there are also a group of diehards who will not compromise. These people Dao demanded that Zheng He must be eradicated, lest they escape and continue to resist under the banner of Zheng Jian. No need to remind Dao, Zheng He will do the same. From the moment he launched the coup d'état, he was immortal with those people, cutting the grass and removing the roots, and we must get rid of them quickly. Due to the coup of a sudden, Zheng root was a surprise hit, almost completely eradicated. As one or two slipping through the net, are also some small shrimp. We cannot afford to lift the storm. So far, 516 things change largely over. The Zheng Jian era is over, and next is Zheng He's performance time. In other words, it's Dao's performance time. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 812 chapters. Hanoi province. Zheng Jian was killed, and then it took Zheng He another 2 days to clear out Zheng Gen's officials from the DPRK, and by the way, he also cleared out some dissidents who did not deal with him. Annan chodo chaos into a pot of soup, but lords were accustomed to. When Dao came over, they were already in a mess. Some officials have long started collaborating with Dao, seeking self-protection and a way out. After integrating the internals, Zheng He restarted negotiations with Dao. This time, he may not speak so good before. No rebel before the change is successful. Annan not his, promised more of the conditions. The cubs are also sold Lord Tin some hurt. And now, he has become Annan's supreme ruler. Before the negotiation was reached, Annan Lichao was theoretically his property. He is not willing to give all these things to Dao now. Therefore, he is also negotiating and arguing for reasons, trying to retain more power. Master Zheng, don't forget how you are in charge. And you after rounds of negotiations, Zais privately Zheng reminded sentence. The meaning of these words is very obvious. Dao can send him to the throne of the boss, and naturally he can send another obedient person to this position. He just comforted his subordinates, and his control over Kotang was not even as good as Zheng Jian before. These words made Zheng He feel very uncomfortable, but also very helpless. In desperation, his best final only to face reality. Yob agreed conditions. Only in this way, Dao will support him and stabilize his position. After a series of business after the talks, the two sides on June 1st, the formal completion of the negotiations. Most end, Annan cancelled a national symbol of all symbols of the country, era, etc. After Annan is a province of Dao, referred Hanoi province. The reason why it is not called Annan province is to play down the name of Annan, which has a national flavor, and try to let people in the future only know Hanoi and not Annan. In terms of economy, taxes in Hanoi province are also collected by the central government, and administrative funds are also allocated by the central government. In this way, the central government completely controlled the money bags in Hanoi province. Zheng He and others still want to engage in moths in the future, and they will face the embarrassment of having no money. Others need to rely on Dao's snort to live, and they may not be willing to follow Zheng He anymore. Zheng He eventually won the post of governor of Hanoi, but the governor can only take care of civil affairs. In military and judicial aspects, he can't intervene, and his power is extremely limited, which is completely incomparable with the governor Qian Seul in Fuzhang. Qian Seul's position as governor is not only in charge of civil affairs, but also in military affairs, and even the judiciary. Not two that are temporary. Yob senior officials is not caused. And other officials of the new generation of members grew up. Su Qian music of this governor position, certainly you want to cancel. Although it is only the governor of the province, it is also a pretty good treatment for Zheng He, governor in Dao. It also belongs to the high-level officials. Annan go drop to Hanoi province. A large number of official position is cancelled. The same time, some of which have to be filled by Han Chinese. In this turmoil, At least half of Annan's former ministers lost their jobs and became white. Whether these people are dissatisfied or not, this Dower doesn't care much. Anyway, Annan didn't even have his own army. The remaining 70,000 troops were partly abolished by Dower and used to be reorganized into a police force to maintain law and order. The remaining 20,000 people were reorganized into Dower's second-line troops. Not before. That 20,000 people will not continue to stay in Hanoi province, but it will be broken up among several troops assigned to Dower, and then used to attack south toward Mo. Or they may be transferred to Fuzhang, Luzon, India and other places to fight. In short, they cannot stay in Hanoi province. The fate of these people will most likely be cannon fodder. If he were able to have broken legs or arms, he stepped down from the battlefield. It touches able to save his life. Otherwise, there will be endless wars waiting for them in the future. Culture. Hanoi province later will have to learn Chinese characters, Chinese doctrine. For a period of 3 years, those who have not learned to speak Chinese in 3 years will be subject to tax increases. As for the customs, there is no compulsory request for the other party to change. It is not very beneficial, and it is easy to cause dissatisfaction among the local people, and the gains outweigh the losses. Annan's history will naturally be revised. All of these people in the Dowerly department already have experience and are very skilled. After this turbulence, a part of Hanoi's property-owning class was liquidated, and it was the capitalists from Dower who finally got the cheapest. The local people in Hanoi have not had their previous exorbitant taxes, and their lives have improved somewhat. More importantly, Hanoi stopped the war with the Mo dynasty, and their burden would not be as heavy as before. It is also due to have been eased for the tax burden, so the people of Hanoi for incorporation Dower, and not too strong to resist, of course, did not agree. This is not a matter of overnight. It takes a long time to imperceptibly. Civil officials are responsible for this. And large China army. It is the junction towards the La dynasty and Mo, Nagyamo advance. On the way, Dower's military will sort out the opposition forces in Hanoi province along the way. Although Zheng He, as the supreme commander, gave orders to all regions to accept the results of the negotiations, not every region would accept them honestly. And these places need to be sorted out by Dower's army. They are all ignorant traditional forces, thinking that some people in their hands have the right to speak. However, after Dower's army pushed several stockades flatly, the remaining stockades lost such a voice and declared their obedience, acknowledging that Hanoi was part of Dower's territory and that they were Dower. Not too long, Yuob's army into the mountain forever. At the foot of the mountain, all Chinese military officers can use binoculars to see the fortifications Mokau built on the mountain. This place used to be the most fierce battle between the Lebanon and mosques, and it was also the most important line of defense for the mosques to resist the Lebanon. This mountain range that traverses north and south is a natural barrier. The defensive party has a great advantage. Of course, this has a prerequisite, that is, the strength of the two sides is not very different. If the strength gap between the two sides is huge, this advantage is actually a cloud. Taihu only need to use the navy to attack the DPRK Mo. Mo will be able to cut off all kinds of supplies toward the frontline troops. At that time, Dower may be able to eliminate the enemy guarding Yongshan without a single shot. As for the attack on Hu, this is also very easy for Dower. With the cover of warships, there is no risk of landing. As long as most of the teams on the shore, Mo toward the army is absolutely unstoppable. Speaking of it, the military strength of the Mo dynasty is even worse than that of the Li dynasty. Therefore, it is only a matter of time before Annan is completely unified. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 813 chapters. Emperor busy. June 3rd. Wu Qingqing received a complete negotiations memorial. He read it in detail, and felt that there was no problem, so he put the memorial aside and picked up the other two memorials sandwiched together. The two memorials all said the same thing, one of which is the ambassador of Portugal Miguelio anti-recommendation and the other is the Navy's pass up the battlefield. The above recording process large Hua Jun captured the estuary Singapore is. Mikilo said that Dowa's occupation of the estuary was an invasion and a declaration of war on Portugal. However, Sea Army has said that the Portuguese shelling estuary because they refused to stop supplies. There is no right or wrong in the arguments of both parties. In the Portuguese mind, they accounted for picking up the mouth of the estuary that is the Portuguese territory. But from Dowa's point of view, the place at the mouth of the river did not originally belong to Portugal, and he only asked to stop for supplies. Although his attitude was not very good, the request was completely reasonable. Portugal refused absolutely, totally intolerable. As a result, Dowa's navy fired a few cannons, trying to scare the Portuguese. The Portuguese thought it was an invasion and chose to fight back. Ever since, a game series so begins. In the estuary, the Portuguese built the Seal Lock Strait coastal defense guns, but these guns are not completely Dowa artillery opponent. After half an hour, the Portuguese quickly fled into Lingbao. But the problem is that when they built Lingbao, the range of the artillery was only 1 or 2 miles. So, he fought turbot from the sea, there is only 5 miles. But now, Dowa's artillery can hit 7 or 8 miles away from the farthest. The Portuguese Lingbao was completely shrouded in Dowa's artillery. Afterwards, Dowa used artillery to blast their Lingbao violently, and after blasting the opening, he took the Hiku with 2 charges. In addition to killing more than 200 Portuguese and more than 300 local indigenous people, the remaining 2,000 people were captured by the Chinese army. This battle, from the outbreak of the conflict to the end of the battle, took less than a day in total. The Portuguese built the Lingbao for a year or two, and under the huge artillery of the Chinese army, it became fragile. The impact of this incident is still quite large, at least after other Western European countries discovered it. I am afraid that in the future, they will not be so keen on building Lingbao, but will be keen on researching artillery technology. Even if you want to build Lingbao, you have to stay as far away from the sea as possible and not be exposed to the gunfire of warships. It was such a thing. The Portuguese regarded it as a top priority to negotiate with Dowa. After Wu Chengqing glanced at it, he put it aside. The emperor of his majestic empire. There is no need to explain anything to the Portuguese messenger. People from the Ministry of Rights will send Mikilo things on how real they do not appease. Anyway, it can only mouth to protest about the Portuguese. There can be no real action. This is an era that is tougher than a fist, and countries will even take this kind of bullying for the weak as a matter of course. Just as he had in America doing things, they are in bullying. Under a memorial, it is about Zhaoxian insurgency. After 2 months of countering the rebellion in North Korea has been wiped out. Led by a group of people that have all been killed. The name of the leader is Kui Shanjian, a name that Wu Chengqing doesn't remember, and he is not a big shot. The rebellion subsided, and Dowa took this opportunity to severely attack a wave of North Korean aristocrats and gentry. After 2 suppressions, the former gentry class in North Korea has been reduced a lot, and the rest are ordinary people who are well preserved and disciplined. These people are the ones who have integrated into Dowa the fastest. Although this rebellion caused some losses, overall the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Later, basically never again will anybody want to Zhaoxian separated. Yuob can rest assured that engage in construction in North Korea. Wu Chengqing then look at a memorial from the Navy Sea Army Advance Team. To go to Australia in the course of exploration, we found a treasure. Java, Jakarta is the later. Here 3 crops of rice a year. More important is the soil on which heavy ash plain is formed by laminating. The soil is extremely fertile, is a good place to raise human. Not over, this place has been preempted. The Dutch Navy consult Hope Wu Chengqing agree attack in Jakarta. This time many Dutch national strength, and the Dutch war a great impact. Easy for Western Europeans aware of Yuob ambitions, so strong vigilance than Portugal. So, Sea Army before the war, he chose to consult Wu Chengqing, cannot arbitrarily call the shots. Wu Chengqing considered for a moment, the Navy being not to move to Jakarta. For the time being, Dowa does not have so many adults to emigrate, so there is no need to worry. After a few more years of recuperation, those teenagers should grow up, and Dowa can start a large-scale immigration wave. Putting down this memorial. The next one is for civil affairs. Ganzu, the servant of the Ministry of Households, said that he hoped that Wu Qingqing would give some funds to build water conservancy projects and prevent floods. Large Xinhuajiango past few years. God is still to face. Although the north is getting colder and colder, the climate in the south is at least not too bad. At least no particularly serious floods have occurred. This is not easy, you know. Floods in the past were commonplace on the land of China. In the past few years, Dowa has only experienced some small floods, so that some officials have forgotten this hidden danger. But Ganzu was still worried. He felt that Dowa now has loose finances and can take the opportunity to build some dams, clear down the river, and build some flood control water conservancy projects, just in case. In this regard, Wu Qingqing chose to agree. There is no shortage of money. As for the workers, there are nearly 100,000 prisoners on Annan's side, who can be requisitioned for use, and the labor problem will be solved. There are money. It was, naturally, can engage in a number of years. The project controlling floods is really a century-old project. Even if science and technology are so advanced in later generations, it is impossible to completely solve the flood problem, let alone the current one. The next memorial is the plan of the Army Staff Headquarters for marching into the Shaanxi Gansu area. Although Wu Qingqing didn't plan to regain those places in the near future, the people in the army didn't care, and the plan to be done was still done as usual. In this way, it can at least appear that they are doing things, rather than leading their salaries to eat dry rice. What's more, now that the plan is done well, once Wu Qingqing agrees, they can act immediately. The memorial at the back was still half a meter high, and Wu Qingqing chose to rest temporarily. The trivial things in a small village can make a village head uneasy. More, not to mention an area reached more than 6 million square kilometers, a population of 160 million of the empire. Taihua, there will be a never-ending thing every day. Wu Qingqing's case on the table, never available before. Many things that are very important to other countries may not be dealt with for several days because they are piled up in the memorial here in Dowa. Zaihuan, I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 814 chapters. World becomes complicated. Not only Emperor busy, to those cabinet ministers unreal busier than Wu Qingqing. Caused a big reason for this is that the world is complicated. Big increases need to be addressed. Insufficient number of officials. In the previous purely agricultural society, there was not much to deal with in the whole world. From 6 division will be able enough to see out, toss to toss, that is, agriculture and the military. Moreover, the previous government service also has a feature. The place to resolve the matter often do not need the newspaper. The need to report the matter, the central government often cannot solve. Ultimately, nothing, such as floods, famines and so on. For the entire country, only agriculture needs the most attention. If the harvest is good, the world is peaceful. If the harvest is not good, the world will be prone to turmoil, and then the entire court can be devastated by a single rebellion. Generally speaking, in the agricultural society, there are not many things that officials need to deal with. One Li Emperor 10 years is not in court. The world may be running. There are reasons for this. It is enough to be able to argue for more than 10 years for this kind of mess for a standing prince, which is enough to show how leisurely they are. At least, compared to the later official member, to free more. For example, the Song dynasty official members, there are 100 days a year of vacation, ranked first in all of North Korea. The late Ming dynasty, a government member, annual holidays 5 or 6 10 days. Today, Dowa has entered the industrial age and commercial civilization. The whole world suddenly became a lot more complicated, and many things have changed drastically. After entering the industrial age, The pace of life of officials and ordinary people has become faster invisibly. The common people in the past could sit under the big tree in the yard and talk nonsense after finishing their farm work. No nonsense, he had nothing to do also. But now, with the popularity of kerosene lamps and candles, those women can embroider, raise silkworms, or make simple crafts at night. In short, they can all find work to subsidize their families. Men are no exception. They have to pull pig grass, raise pigs and cows after they have finished their farm work. I can sleep at night 6 or 7 points before sleep, now work in factories, often to be machined to 12, 6 or 7 in the morning to get up again. He had time, have been arranged full, there is no longer much of idlers. Official member is not easy, they need to manage multiple incident, become anxious. In the past, there was a problem with a bridge that affected traffic. From discovering the problem, to reporting the problem, and then to solving the problem, it can take as little as 3 months, or as long as 1 or 2 years. In short, the processing efficiency is extremely low, and such low efficiency has little impact on the country. Previous business, less business activity, off the road, but also reduces the amount of trade only. But now it's different. If a bridge collapses or a section of railroad track gets chopped off, it's a big deal, and it must be dealt with immediately without delay. Due on wrong day, the train station will be able to accumulate goods warehouse filled. It will lose at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who continued for some time, there will be many businessmen because of breach of contract bankruptcy. Therefore there will be many workers get wages. Things have become urgent. The same time, officials need to deal with things also changed much. In the past, there were no special diplomats, and people from the Ministry of Etiquette came to deal with matters. But now, Dao already has professional diplomats who are responsible for dealing with those foreigners every day. 8 Western European countries have established embassies in Nanjing, Persia, Ottoman in the Middle East, Siam in Southeast Asia, and Myanmar have also established embassies. Nanjing has become the political center of the world. Not only are there many things, but they are also fresh. Dao officials also need to learn relevant knowledge. Like official of the ministry staff, if a little economic theory do not understand the basic law of economic development, often in the position of sitting in stability as the previous world was too simple. There were only a few reasons that led to poor agricultural harvests, and targeted solutions were enough. But today, the reasons for the good or bad economic development of a place are very complicated. Many officials don't even understand the reasons, let alone solve them. During the day to work, at night to learning to make up classes. DA officials to be more tired than the former. However, no matters I he who are also rushing to dry. If they don't do it, there will be people behind them just about to move. Responding to this situation, coupled with the current political stability, Wu Qingqing started to line government agencies radical reform. In the past, the Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other actions were all in pediatrics, which is not a reform. But this time, Wu Qingqing is preparing to make a one-time transition to an administrative system similar to that of later generations, subdividing various departments, stipulating the scope of power of each department, and increasing administrative efficiency. This is a major event for Dao, and its importance surpasses the Annan War, the dispute with Portugal, and even the situation in Fuzhang. Bureaucracy reform. The interests of a group of people destined to be affected by loss. Some people will therefore profit. This is a matter of the vital interests of all officials, and it is difficult for them to care about it. When Wu after Qingqing cabinet ministers convened to discuss building a new administrative system, many officials began to inquire about the news to those chancery. He had wanted to get some tone from the book of their mouth, so as to obtain a head start. Some officials, on the basis of some clues, predicted possible changes, and began to plan ahead. For example, some government members feel, along with the importance of coal, oil and iron ore is increasing, should have set up a special department to manage natural resources. We must not allow those businessmen to embezzle and make profits as they are now. These natural resources must be in the hands of the central court so that the court will not be short of money. Officials discovered this. Along with it, launched a line of action. Investigate this issue in depth, and then present a memorial to Wu Qingqing to discuss your views and suggestions on this issue. If the research results can be obtained the emperor's approval, such as the establishment of the department, it is naturally able to sit in this sector people important position. At the same time, some officials even take this opportunity to conduct some obscure pseudo struggle. For example, the construction proposed split and industry to continue to try to weaken the power of Ruandacking, or express some opinions on industrial planning that are at odds with Ruandacking. If they could be obtained the emperor's approval, it might be able to squeeze down the Ruandacking. After all, Ruandacking is not too young anymore. He has been in the Ministry of Engineering for so long. It is almost time to retreat because of his emotions and reasons. Those who are ambitious and want to be in the upper ranks are naturally unable to stand loneliness and take the opportunity to do things. This is Kotang. Wu Qingqing could not help feeling something. Any change at random can cause shocks in the court, and make all walks of life come to the surface. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 815. Chapter Reform. How can I improve administrative efficiency and chief affair and clean it? A big problem in the current administration is that everything needs to be reported to the higher level for instructions, for fear that it will be responsible for being in charge. Little things on the local needs on provincial level officials, slightly larger thing we need to discuss the cabinet. And important things, without exception, Wu Qingqing needs to look over. This keeps Wu Qingqing and the cabinet very busy, and they have to deal with. However, if you do this, you can't. If you can make your own decisions without asking the people below, then the people below are easy to mess around. To solve this solution, the only way to change from the rule of man to the rule of law is to allow all officials to have laws to follow. Formulate a general legal framework similar to the Constitution so that officials can follow the constitutional rules when doing things. As long as it does not violate the Constitution, it will not go beyond the guidelines. With the Constitution, the officials below do not need to consult their superiors on everything, which can save decision-making time and reduce the burden on superiors. Wu Qingqing past life is not a politician, not even the people within the system, so his knowledge of the system is very limited and shallow. His current reform is based more on his own understanding and thinking, combined with the current situation of Dower, and the result is a bit nondescript. Wu Qingqing first put censorate stripped from the cabinet, and changed its name to the highest courts of justice. Under the jurisdiction of 3 departments, the Supreme Procuratorate, Ministry of Public Security. The actual functions include trial, law enforcement and supervision. Later, the Judicial Yuan is an independent system, do not belong in the house, directly responsible to the emperor. Of course, after the Judicial Yuan of Justice, nor like before a sample into the cabinet, the government in decision-making. This undoubtedly improves the status of the Judicial Yuan. In a system based on the legal system, they have the right to control the judicial power, to a certain extent, even above the cabinet. The court is the adjudication agency, and under the Supreme Court are the provincial courts and county courts, which are in a mutual supervision relationship. If the prisoner is dissatisfied with the trial of the county court and suspects that the county court has not made a judgment in accordance with the law, he can appeal to the provincial court. Leon the theory can with this. UOB now legal concept is still relatively weak up. After ordinary people are tried, it is estimated that few people have the courage to appeal. This one is more like serving the upper class with literacy and knowledge. The Procuratorate has more functions, but the most important one should be the supervision of the court, and the supervision of the court must make judgments in accordance with the law. As for the Ministry of Public Security, it is the specific law enforcement agency. As a feudal empire, UOB House of Lords did not, and no People's Congress. Therefore, The legislative power is basically in the hands of Wu Chengqing. He must prepare the provisional legislature to form a team. The law's Dao are perfect. Legislation is regarded as almost any one-time task, after a one-stop, since you only need to tinker. But no matter how kind, legislative power always rests in his hands. Only this power is already infinitely big. And within a reformed house, it is approximately equal to the later of the State Council, has declined compared to the previous starting position. The Ministry of Justice no longer belong to them. You can supervise them. The army does not belong to them. You can balance them. Even the eunuch master spy agency and is not owned by him or Tube. In short, there are more places beyond the control of the cabinet. But in the house, but still UOB is the most important institution, which is responsible for the national government decision-making and execution. Within the pavilion, a total of 16 departments. Points notably the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Areas, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of War, Ministry of Industrial Development, Ministry of Land Resources, Department of Business, United Overseas Bank, Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of State Security, Audit, Human Ministry of Resources and Social Security, Ministry of Science and Technology Development. Among them, the Staff Department has not changed much, and it is still responsible for the evaluation and appointment of officials of the Administrative Department. The Ministry of Rights was split into three parts: the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Education, and the Ministry of Rights. The remaining Ministry of Etiquette, in fact, still has great powers. It needs to be responsible for handling ethnic relations, the education of social morals and etiquette, and the management of cultural and sports undertakings. The ethnic relationship alone is extremely important. As Dao conquered more and more places, there were more and more ethnic groups in its jurisdiction. How to deal with the relationship between each other is a big problem. The importance of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also increased, as has the Ministry of Education. Special notably education, they need to do the next thing. There are many, need to continue to reform the examination system. Branch should move split into ordinary civil service exam and college entrance examination system. Public servants exam is selected officer, and the entrance is to train all kinds of talents. No need for all the candidates have to try an official. With the popularization of education, there are more and more scholars, and there are not so many official positions in the world. On the contrary, there is an urgent shortage of talents in other fields in this society. The Ministry of Households was also split up and became the Ministry of Rural Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Land and Resources and the Ministry of Audit. In the past, the Ministry of Households had too many things to manage, and the Ministry of Households had reasons to intervene in everything. With the development of Dao, the importance of some work began to become prominent, and it is no longer suitable to continue to belong to the household department. For example, the Ministry of Finance is in charge of national taxation. This power alone is more important than the Ministry of War. Another example is the Audit Department. With the industrial sector of the accelerated, statistics becomes very important. The formulation of many plans requires data to support. With the extensive use of various mineral resources, the importance of national land resources is no longer suitable for hanging under the household department. The Ministry of Defense is still the Ministry of Defense, the name has not changed, but the specific functions have changed. From now on, the Ministry of War will only be responsible for one thing: the management of veterans. If Dao wants to implement a compulsory military service system in the future, the Ministry of Defense will also need to worry about it. Not over this basically is not possible. Treatment of large Huashibing is much higher than the average worker, but there is hope for promotion. We are now rushing to go to the army. What's more, Dao currently has no strong enemies, and there is no need to engage in such a big battle to perform compulsory military service. The Ministry of Industry has not changed much. Although the Ministry of Industry is very important, it is no longer suitable for splitting. The Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Communications have not changed much either. but they used to be one of the 9 departments, and now they have become one of the 16, and there are many more institutions on par with them. So, his standing also tantamount to drop a bit. Previous still book the place is very honorable, but the number is now Minister of Increase, although at the grade equivalent to the Chancery, but it is certainly no previous Chancery less valuable. In addition to the division of these departments, some departments have been added to the cabinet, such as the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Human Resources Guarantee, and the Ministry of Science and Technology Development. Of course, the most concern, the real, is still more than a UOB. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 816 chapters entertainment rise. Taihua Royal Bank National Bank is actually split product. In the future, Royal Bank will be an ordinary private bank, similar to Jinling Bank and Songjiang Bank. Wu Qingqing to issue currency. Royal Bank handed over to the National Bank UOB. The most overbearing place and sharpest weapon of the Royal Bank is its mastery of currency issuance. Relying on this power alone can actually control the economic trends of a country. And now, Wu Qingqing once again demonstrated his selfless side, giving this power to the court. The right to issue currency is in the hands of the imperial court and the emperor. In fact, it only has an impact on the future emperor. For Wu Qingqing, there is not much difference. Anyway, he can now do what he says is true, how to issue the currency. He finally has the final say. As for the Royal Bank without the right to issue currency, it will make a lot less money. This is fine. Anyway, Wu Qingqing by the bank earned money is not the final subsidies to various departments. He cannot spend that much. Today, the royal family into less staff, less money, not like the old to feed millions of people. The right to issue currency called to the cabinet, but also play a leading role. The emperor made sacrifices, and other officials whose powers were weakened naturally did not dare to complain. Otherwise, it would be plausible. In this reform, the power of some people has been greatly weakened. For example, Qian Taoli, Shangxiu of the Household Department, has now become the Minister of Finance. From an image point of view, his power has become a quarter of the original. In order to appease him, Wu Qingqing gave him the title of Earl, not hereditary. Want to civil nobility is not easy. This noble title, it can be considered a kind of compensation. Other people whose power has been weakened have also received similar compensation. As for those who reform and power be promoted officials, naturally, number not before, Wu Qingqing also promised, as long as they dry out the results, there are opportunities in the future. Wu Qingqing they intend to retire, gave a non-hereditary title of nobility, both to show infinite royal graciousness, but will not bring too much nobility. Anyway, to the retirement of discipline, basically did not live a few years first, and title are not hereditary. Died court will be withdrawn. All officials can see this clearly, but it is better than nothing, and it is better to have something than nothing. The reform of the official system is a relatively long process. Even if the basic framework has been determined, the next step is to proceed step by step, rather than a one-time change of all positions. If that kind of do, I am afraid administrations have messed up. To complete these reforms completely, it will take at least a year and a half, or even longer. Although this kind of reform is destined to have far-reaching effects, the current impact is not particularly obvious. Therefore, the people actually don't pay much attention to this matter. Ordinary people, like Huan, concern information that feedback quickly, or that they are more concerned about the result, but not with the process. One more point is, the current Daehua news very much compared to those interesting new smell, Chodo changes, it becomes very boring. Not to mention the various wars overseas, even the concert of Ogana has a higher degree of attention than the reform of the court. Listen, accustomed Yuob songs people, happened to listen to foreign language songs. The feeling is completely different. Although most people don't understand the lyrics, it doesn't matter. You can also feel the quality of the song from the melody alone. Tone music has no borders. Good melody, no matter what language to sing, it was all sweet sound of. Moreover, Olga's Chinese is also very good, and she often sings Chinese songs. She was to be an outsider, so do not be bound by that format before Chinese songs. Writing lyrics is very straightforward and easy to understand. To put it simply, the previous Chinese songs were mostly literary and artistic, while she sang popular songs. To Wen Yi Thing, although it may be higher artistic achievement, but its audience is definitely not comparable to popular songs. Just like the very famous traditional song Nian Nu Jiao, Nostalgia for the Red Cliff. People who have no literary literacy can only listen to the excitement and can't understand what it is singing. Previous musicians, who wrote songs and arranged music, all followed this format. Regardless of that, Ogana directly wrote a song Welcome to Jinling. Walk through the crowds, the whole city is shining light. Most people understand this kind of lyrics. Moreover, the whole piece of this song is about the beauty of Nanjing, which makes Nanjing people very satisfied. Geographical discrimination depending on this stuff, since ancient times has, and never will disappear. At present, Nanjing is the majestic capital city. The locals have a natural sense of superiority and often look down on people in other places. Ojian now boast Nanjing, he at heart has a sense of pride. It's real, Long Ojian are so beautiful. Singing and how good or bad is not important. Singing well just makes her more popular and popular. Aojian Yuo famous in Nanjing, the same kind there is a well-known Korean woman Yin Huiyan. Yin Huiyan also the same kind of has a stunning face, and lark's voice. Of course, Dawa also has many women with such talents. But Dawa women can't show up like Ogana and Yin Huiyan. In this case, Ogana and Yin Huiyan became popular first, and the two set off a star-making craze. Many businesses are beginning to discover the role of celebrities and pay attention to them. The topic of celebrities is very eye-catching, and ordinary people like to pay attention to these things the most. Using celebrities to advertise, the effect is much better than other methods. As a result, many businesses are beginning to think of ways to Ojian and Yin Huiyan in the hands or another who is himself a star. The ladies are not willing to show their faces, but there are so many people on the Qinhuai River. It is nothing more than to let them learn some new skills, such as pop songs. Fame and fortune are the strongest driving force in the world. After profitability, Dawa's entertainment business has also accelerated. Those who started to train celebrities took a little slower. The two hottest stars in Nanjing at present are undoubtedly Ogana and Yin Huiyan. And this, naturally, did not escape the attention of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Internal Affairs. The government has a very important function. That is, to the emperor fun, opera, acrobatics, cartoons. For all kinds of interesting entertainment in the world, the people of the Office of Internal Affairs will report to Wu Chenking, or directly arrange for the emperor to appreciate and enrich daily life. Wu Chenking has seen most of the previous entertainment projects, and has lost new ideas. On the other hand, Olga's singing and dancing performances of a unique exotic flavor in the service of the government, who is also holding the mind. The Ojian and Yin Huiyan get to the palace, the emperor to let them show. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 817 chapters. Female officer. After entering the palace, Ogana and Yin Huiyan were very excited. Ojian is a set of beauty and only Chinese in one amazing woman. Natural wisdom is not low. Wu Yi big official did not possess her. She knew, Wu Yi want to give yourself to a higher status people. And there are only a few people with a higher status than Wu Yi, and the emperor is the most likely. As for the emperor's woman, Ojian a very excited move. After all, she was at home when you are curious about the legend. In her eyes, Wu Chenking is a hero. Beautiful women love heroes. This is the law of nature, and Ogana is no exception. Now, can reach the palace to show the emperor. It was her chance, so she was very excited. While the other woman, Yin Huiyan, its shock move on the grounds and Ojian are somewhat different. Yin Huiyan not her real name. His real name Shi Choi. The Korean Choi rebels. Good to see daughter. Kui Shanjian considered the consequences of the failure when he raised his troops, so he arranged for some of his family members to leave North Korea and go east to Fusang. This includes Yin Huiyin, her brother, younger brother, mother and more than a dozen people. Not before Hibiscus. Upon arrival, they encountered a Ronin robbery. It was the people from the shogunate who rescued her and her family. Later, she experienced a series of disturbances. In short, she was forced to be grateful, and for the future of her relatives, she accepted the arrangement of the shogunate, and was secretly sent to Dowa for training. After that, she arranged an identity for her to make her popular in one fell swoop and get the opportunity to get close to the emperor. And any of her services is the assassination of Dowa Emperor. Yin Huiyin was scared, but the Fusang people still train dead soldiers very well. At least now Yin Huiyin has dared to perform his mission. As for whether it can be successful, this is hard to say. Yin Huiyin was very excited and scared to see the emperor at last. This means that she can complete the task, and it also means that her death is approaching. They hold bowel movement mood into the palace. The reality is cruel. Entertainment is just Wu Chenqing's activities in his free time, but there are many things Wu Chenqing has to be busy with, so I don't have time to enjoy their performances. If Wu Chenqing has no time, then they would have been in the palace was waiting. Only she had and other parts of the emperor is not waiting for them. The truth. If she put them out of the palace, if Wu Chenqing suddenly interested again, it depends on how soon do. As for her were raised in the palace, they will not delay the outside world in the entertainment industry. This matter may von depot. The sky is big and the emperor is the biggest. Even the emperor delay put, that is their privilege. How many people want to be delayed, have not this chance? It's reality. In the palace, there are a few people and Aojianuoshi who, as in waiting. In the palace of Chuxiu, several eunuchs collected beauties from the collection for emergencies. Highlights in case the emperor knew fresh sense of their supply at any time. But if the emperor doesn't mention it, then these women will have to spend a few years in Chuxiu Palace. Until a big discipline, it might be released palace. Wang-dominated society is like this. Everything had to serve the emperor. This Wu Chenqing very busy time. It is necessary to review the legislation below, have to deal with affairs of state, but also according to their own experience, to further improve the country. In July, he announced an order. Set up a new institution, the Women's Rights Protection Bureau, which is not affiliated to the cabinet, but is directly under the jurisdiction of the harem, and the queen is the nominal administrator. The actual management is the responsibility of other women. Most critical key is that Wu Chenqing to set position responsible for the management of grade, the secretary to the 5 and specifies held by women. Other deputy director long, director of the office and the like, also have a grade, although the grade is not high, but the size is also an official. More importantly, these official positions have been designated by women. That is to say, Big Huikai chief female official president. Strictly speaking, it doesn't count. After all, the harem has always been under the control of the queen since ancient times. Although it has no rank, it is similar to an official. However, the current Women's Rights Protection Bureau has a completely different meaning. It is not a family affair in the palace, but women in charge of the whole country, which has become a state affair. Its managers has become the official members. Women being officials, this is really something that many people cannot understand. However, the emperor is going to do this, and everyone can't help him. Anti-rights sounds certainly, but their reasons, people in this day and age it seems, is still very reasonable. Of course, if people of later generations are allowed to evaluate, then their reasons will be very outrageous. Not to it is not important. Go against those who oppose. Wu Chenqing not bother. After all, only a small number of people were opposed, and the interests of most people were not greatly affected, and there was no need for them to argue against the emperor for things that were not related to them. The Bureau for the Protection of Women's Rights has been set, but its powers are actually very small, just to uphold justice for women who have been abused. How to be abused? This Dowa temporarily gave a relatively large scale, at least when he was beaten with obvious scars, it was considered to be abused. If he was only slapped 1 or 2 times, he would obviously not be accepted. Of course, if only occasionally Seoul was hit a few slap in the face, now women also can endure. Of course, even so, compared to the past, to say, it is a major step forward. In the past, women were beaten and abused at home, and the only strength they could rely on was their natal family. The government would not take care of such bad things. The woman's maiden foot strong enough to be able to recover the natural point of justice. But if the woman's family is not enough strong, it was hit, but with no place to avenge them. Even these beaten women often find it difficult to get sympathy from the society. Wu after Chengqing came up with this organization. Women who are abused, they can at least have a place to appeal. However, it may be difficult to solve women's low status in the family by relying on this institution. After all, the current social climate does not advocate divorce. She find official complaint, the official punishment of her husband, and finally not have to return to their husbands. Old man real point, and perhaps the future will change. If you encounter a little grumpy, you might get worse in the future. So, the future will not have a woman on through this way to protect their rights is very hard to say. Change the world, long way to go. Wu Chengqing is easily such a get, there is the best, no effect or leave it. It is impossible for his energy to focus on this kind of thing. After all, whether women's rights can be guaranteed has little impact on the world of hegemony. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 818 Chapter Airline Depot. In mid-July, Sri Lanka, south of Colombo. Huajun fleet landed here, and then the natives had a friendship representations. The Huami first used 128 salutes to express its own enthusiasm, and then fired shots to commemorate those who died accidentally injured by the salute. In the end, the Huajun also paid a large amount of compensation to the local leader. Local first collar felt Dawa etiquette, select the generous understanding, and gave Dawa a port and a piece of land as a temporary resident. Then, Dawa began to build military bases and supply depots here. The main role is to provide coal, fresh water, food and other supplies to Dawa's ocean-going ships. Of course, in the future, we can expand some trade and do business with local people. The Chinese army left 1,000 garrison in Colombo, and then proceeded to the next stop. Seamount Cape Town, which is a few dozen kilometers north of the Cape of Good Hope, is a natural harbor and scientific Lunslope feature of different is now occupied Dutch seamounts, and established a colonial point. To deal with the indigenous people, the Chinese army fired a few shots and frightened them, and the other party would compromise. But dealing with the Dutch is not so easy. Before the Suez Canal was dug through, Shan was the only way for China-Europe trade. Even if the Suez Canal is dug through, there will not be too few ships passing by this place. If it is not because of too important to seamounts this place, Europe temporarily do not want to have trouble breaking and Dutch. But now, Dawa's admiralty is no longer so much, and they are bound to win this place. Moreover, sea military feel, even if it is with the Dutch fight. The problem is not large. After all, the Dutch have only occupied the seamounts for a year or two, and the ownership of this place is still unclear. In August, the Chinese fleet arrived at Shan, and then requested to enter the port for supplies. This kind of request, the Dutch seamount Governor Crusoe naturally did not agree. If it is a merchant ship of Dawa, he may agree to maintain the relationship with Dawa. However, Dawa came in this time but a warship. It is too dangerous to put a warship into the port. If the Chinese army gets brainstormed and fires a few shots at the buildings on the shore, their construction here for a year or two will be useless. These are all the hard work of Crusoe. He is not willing to take this risk. In Grams of Rustsoview, harbor their own, it is only normal refuse. However, the Huajun was here to find faults. Even if they had no excuses, they would make one. Now that Crusoe offered an excuse, it would be even easier. Dawa Naval Expeditionary Force, Hong Yu and Captain Ding Mosiu sent an envoy again. Seamount since ancient times, you do not belong to them Dutch. Our military supplies to shore, You have no right to refuse, said the messenger. Sutu is not Yuob territory. Warships can I go in? Jia brushed so sneer of irony. What since ancient times, this is a morals than a fist. Whoever has a hard fist, who owns the site? Of course you can. The Chinese envoys didn't think about it, so they agreed directly. Anyway, Sutu was nearly 10,000 kilometers away, and Crusoe couldn't verify it immediately. Take it down first, and talk about it later. Jia brushed so suddenly choked a little, shamelessly said, Cannot, I do not believe a word. My port is not allowed to enter any warship. Well, if that's the case, then our army can only break in. The envoy of the Chinese army issued the final confession. Dare you? You are going to war on the Netherlands and destroying the diplomatic relations between the two countries. You have to take full responsibility. Jia brushed so said. In front of you dare word pretty stiff gas, but behind that period, it has been exposed for his lack of confidence. Nubai people really do not need Viagra threat of intimidation. Most parties eventually failed to agree. Huajun messenger has taken the words to complete the task. Afterwards, he went back to his life. He left the room. Two other people in the room began controversies. I don't think we should risk offending the big Chinese. We should promise them Rooney than a better understanding of Dower strength. He felt not just hardened Yuob, as no good end. Let him who come in do not take risks. I do not feel afraid, they come alone. As long as we waited at the Fort Ling, they cannot stand 2 weeks. We'll cut off the supply. Another hardline Master Jiang War. I think it can be a compromise. They refuse to allow their warships to enter the port, but agree to help them replenish them. It's just that our ships are used to transport the supplies out of the port. This person's suggestion made Crusoe's eyes shine. He didn't want to offend Dower, and he was afraid of going to war with Dower, but he was reluctant to give up this land. So in the end that the underlying construction recommendations, just for his appetite. This is a good way. Alonso, you go to negotiate immediately and say that we are willing to help them with supplies. Jia Brustso said. Looney is non-committal about Crusoe's choice. He thinks Huajun is obviously looking for excuses, either to be tough to the end, or to agree entirely without giving Dower an excuse. Not before Clusot was Supreme Commander. We can only listen or pact. Alonso quasi-prepared to negotiate, but it was too late. The Huajun's ultimatum is just a routine thing, so that it can be a bit of rhetoric when arguing with the Dutch in the future. Something indeed. This process has no impact, is not particularly large. The last negotiation's loss of defeat, Huajun launched an attack. Transport ship to stay outside, broke into the 3 ships directly to the port, and then facing the Dutch coastal defense guns began shelling. As he Syrians those buildings in the port, ready to go. Huajun no damage. It is a pity that I have to rebuild after the destruction. As long as this place accounted for a future where everything their own. The sound of the gun sounded shocked Alonso, who was just about to board a ship, and also shocked Crusoe. What he is really afraid of is what he is afraid of. What he is most afraid of is going to war with Dower. As a result, Dower really used force unreasonably, may be bad. The mean insidious Asians. Jia Brustso yells. My lord, it is more important to fight back now. The subordinate reminded. Jia Brustso cold face, quickly arrange the counter-attack mission. He had on shore, more or less still some advantage. As long as enough to prevent Huajun ashore, or hold the Fort Ling. Let Huajun not replenish supplies. Huajun have to retreat. A solitary military expeditions abroad is extremely difficult. He had this place had grabbed from the hands of indigenous people. They have paid no small price. Therefore, even if they knew that Dower's weapons and equipment were very advanced, Crusoe and others were not completely without confidence in him. They view, as long as play well, do not own or have a small chance. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 819 chapters. Fight wins Cape of Good Hope. It does not require grams. Abruzzo ordered his men had launched their own counterattack. Was shot battered. Do not fight back. Not stupid army. Not wait. Grams of Abruzzo's command. they would have blown off. The Chinese army's first round of shelling had not yet ended, and they had already begun to fight back. Seamounts this place Netherlands attaches great importance, because most of their colonies are in Asia. South America is the territory of Spain and Portugal, and North America is the territory of Britain and France. The colonies are all in Asia, and the fleet needs to pass through here. Accounting appreciate this place can protect one's own route, while the British curb the momentum of development in India. The current development of the United Kingdom has surpassed Spain and the Netherlands, leading the entire Europe. Without restraining it, Britain can dominate Europe. So he come here to arrange a strong defense force. Light artillery had 4 or 5 doors, but some are large caliber artillery, mainly targeted at Brits. He had never expected to encounter opponents, but it is the largest Chinese. These artillery pieces are quite powerful. If you deal with wooden ships, 1 or 2 cannons can be reimbursed for 1 ship. But when he who thinks this infinite power when shells landed on Hongyuan numbers, so the Dutch desperate scene took place. The iron ball hit the ship's side of the Hongyuan, causing the Hongyuan to sway, and then the iron ball fell into the sea. Not to mention penetrating the ship's side of the Hongyuan, and even leaving no traces. The Hongyuan is Dowa's latest battleship, 1 step further than the previous semi-iron armored ship, and pure iron armored ship in the true sense. It seems that Hongyuan is not big, but the weight of the hull is at least 3 or 4 times that of the same size. To this end, Hongyuan also sacrificed a certain speed. This sacrifice, in exchange for a strong protective ability. Not to mention the original Dutch artillery. Even if it was bombed by the field artillery of the Chinese army, it could not be sunk. The Hongyuan, which cost nearly 200,000 yuan, was even hailed as an unsinkable warship. This time, it is its debut show, which is specifically to test the actual combat performance. After these test data are transmitted back to China and proved to be effective, those semi-iron armored ships may face elimination, and pure iron armored ships will become the mainstream in the future. The shaking of the Hongyuan caused a few inexperienced rookies on the ship to fall. One of them knocked his head on the fort and fainted. This is the only result of the Dutch shelling. Also okay, killing at least Huajun casualties, and will not zero harvest. Of course, the Netherlands Syrians will not be pleased. He had Huajun warships were scared protection capability to directly hit the shelling had no effect. It is also how to play. What's more terrible is that Dowa's artillery caused great damage to them. An artillery shell landed near a cannon, directly put the gun people group to solve. Another one artillery shell landed in front of a cannon directly gave destroyed. Some fled artillery began channeling. Ling tried to take refuge from fort retreated. There are still some artillery soldiers who continue to resist, and there are also desperados among them. At the same time, Dutch ships in the harbor, and also has been driving past Zava army, attempting to access side of war. He had limited the power of artillery, but to use this approach. Moreover, he had another advantage, and that is the number. The main battleship that the Chinese army came to attack consisted of only 3 ships, and they had to battle the sure defense artillery. While Lotus Syrians warships in the harbor, and there are 8, but also far more troops. 8 warships rushed towards the Chinese army, which forced the Chinese army to turn its muzzle. The distance between the 2 sides are not far away, and so good Huajun after adjustment. The Dutch have been very close. However, at this moment, the Chinese artillery was aimed at the invading enemy and fired again. Shells hit the warship, directly ripped through the side of the ship, shells launched into the cargo hold and explosion. The entire deck was lifted off, and the wooden hull looked like paper in front of the Chinese army's artillery. A wave of artillery strike, Huajun on 2 Dutch warships destroyed. At the same time, the machine gun on the Hongyuan numbers began to get angry. Heavy machine gun defense artifact. Of course, the Navy will not despise. Artillery is used for offense, and machine guns are used for defense. There are installed in under preparation advantage of the situation. Huajun already do not like the enemy hand-to-hand combat. Something indeed. The past 2 years Huajun melee combat capability is dramatically decreased. Soldiers cherish small lives even more, and are not as brave as they were at the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China. I not had this problem, temporarily have been overshadowed by UOB weapons advantage. The machine gun equipped on the Hongyi Yuan is different from the machine gun equipped by the army. For mobility, the army pays more attention to the weight of machine guns. And sea forces need to consider this question, naturally biased in favor of power. So, Sea Army caliber machine guns on board are very large. We can say that the machine gun, but to say that they are gun also said in the past. Accurate to say that these are the cannon, incredibly powerful, amazing rate of fire. A series of machine gun bullets on board the Dutch. The Dutch play QD Hanyan, that siege shells can penetrate 2 or 3 people. Hull also was shot sawdust chaos fly, hiding behind wooden soldiers. Followed killed. There is no safe place on the entire ship. Many soldiers chose to jump into the sea to escape, and staying on the boat was just looking for death. And other charges when the Syrians rushed to the front. Huajun, 8 ships have only 4, of which there are 2 top officers left. Only 2 of them still maintain combat power, but it does not mean how good they are, just because the Chinese army did not target them. Not over. The next step is for them. As a result, the captain of one of the ships quickly ordered the white flag to be raised and surrendered. He didn't want to be fired by the Chinese army's machine guns. Getting closer can only start the battle, but it doesn't mean that the Chinese army can be won right away. With the firepower of the Chinese army, shooting at them for 2 minutes, they would have killed more than half of them. Therefore, there is no hope of winning. And surrender is the kingly way. Ever since, the officers and soldiers of the Chinese army saw a very shocking scene. He Syrians through hardships, paid a heavy price, as is rushed to the front of his surrender. If you knew this, why didn't you just surrender? He Syrians have no idea. Huajun soldiers, knowing I am afraid vomiting Psing. He who did not want to surrender it, but they do not want to die. Before, he had no idea Huajun fire is so fierce. Is simply on-sided slaughter of them. He had no vomiting. Vomiting blood touches clues at spectators on shore, and his fleet so dashing high spirits rush surrendered. If this were to be said, it would be a shame. Fleet surrender, sure artillery escape. Grams of Abruzzo has lost the power to fight back, only to retreat into all Fort Ling, the final recalcitrant. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 820 chapters. Dahua threat. Ling Bao is a hedgehog to the armed forces of other countries, but to Dawa, it is a squashed gopher. The Chinese army landed calmly, enough to build a line of defense, and then let the warship approach and fired at Ling Bao. The only thing the Chinese army needs to worry about is the consumption of shells. And there are no other problems. He had the fleet is dedicated to seats and seas territory, not carrying any cargo, only they carry a lot of ammunition. Cannon strike for more than an hour. The Dutch fort on Ling blown out of a big gap. Subsequently, the Chinese army launched a general offensive. He Syrians pretty good weapons. It has been popular flintlock. However, the army is already equipped with a rifled rifle, and the two are incomparable. More importantly, the Chinese army has other advanced equipment. Pyro in a few friends under the cover of army rushed to the notch, then flame spraying against the break. The Dutch, who had never suffered such a blow, was immediately frightened. Flame deterrent injector has been greater than its destruction. More than a dozen body in burning, half will die, and the Dutch, on their positions, Liuang gun running around crying. That scene was as crippled as it was. Your Excellency, surrender. These warriors should not suffer such hellish torture. Looney persuaded. At Grams when Abruzzo are still hesitant, Huajun vanguards has broken through the gap in their defense, rushed near the town. Abruzzo helpless ordered leaders white flag to surrender. These savage Chinese, I want to protest to their emperor. This is a declaration of war. Abruzzo put a relentless, maintains his last stubborn. He Syrians surrender. Announced the end of the battle. Seamounts. In this campaign, the Chinese army invested a total of 3 warships, 5 transport ships, and a total force of 3,500 troops. While Lotus Syrian's offensive put 8 warships, coastal defense guns 50, with a total strength of about 6,000 people, including 3,000 of their catch to the black slaves. In the end, 22 people were killed in the Chinese army and 34 people were injured, mostly casualties during the attack on Lingbao. While Lotus Syrians killed 1,800 people, warships destroyed the 5, the other 3 have been captured. Of course, the remaining 4,200 soldiers, as well as more than 7,000 civilians, businessmen, and family members were all captured by Dowa. This is an unequal battle, and the Chinese army has achieved a crushing victory. After the war, Crusoe expressed solemn protest to Ding Moxiu. Then, Ding Moxiu freed the 2,000 black slaves. As for the Dutch soldiers, Ding Moxiu chose slavery. For Dutch civilians and businessmen, they chose to release Yangtze Seamount. They remain in existence. But Huajun need to pay taxes to accept the jurisdiction of Yuob. Those blacks who were liberated had good senses to the Chinese army, and chose to stay for the Chinese army. Ding Moxiu readily accepted. This is also no way. They are seriously understaffed. Party Syrians chose to stay, nothing more than to hand over a portion of the earnings, this within their acceptable range. Things on reality, even if it is not handed over Huajun, they have exploited some native Dutch. They are similar. There are also some people who don't trust the big Chinese and choose to leave, either back to the European mainland, or to the east to find new colonial point. These are not what Ding Moxiu cares about. On the one hand, he reported the situation to the country so that the country could immigrate as soon as possible. On the other hand, he also sent out a warship to Côte d'Ivoire. That it is, Ivory Coast, also known as the Gold Coast, is an important port in West Africa. In the triangle trade, the Western Europeans loaded black slaves on ships, then shipped them to the Americas in exchange for raw materials and gold, then returned to Europe for weapons, and then shipped the weapons to Ivory Coast for black slaves and ivory. In short, this is an important trade transit point, which is currently more prosperous than Shan. Dowa naturally cannot ignore this kind of place, and must go to join in the fun. Fight down when you have the opportunity, and take up a place if you don't have the opportunity to build a port supply station. After taking the Ivory Coast, the route from Dowa to Ceuta will be relatively stable, and supplies will become very convenient. Large Hua launched a big move. Western Europe, there has been news in August. He had learned the news, just Huajun captured the estuary Portuguese colony. However, this move also meant that the Chinese army began to expand its overseas power and began to fight for colonies. This makes Western European countries feel great pressure, especially Britain, the Netherlands, France, Spain and Portugal. He had long known that sooner or later there will be such a day. Great benefits colony has the ability of any one country are not put through before the Big Hua civil war is not over, and now you are bent to end the civil war. The raiders overseas also reasonable. How to deal with the threat from Dowa? Many smart people in Western Europe have begun to use their brains, thinking about countermeasures. Among them, a Frenchman named Rittmann put forward an argument called the Dowa threat theory. Moreover, he also wrote a book in which he expounded his views. Rittmann said that Dowa is too big, almost equal to the whole of Europe. Ye million people of the population, to filibuster, you can play Uliube armed forces. Looking at Western Europe, it can reach 500,000 armed forces of a country do not have. The entire Western European armies cannot make up 5 million. Therefore, when Western European countries are confronting Dowa, no country can stand alone and must unite. In addition, we must increase investment in technology and strive to catch up with Dowa in technology. No is the case, even if the joint up, nor is the grand opponent. Wu Qingqing appeared. Finally is the pattern of Western Europe had a major impact. In the normal course of history, at this time, Britain will severely hit the Dutch maritime power, defeat it, and then formally become the global hegemon and embark on the road of rapid development. France will also defeat Spain on land and begin to dominate the European continent. In short, during this period, Western European countries fought fiercely with each other. But due to the emergence of UOB enemies, so that these countries have a hint of a sense of crisis, some people have actually proposed Western European countries should give up the struggle, alliance to jointly counter the threat from UOB. This argument has been endorsed by many elites in Western Europe. He had previously while fighting each other badly, but at least very familiar with each other, and have roots. And large for them it is a perfect stranger, is a foreign enemy. In the outer case of the enemy situation, naturally should first foreign enemy to beat. Zihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 821 chapters of the European landscape. Rittmann's work has been recognized by many elites, and some politicians have begun to race to try to unite Europe, but the reality is somewhat cruel. King Louis XIV of France this time has just completed centralization. Ambitious. Historically, he is the longest reign of the Emperor of France, up to 72 years. The reign of the Room not only defeated the Holy Roman Empire, also they beat Spain, the Netherlands, became dominant on the European land. Therefore, after Louis XIV saw Rittmann's work, although he agreed with Rittmann's point of view, he wanted to unify the European continent first. Then, against the law forces Lancy to fight UOB. This kind of thinking, in fact, can't be calculated wrong. If he can reach quickly defeated neighboring countries, complete unity, then after the reunification of Europe, the forces will be more focused. Set right to good things. A loose league destined to be a lot of conflict of interest. Arranges, there will certainly be a lot of disputes and countless wrangling. Of course, if he can be enough to be fast to beat neighboring countries. If this is not possible, the European continent will be trapped in the quagmire of war, and all countries will not have the energy to develop, and they will be forced to invest their wealth in the war, making it even more unable to compete with Dower. At that time, he will be a sinner in Europe. Louis XIV of light and fit, plus the ability to have more, people are more arrogant, so he would like to try. Spain and the Holy Roman Empire very much agree with Rittmann's point of view, and the two countries have reached an alliance, and they still want to persuade the Netherlands to join. On the surface, it was to counter the threat of Dower, but in fact it was also to guard against Louis XIV and the Ottoman Empire. This French when rising, while the Ottoman Empire reached its peak, about a week. But the lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the army of the Ottoman Empire can still crush European countries. Therefore, the Ottoman Empire has never given up its expansion to the west. Spain and the Holy Roman Empire were able to quickly reach an agreement on an offensive and defensive alliance for two main reasons. One is that the rulers of the two countries are all one family, all of them are the Habsburg family. The second is he who all have a common enemy, France and the Ottoman Empire. The current big European land-based, that is, they four countries in singing, Dutch sea power is also good, but the army is too small body mass. If Louis XIV was not worried about Spain, I am afraid that the annexation of the Netherlands has already begun at this time. Of course, according to the current trend, it is also fast. Deutsche, this time still some loose federation, under the Holy Roman Empire. Another polar bear. The Grand Duchy of Moscow has not yet risen. It will have to wait for Peter the Great to appear before they can play on the European continent. As long as phalanx the Habsburg family and can reach a consensus, the EU would be no problem. Not before. The European Union make up the continent, but not necessarily in line with British interests. Britain, due to its geographical location, a favorite divided continent of Europe. So, he had always been role as stir-feces stick, who has become a strong trend on the continent, who he hit. However, due to the emergence of UOB, allows British aristocrats have to think, continue to allow mainland Europe division, in the end is right or wrong? This is a very profound issue that requires in-depth research. In terms of politics, all countries are studying how to deal with the threat posed by Dower. In terms of economy and technology, European countries are also struggling to catch up. The permanent Xing 4 years when Britain produced practical steam engine with A. This station is named as Hope Steam Engine Number who continued to work for 4 hours. Up to now, the British research on steam engines has reached a new level. Steam engines have been applied to all aspects and successfully installed on ships. Not only had they had no grasp of high-temperature boiler technology, the power of the steam engine small. It will probably take another year or two to build a mature steamship. This speed is actually a leap forward. Among them, there is the credit of dour bad merchants. In order to obtain the secret of the steam engine, the Europeans used all means. It is actually very easy to find some loopholes in the huge majestic empire. Some businessmen are not afraid of death. It is through a variety of loopholes, smuggling steam engine, earn vast amounts of wealth. A 1,000 steam engine blocks, shipped to Europe, can be sold for 100,000 tals of silver, or even higher. Such a huge amount of profit, are willing to take the risk of beheading businessmen, too much. In this way, Western Europe has obtained many dour steam engines. Then pass through the dismantling of research, then imitation, a lot of natural speed quickly. Not too, in terms of research material, they encountered some trouble, so they could not get high-temperature high-pressure boilers. In addition to the steam engine, Dower's rear-mounted rifled gun technology has also been stolen by several Western European countries, and the artillery has also mastered the technology of howitzers. Not over, though mastered the technology, but want to achieve low-cost manufacturing. It will take some time. Wu Qingqing knows that these countries steal technology. However, he can't help it. He never, because as people call him a long live. You really believe that people of the world would he plays? People are not for themselves. The heavens are destroyed, and the human nature is selfish. In a huge profit before profit, you want everyone to maintain a noble character. It is impossible. If you want to ban it completely, unless Dower bans it, it is obviously impossible. Dower's development is inseparable from those machines. So, Wu Qingqing just down from time to strengthen the management and control of core technology. For example, internal combustion engines and generators must be strictly controlled for the time being, and they must never be stolen. Having controlled these most advanced technologies, there is no need to worry about foreign theft. No matter how foreign countries steal it, it can't match the speed of Dower's development. When Europeans made high-temperature E-resistant steam engines, Dower might have already popularized internal combustion engines. When the Europeans built the steam battleship, Dower's iron-armored ship had already arrived at their door. When the Europeans have built ironclad ships, Dower's aircraft carrier formation may also be completed. Only need to start the final. Keep pressing foreign technology. Europe can always beating and hanging them. Do not worry. After all, Dower is large enough and has a large enough population to have the ability to unify the world. Unlike the United Kingdom, even if it is a technical procedure, it cannot be a global leader in unified global. Their population is flawed. The upper limit is relatively low. Therefore, for Wu Qingqing, the most important thing is to make the Chinese have more lives. Overseas there are large tracts of land waiting for him were to occupy. No shortage of land, just missing people. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 822 chapters. Worldwide distribution. In October, a mixed fleet of Chinese military and merchants arrived in the Persian Gulf. Earlier, Dower and the Persian Empire negotiated a deal for the sale of territory. Dower spent 1 million tals of silver to purchase Bahrain from the Persian Empire. This is a controversial business. The Navy firmly opposes it, but the civilian officials strongly support it. In military terms, if Bahrain is needed, they can go directly to fight it down. Can they afford to buy it? However, the civil service, someone to stand up, moving in the classroom with the count-figured count, found that military spending and lay Bahrain, far more than 1 million. Moreover, they will be at odds with the Persian Empire. Diehua certainly not afraid of Persian Empire. But now Yuob did not regain Persian intent. Naturally no need to advance to offend. Too many enemies is not a good thing. Therefore, the civil service means that the direct spend at Bahrain can buy. Anyway, the Persian Empire also agrees with this business, and both parties are very happy. Some fight after the theory. The civil service winner, Wu Qingqing, approved to pay for the program. Ever since, Dower bought the small place in Bahrain from the Persian Empire. Taihua buy this place, naturally fancy their oil resources. Taihua also a lot of local oil, Doug certainly used up. But the problem is that the oil on Dower's mainland is hidden deep underground, making it difficult to extract. In contrast, the oil of the East, where it is very easy to exploit, in some places, even to fight oil wells can be dug. Therefore, when the technology is not developed enough, Dower would rather go to Bahrain for mining and then transport it back to China. Although it is a little troublesome, but at least there is no technical bottleneck, it can be achieved. Zong East Oil, Wu Qingqing is done. So, go-ahead layout is also nothing bad. Then they agreed to this plan. For the Persian Empire, selling territory is more or less glorious. If the Ottoman Empire to him to make this request were, they certainly will not hesitate to refuse. But, who makes the buyer Dower? For the extremely strong and prosperous Great China Empire, the Persian Empire chose to please. Anyway, a small place in Bahrain can sell 1 million tals of silver, which is not a loss. In the business sector economy less developed Persia, 1 million tals of silver, that's a huge sum of money. This 1 million tals is enough for their royal family to spend a long time. The same time, Yuob's first fleet to North America, landing in San Francisco. Spaniards in 1542 Nian had been to San Francisco, but they did not immediately able to occupy here, mainly because few of them are not indigenous opponents. To 18 until mid-century, the Spaniards will send a lot of manpower over the San Francisco area for the implementation of the actual occupation. Prior to this, the Spaniards just mouth occupation head. He had a mouth that this is their place. But this shit, European countries have chosen to ignore, the indigenous have chosen to ignore. Grant said the Chinese textbooks are global Yuob territory, and now is only temporary, not recover. It was occupied by barbarians. In addition to a few shameless words, other countries also chose to ignore it. In short, when Dower's gold rush fleet composed of pure merchants arrived in San Francisco, there was no battle. In the port of San Francisco, only two Dong Spanish architecture, Spanish long-lived, and no more than 12. When he saw that more than a dozen Yuob ship braved the smoke, they do not even know what that is. Western European steam machine has been very understanding, but there are many places heard of the steam engine in the world. Dahua time came nearly 3,000 people, including 3 firms, namely Nanjing Tonghome, Nanjing Chen, Du Songjiang. 3,000 people. There are more than 2,000. He had 3 employed workers, as well as more than 400 armed forces, their respective retainers. The rest are some talents in minerals, as well as servants. With such a huge team, the Spaniards didn't even emphasize and declare that this is their territory, and they don't have the guts. As for the locals, who are underwed, want to express their dissatisfaction. The two parties who don't understand the language are arguing that the chicken and the duck talk. Also did not fight on a few minutes. The debate becomes pushing, then that fights. The last big Chinese chose to shoot one time, kill hundreds of people, those indigenous to this scare. So far, Dower has its first stronghold in North America, and relying on this stronghold, began to explore the surrounding area. The main thing is to look for gold mines. It is said that there are many gold mines here. This news was naturally leaked by Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing actually not sure, but he vaguely remembered. San Francisco has a lot of gold. The biggest driving force that drives people to sea is the gold mine. A Chinese fleet passed through Java and reached the Australian mainland, where it established a stronghold. Because for them is to find the gold mine, in order to make a good head, they put here named Jinshan. It's real, that is, the city of Darwin. Jinshan is a more savage place than San Francisco, with San Francisco anyhow they're indigenous, and Spain. When the majestic fleet arrived in Jinshan, no one had come across here, and all they had encountered were strange animals. Australasia looked to other continents isolated. Xing became the unique climate and environment. Therefore, The animals here are basically unique. Not too big Chinese to appreciate this is not a new animal, but to look for gold. In bed, he found a small amount of the sands, which makes them very excited. This means that there are indeed gold mines here. As long as you look for it upstream along the river, you can find a gold mine sooner or later. After a foothold, he had divided into two parts. One person left behind and continue to look for gold. Another part is returned Dower, to report back, as well as more people migrate over. With or without gold mine, borderlands this large, there is no reason to let them empty. It is also good for farming. Buying an acre of land in China still costs 7 or 8 yuan, and it cannot exceed 50 acres. However, in foreign countries, there are no relevant regulations yet, and the limit of 50 acres can be exceeded. More importantly, there is no money for overseas land. As long as you go over, swing 2 stones there and declare that this place is yours, Dower won't care. If you were not too far off the mark, they are announced throughout the Jinshan, the court will not pipe. Or in other words, I won't care for the time being. Only so after the big post-scale emigration on to create immigration problems, will it be possible to introduce new legislation. These borderless lands are a great tool for attracting immigrants. Zaihuan I please Ming build aircraft carriers everybody collection. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 823 chapter focuses raiders. In other places, Dower is still in the layout. In Annan and Fuzhang, Dower is the key strategy. Annan has been occupied for nearly 2/3, and the rest is estimated that next year will be able to recover all. Fuzhang is a little slower here, mainly because the Fuzhang elite has a stronger national consciousness and a stronger will to resist. Annan's Zheng family will surrender if they can't beat it, but Fuzo's Tokugawa family will definitely not. Not over. In fact, it also depends on the attitude of Yuob. After discovering that the people at the bottom of Fuzhang were more likely to accept Dower's rule, Qian Suiyu made a memorial and suggested to speed up the pace of attacking Fuzhang. No need, as before, a kind of follow-through progressive, direct occupation can. As long as all the elites and rulers are killed, the remaining Fuzhang people will be the best people. Even there is no need to kill all of them. It is estimated that half of them will be killed. The remaining half of the elite will become loyal lackeys, like Hayami Oshima and others. Therefore, in September, the Chinese army stationed in the Satsuma clan marched towards the Kumamoto clan, intending to occupy the entire Kyushu island. The Kumamoto clan had long been exhausted in the battle with Shimazu Masuiza. At this time, facing the Great Tiger and Wolf division, no one was an opponent. Open war only 3 days. Kumamoto city fell. Nishikawa Wanji escaped, fled to mountainous areas, continue to resist. Not before, but this resistance is dying. The Huami continued to advance and soon wiped out Nishikawa Wanji and completely annexed the Kumamoto clan. Immediately afterwards, Dower continued northward and attacked the Fukuoka domain. Fugangfan is on the island of Kyushu, the last of a large fan. After defeating the Fukuoka domain, he almost occupied Kyushu Island. Fugangfan's situation than the Kumamoto domain slightly better, so long it did not experience the war, and only arrived in Kumamoto domain fighting for some time. His good their situation, referring to the lives of ordinary people, and within the economic territory. Compared to military power alone, they are not even as good as the Kumamoto clan. Kumamoto has at least a large amount of weapons and equipment aided by the Chinese army, and even helped them train the army. As far as combat power is concerned, it far surpasses other big names. Fu Small Gang Fan get aid, and now even the army flintlock have not yet universal. There are a lot of fouling piece, and swords, crossbows. How could such an army be the opponent of the Chinese army? Open before the war some shelling, the army put Fukuoka domain fried scattered and fled. The infantry is not even the opportunity to Huajun performance. In October, the Chinese army had advanced to Toxi, 40 kilometers away from Fukuoka. As for the blessing of those islands and peripheral ports Gangfan, such as Nagasaki, Sasebo and other places, it has been captured by Yuob. As long as the Fugang won this last big city, Fukuoka domain will announce perish. Not before. At this time, the coalition Fuso Shogun organization landed in Fukuoka. He had sent the total of 60,000 troops, over 20,000 convergence remnants. Fukuoka domain, Kemono area, is armed. However, after repeated battles, the Chinese army only had about 7,000 people able to continue fighting, except for the troops that were still resting. Super strength gap over 10 times, and Fuso or defensive, and Ono terrain is the middle of a canyon corridor. Both sides are mountainous terrain, easily defensible. Therefore, the Chinese army suspended the offensive and waited for reinforcements. As long as there is battle, the War Department is always willing to come. The court did not money, it does not matter, they can for themselves either go wu-chinking before selling badly, or to seek private donations, or internal live frugally. In short, they have a way to make up for the military expenditures. The court does not need to spend money, though civil service, there is nothing to say. And wu-chinking, nor to fight against their enthusiasm, they approved the plan and then transferred to 2 divisions Fuso. At the same time, wu-chinking also announced further expansion of 5 divisions. With the increasing number plate, an appropriate increase in points army is also necessary. Those newly recovered places need to be stationed more troops to deter Xiao. The 2 army divisions went to Fuzhang for battle. Before going to sea, the Chamber of Commerce organized a grand farewell to say that like most of the war, in addition to the military as you are businessmen. In every foreign war, they can follow behind and get huge benefits. So, he had the most determined war party. The army has no money to fight. This is easy to handle. Just tell the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce will organize non-governmental donations. And these donations are mainly from businessmen. Of course, there are also some patriotic activists. When they heard that the imperial court was going to regain the territory, they were very excited. They would rather save money and donate some money. Although there are not many donations, there are many people who donate, and the accumulated numbers are quite impressive. Large that the country has gained a large majority of Chinese are beginning to own large ethnic Chinese pride. In this case, patriotism has a very market, and it is diametrically opposed to other countries. Other countries' open war money can only rely on force to impose tax increases and assessed, count on voluntary contributions from the people. It is simply a dream. Harbor, people waving colorful flags, cheering, and shouting something similar to "Da Invincible," the class slogan. Some caring people also prepared some souvenirs and snacks for the soldiers who lined up to board a boat. That is to say, Dao's atmosphere is still relatively conservative. Otherwise, these soldiers fighting for the country, the night before leaving, maybe there are beautiful women who praise and comfort them. These actions made the soldiers who were about to go on the expedition feel very comfortable. Previously from the military to fight for a living, I enjoyed. But now, in the military, you can get respect, praise, and recognition. This gave the soldiers a sense of collective honor, and they were even more embarrassed to escape during combat. It can also be said that they already have elementary faith. Among the people who came to see them off, there were still some Fuzhang women. This is also thanks to the propaganda department of Daoist subordinates. Naturally, they will not say that Dao is to occupy Fuzhang, but to rescue the poor people of Fuzhang. In Dao's words, Fuzhang's ruler was too cruel and did not treat the people as human beings. Taiwan ancestors as hibiscus. Nature is not likely to happen, it is going to destroy those rulers, rescue ordinary people. Fuso. Such remarks are not all nonsense, and naturally some Fuzhang people believe it. Special notably those living in Dao. Fuso woman, she had previously Fuso is oppressed class. After I came to Dao, although my life was not as good as Dao, it was much better than before. At least I was full. So, she had to be very supportive of Yuob. Yuob publicity is also convinced. Slowly, She had already put himself as a big part of China. As for those who have been married Yuob man's woman, even more so. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 824 chapters. Military courier. At the beginning of December, approaching the end of the year, Dower routinely made a year-end summary, summarizing the development results of the year. Then, publish these results in the newspapers and share the joy with the people. The people of Dower can increase their confidence in the imperial court and increase their support for the imperial court when they see those Dower becoming stronger and stronger. On December 1st, early in the morning, the newspaper office opened and arranged for people to distribute the newspaper. Newspaper news emphasizes timeliness and cannot be delayed. The carriage carried newspapers and shuttled across the streets. Large families have long been a servant at the door waiting, and ordinary working families, the door also have a mailbox. You can directly put the newspaper on the inside. This is the scene of the wealthy district, and only the wealthy district has such a good law and order. No one steals newspapers. As for the slums, the newspapers encountered more than 1,000 newspapers in the local newsstands, and the newsstands were responsible for selling them. People in slums rarely subscribe to newspapers, usually even sold to the newsstand to buy several needs, or waiting to see other people throw away after reading a newspaper. In the town government office, Li Xiaobin maintained the habit of getting up early. Eat over breakfast. He is a regular newspaper. His family subscribes to many newspapers, including Government Affairs Daily, Dower Daily, Military Express, Anecdote, and Novel. Government Business, formerly known as the official newspaper of Slander newspaper, officials are mandatory subscription. And Largehua Daily News is the largest circulation newspaper. Most people will also subscribe to. The Military Intelligence Express is a newspaper that publishes military news. Others do not need to subscribe, but few military officials do not. Odd News Report is entertainment, gossip and other anecdotes. Looking bored when idle. Odd News Report novels and newspaper. All the women to his home subscription. Li Xiaobin to pick up a military courier. He was a soldier who let it. Today's Military Information Express is also summing up the results of the military operations in Yongxing 5 years ago. Yongxing 5 years, Yuob launched a total of 20 large-scale fighting, including Annan's War, War Hibiscus, the Korean counterinsurgency, bandits, Sichuan, Hunan bandits, estuary, Seamountsev and many more. The largest, naturally Annan battle, back and forth dispatched troops reached the 8 million people, and hold continuous period of up to 6 months. It is still continuing. Of course, the results are quite gratifying. Dower has added a province of Hanoi and a population of nearly 10 million. The results of the Battle of Fuso are also very good. Almost the entire Kyushu Island will be included in Dower. Moreover, Kyushu Island people, very supportive of incorporation Yuob. These are relatively high-profile wars. The suppression of bandit fighting in Sichuan and Xiangxi has received relatively little attention, but in fact the scale is not small at all. Hundreds of bandits were formed in these mountainous areas where the defeated soldiers left by Darxi and Ming dynasty. There are tens to hundreds with a small number of people, and tens to tens of thousands with a large number of people. These people do not farm, work, or produce, and they will not do any good to Dower's development. What's more terrible is that these people have to eat, drink and have fun, so they will looting everywhere, as if they are sucking Dower's blood. For these bandits, Dower did not have any mercy, and launched a full-scale raid. Flower took a year's time. The 2 places in the most vicious banditry screen again, basically wiped out banditry. In this battle against bandits, the Chinese army killed more than 2,000 people and wounded tens of thousands. They are almost catching up with the Battle of Annan. The campaign, he had pulled out of a total of 245 bandit nest, kill more than 18,700 bandits, captured 17,000 people. Among the 117,000 prisoners, More than 2,000 of them were directly beheaded because of the heinous crime. The remaining 115,000 people were all taken to mines for digging, or building roads and railways, or digging canals. Anyway, Dowa has some work for them. Dowa likes these free labors the most, of course, because for them it is a big reason the Chinese, or the court gave them a glimmer of hope. As long as he had served for 5 years, we will be able to released from prison, a new leaf, as Annan prisoner's captive prisoner, Hibiscus, they should have been doing until death. Although Dowa lips commitments if their long dry over will be able to obtain the release of 8 years, but their labor intensive than those who have been arrested bandit much higher. Those who can survive 3 years in the mine are all talented people. Wanting to last for 8 years is simply a dream. The workload of these prisoners, one person can cover 3 paid labor. At present, Dowa has about 400,000 free labors across the country. Most of them were Fusang, Annan, Manchu 8 Banners soldiers, prisoners of the Ming army, prisoners of the Western army, and other criminals. It's another glorious year of battle results. If this continues, there will be no battles to fight soon. Li Shobin smiled. Read on. In addition to introducing the results of the war in the newspaper, there are also achievements in the development of the military's equipment. Yongxing 5 years, Yob addition of a lot of new equipment. Wherein the ratio the more people's attention is pure armored battleship, the arrival of welding technology, Yob's shipbuilding capacity has improved to a higher level. These pure iron armored ships are simply giants at sea. Him before their exhaustion. The Big Mac is invincible. There is also a big toy, that is the Dongfeng truck. Although this is not a weapon, it is more effective than most weapons. With these trucks, the Yob army can transport troops and materials more conveniently. At present, the production capacity of the arsenal is limited. After a few months, the army has only equipped 100 Dongfeng trucks. This made Li Shubin a little dissatisfied. He felt that he should speed up so that he could attack Shaanxi and Gansu in advance, and then all the way to the western regions. There are car transport, no longer have to worry about logistical problems. In addition to big toys, Dowa also made a lot of achievements in individual equipment. Grenade bomb has been improved from the grenade into a wooden handle hand grenades. In contrast, grenades weight more lighter, more powerful, because the surface grenade carved ravines are uneven, so that when the grenade explosion can be divided into more pieces. The wooden handle grenade shells, which surface is smooth, there is time to blast a hole only the metal surface fried, not fried shrapnel radiance. Wu Chengqing knew this principle a long time ago. However, the previous processing technology was not advanced enough, and it is useless to know. That is to say, Dowa's industrial level has been improved now that it can manufacture this kind of grenades. Step gun has also been improved, some of the troops already in ace dress, equipped with more advanced semi-automatic rifle. Spy blowgun, 2, increases the optical sight, reduce the difficulty of training sharpshooter. Rocket launchers, grenades, grenade launchers, light machine guns. These weapons are also equipped with a small number of special forces. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 825 chapters. Agricultural achievements. Reading newspapers is the most active. In fact, it is not a big Chinese. Messengers and spies from all countries are their most loyal readers. Although the reports in the Dowa newspaper are true and false, they can still gain a lot of useful confidence by reading the newspaper. Of course, he had this harvest. It is basically tantamount to dying, not the general trend around. Carlos, Spanish ambassador to China. He fritters eating, drinking bean pulp, holding her hand. Jiang Dowa Daily. Today's Dowa Daily reported on Yongxing's 5-area development results. These are the areas that Carlos cares about. He needs to understand the development speed and current situation of Dowa, and send this information back to the country, so that the domestic high-level officials can choose China's strategy based on this information. Yongxing 5 years, I looked grain there were 4,000 tons, per capita daily rations couple of pounds. Among them, there are about 20 million tons of rice, 8 million tons of wheat, and 3 million tons of corn. 9 million tons of miscellaneous grains such as potatoes, soybeans, sweet potatoes, sorghum etc. The figure of 40 million tons is actually very difficult for Carlos to imagine what the concept is. In short, there are many. However, Cross can feel the effect of this grain production figure from the living standards of the Chinese people. Yongxing 5 years, UOB rapid development of aquaculture industry. A lot of meat into the homes of ordinary people. This alone is enough to show how abundant Dawa's food is. The aquaculture industry is very food consuming. Although Dawa has now developed feed, the feed is also made of food. The prosperity of the breeding industry and the prosperity of the wine industry are the best proof of a bumper grain harvest. In addition to the aquaculture industry, Dawa's fishing industry also developed rapidly this year. Dawa Gyang killed more than 2,000 whales. This alone provided Dawa with 100,000 tons of meat. The catch of other fishes is no less than that of whales. To ask the Dawa people what is the biggest change in Yongxing's 5 years, their answer is definitely that they have eaten meat many times this year. I am really envious. Don't let ordinary people in the country know about Dawa's life. Otherwise they may do everything possible to come to Dawa. Carlos sighed with emotion. The living standards of the people of the two countries are simply the same as the sky and the underground. Fertilizer synthesis technologies surgery to get a breakthrough, costs fell by 40%. It is estimated that in the 6th year of Yongxing, China will use a lot of chemical fertilizers, and the grain output will increase by more than 50%. The optimistic estimates in the newspaper made Carlos cry without tears. Dahua production has more than enough, growth is also so fast. He does not understand. UOB want this so much food doing. He certainly didn't know that Dawa's current population was in an explosion period. From 10 people to the age of 14 years old, this age group, accounting for a very large proportion. People in this age group are the most edible. And one person can even eat the amount of food for 2 adults. We'll have to find a way to steal our fertilizer technology. This is more important than the steam engine as long as possible to allow food production. We'll be able to feed more people. Carlos' heart meditation again. The current system of about Spain's development is a major reason for a small population. Although Spain has already sunk to the west, there are still many colonies. Mexico and Latin America have not been able to fully digest the places in Spain. The reason is that their population is too small. As long as there are sufficient enough population movements to Latin America, they will be able to localize Latin America. Localization and colonization. This has a qualitative difference. The colony can only suck blood from the colony, and cannot turn the colony into a real power in Spain. In terms of overseas colonization, Carlos very much agrees with Dawa's strategy, which must be localized, thoroughly conquered and assimilated, otherwise it will be of little significance. A farmhouse is reclaiming land in Shanqiu, Henan. Something indeed, at present cultivated area Dawa, but also far less than later. Even in the plains of Shanqiu, there is still some land that can be cultivated, not previously open cultivated, mainly because of the war, no time, no tools, no effort, and so did not eat for many reasons. Now, these problems have been solved by Dawa. As for Dawa's policy of 50 acres of land per family, it is nothing in the eyes of these people. He had not just seen, is not stupid, get smart in this regard. They do not lose to anyone. If a family can only plant 50 acres, then split the family. In the past, a family was usually 3 generations under one roof, with a dozen or 20 people. But now, these people tend to be divided into small families of several people. How many people of small families? Open a limited ability to Ken. I want to reach the upper limit. Do not know what month. Therefore, the 50 mu ceiling policy will not affect them, but only the big landlords. Regarding this kind of behavior of the people, the government does not care about it, and even gives support. Anyway, open more cultivated land. The better for UOB. local officials is also a kind of performance. As for open cultivated land out of the non-collection of taxes on too much, this no problem at all. The means of making money by the Dao imperial court has long since broken away from the low-level form of taxation, and more of it relies on manufacturing industrial products in exchange. Fortunately, these fortunate people struggling to dry life, save some money may also be a car or a house in the city, or is it a harvester to absorb light? A farmer in Guiyang, Hebei province received potato seeds from the government. The Little Ice Age has not yet passed. The precipitation in the north is very low, and the temperature is also low. Wheat can be grown in the past, but now there is no guarantee that the wheat will be harvested. Diehua did not hybrid wheat, can only hope the people of northern South Sai. For this reason, Dao promotes potato planting in the north. This thing is highly adaptable, has low environmental and climate requirements, and has a large output. Although it is not accustomed to use it as a staple food, a meal of potatoes and a meal of noodles are still acceptable. What's more, potatoes can be sold to the south for cooking, and they can also be exchanged for rice in the south. From the cost up to speak, planting potatoes have been better than wheat. In the northeast, Dao is promoting corn planting here. There is a lot of fertile land in the northeast. At present, Dao is also increasing the development of the northeast, and many people have migrated from the pass. Although the northeast is very cold, Dao has now mastered the technology of briquettes and is widely used in the north. With binest coal for heating, and a large number of land can be reclaimed, as well as tools and seeds provided by official, to the northeast to make a living, it will become a good choice. Yongxing 5 years, Yuob in agriculture, and achieved very good results. If this trend continues, Dao's grain output can maintain continuous growth for many years. Sleepy scrambling for thousands of years. The world food problem, Yuob even been completely resolved. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 826 chapters. Traffic through news. Send this letter back home. After reading this issue of the Dower Daily, the British ambassador to China, William, wrote a report and prepared to send it back to China. At this time, he was a little bit depressed. Due to the telegraph are in the hands of Dower, and his report, some content not let Dower know, so I cannot use the telegraph. Know it. It touches you can use an instant telegram sent to Guangzhou, China from Guangzhou and then sent back out to sea. From Guangzhou here, then from Nanjing, to save more than a week's time. For him, it is very important to report Dao's situation to China as quickly as possible. Diehua Communications and Transport, people really envy it. After William finished writing the report, he sighed with emotion. Being in Dao, it is not easy for him to communicate with China, which made him even more aware of the importance of fast communication. Only by mastering this fast communication method can we effectively rule a vast empire. William Fantasy, if it Yinglan mastered the telegraph, the north of Scotland, I am afraid to be a little more honest, and will not make trouble every few days. Unfortunately, he can only think about this kind of thing for the time being. Diehua presents telegraph principles, techniques cover tightly, William making inquiries, they did not have a clue. No way, William could only read the newspaper reports about Dao transportation and communications in the newspaper again. Yongxing 5 years, Yuob telegram has been a rapid development in the royal family, the military and the people under the tripartite effort between merchants regardless of the cost. Yuob telegraph line built very fast, much faster than the construction of the railway. Not only has the road been opened to traffic have just set up a telegraph, but also to communicate with the Nanjing, Guangzhou, Nanjing to Beijing, a number of important routes to Nanjing and Wuhan. Now the imperial court's orders can be transmitted to central Wuhan in an instant, and the speed is 8 or 9 days faster than before. The central government's control over localities has directly taken a step up. The appearance of the telegraph has a great impact on Dao, saving a lot of time and money. In the past, Dao newspapers had to be transported to Wuhan by speedboat in order to appear in Wuhan. and then the printing plant in Wuhan would start work again. The timeliness was bad for several days. And now, Yob only buy the content of their past by telegram. Wuhan printers can be started directly, saving time and save money. For business, the economic impact is even greater. Before use through news behind, unable to grasp the commodity price around, the situation is prone to losing money. But now, with the development of communications, businessmen in Nanjing know well about the market prices of commodities in various places. Can be enough to advance with the times, good at using the telegraph people, everything can quick step, earning pause. The stock market, again with the telegraph, Nanjing and the 2C at the stock exchange. Share prices also tend to be the same as before, no longer appears a great difference. In terms of people's livelihood, the impact of telegrams is not particularly large, mainly because telegrams are not cheap. The court and businessmen are willing to spend this money, but ordinary people cannot send telegrams just to communicate with others. Only a very small number of rich people can be so extravagant. Ordinary people of remote exchanges, or by letter based. Not over, with the increase after receiving the report, the signaler and members, as well as advances in technology, the price of a telegram will be getting lower and lower. In the newspaper, William also saw a word, telephone. This is a science and technology project that Dower is studying recently. It is said that after successful telephone research, two people in different places can talk directly and hear each other's voice. William thinks this is a bit of a fantasy, simply outrageous. However, he could not guarantee that Dower was bragging. After all, Dower is very technological, which seemed outrageous in the past. But now it's really realized later that now something magical things, seemingly is reasonable. Compared with the vague phone calls, William is more concerned about Dower's transportation construction. Yongxing 5 years, Yuob railway traffic mileage has reached 2,500 kilometers, an increase of nearly 2,000 kilometers more than last year. Achieved rapid development. If the 2,500 kilometer railway is spread in Britain, it will be enough to connect all the major cities in England. The effect of this transportation capacity on the economy is exciting just to think about it. William learned that the country has been developed, a steam engine can continue to work, and my heart a little excited, but also a little worried. Bowel movement is domestic finally achieved a breakthrough technology, fear is fast Yuob development. Want to catch up is still nowhere in sight. Yongxing 5 years, Yuob 5 new shipyard, the new shipbuilding capacity every year more than 40, the total tonnage reached 3 million tons. At present, Dower's shipbuilding capacity can build about 100 large and small ships each year, with a total tonnage exceeding 80,000 tons. This number is about 50 times that of the United Kingdom. Moreover, this is only a comparison of tonnage, not quality. British wooden sailboats are incomparable to Dower steamships. Not to mention Dower's pure iron armored warship, it is a two-dimensional equipment. Seeing Dower's maritime power, although William didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deceive himself in his heart. He admitted reality. That is, the British never far cannot go beyond Yuob. In the latest report, William has suggested that the king should marry a princess. It is better to marry the emperor of Dower. It is not enough. It is fine to marry the king of Qin or a minister of great achievement of transport. Wu Qingqing actually quite surprised, once suspected following people lied about his achievements. You know, in addition to the 2,000 kilometer railway, Dower also completed a 10,000 kilometer road expansion in Yongxing 5 years ago. Although it was only widened, straightened, and covered with sand or cement on the original basis, the figure for a full 10,000 kilometers is still quite amazing. Major cities between, there is a connection official road. Not before. The thought of Yuob currently has more than 400,000 captives, and hired nearly 300,000 workers in the road. It all seems also understandable. This is an unprecedented feat for a large project of 600,000 to 700,000 people. Looking at the world, only Dower's national strength can support the consumption of this kind of project. Other small countries, not to mention there is no power consumption, support this. just to couch so much labor, it is already impossible. To the everlasting Xing 6 years, UOB railway planning, priority has been economic, turned to the strategic priorities. Some railways with mediocre economic benefits but very strategically important should also be put on the agenda. For example, there must be one railway connecting the western regions. There must also be one railway to enter Sichuan. Railways connecting North Korea, Yunnan, and Hanoi provinces are also indispensable. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 827 chapters tax break CE. Towards the end of the year, it is another year of budget disputes. Yongxing 5 years, UOB tax reached 450 million yuan, an increase of 36%. Large growth in China's tax revenue has been falling, but that is because more and more UOB taxes. The growth rate has declined, but the total amount of increase has increased. 450 million yuan. This is a figure that most people cannot understand. Among these 4 to 5 billion, only 50 million came from agriculture and aquaculture, and only a little over 10%. Industrial and commercial sector and the financial sector accounted for about 65%. To the tax aspects of mineral resources have accounted for more than 1%, other areas accounted for about semis. The proportion of taxes on resources and minerals is increasing year by year, mainly because Dowa is consuming more and more minerals at a faster rate. And natural resource exploitation has become more profitable than engage in industrial sectors. Otherwise, Dowa will not become a dedicated Ministry of Natural Resources this year. The tax revenue is gratifying, and the government debts previously borrowed are officially paid off this year, and there is a fiscal deficit. This also means that the quarters spare money and can process money for officials. The tax revenue of 450 million yuan is a lot, but no one can say how much it is. There is no reference point. So, the people in the audit department made a rough estimate based on the situation of foreign countries and gave the tax data of each country. This data is indeed a lot of data and even do not have any evidence to support. That is guesswork. Finally, the person from the National Audit Office listed a list of the taxation rankings of major countries in the world. Of course, Dowa ranked first, far ahead. In second place is the United Kingdom. The National Audit Office speculates that the United Kingdom's tax revenue this year should reach 20 million yuan. No one knows what their theory is. That skeptical people, but also to know more effective data, only tentatively believe the conclusions of the audit department. In third place is the Spanish Empire with 16 million. Even at sunset, the camel is bigger than a horse. In fourth place is France with 15 million. Ranked fifth is the Ottoman Empire with 14 million. The 10th place is Fuzhang, 7 million. This is a more accurate figure because Dowa has a lot of spies in Fuzhang. The financial situation of a large number of Fuso Dowa officials are very satisfied with this estimate. Due to, according to this algorithm, the current tax all other countries and regions of the world together, no more than UOB. For this kind of prediction, Wu Qingqing just glanced at it and ignored it. It didn't make much sense, that is, he could satisfy his vanity and gain a sense of accomplishment. People in the audit department estimated that Dowa's economic growth rate in Yongxing's 6 years should reach 20%, which means that Yongxing's tax revenue can reach 540 million in 6 years. So, Xing's 6-year budget set at 530 million, there are 10 million to keep just in case. After a fierce argument, the parties finally reached a compromise. Of the 530 million, 20 million was used to increase the salary of hundreds of officials. Even the wages of workers are constantly on the rise. An official cannot have been standing still. If the salary is not high to nourish integrity, it will inevitably breed more corruption. So, Wu Qingqing officials also agreed to increase salaries. Not before, he also made a new indication. If the salary increase, the situation is still corruption also occurs, is to be punished. It has become Dowa's practice to catch a batch of corrupt officials every year. Through such a way, one can play the point as a deterrent. On the other hand is the official replacement for fresh blood. Out of some incompetent, the remaining 5-year million, get a military billion, accounting for close to 20%. In later generations, this proportion is naturally very high. Not too in this era. In this period of 4 expeditions, the proportion of military spending is not high. The Fusang next door has already accounted for more than 100% of its military expenditures. Not to mention that all tax revenues are invested in the army, and they owe huge debts. Even in the Persian Empire, where there is no war for the time being, military expenditures account for as much as 30%. Like France and Britain, military expenditures accounted for more than 30%. 100 million military expenditures, the army accounted for 70 million, and the navy 30 million. Many looks, its real is not by flowers. Yiliang Dongfeng brand trucks, military purchase price is 3,000 yuan, next year they plan to equip 2,000. That is 6 million here. This is just one piece of equipment. The army has to purchase too much equipment, plus the soldiers' salary. It is clear that the army needs to continue to tough times ahead, continue to self-reliance. High army is the better. After all, few people navy, army salaries in this regard than spending a lot less. Not over 30 million for the navy. That is not a little by flowers. 2,000 tons of pure class ironclads, the cost as high as 300,000. Navy plans next year to build 10. This piece of equipment alone accounts for any tenth of military expenditure. In short, 100 million military spending is definitely not enough. If there is a large-scale war next year, Wu Qingqing will inevitably have to pay for his own pockets. The remaining 4-year million, more than a dozen departments to points, occupy a large head. Still and industry, Ministry of Communications, Ministry of Education, these are the money department. Other Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Flowers are just some staff salary costs. The Ministry of Industry received 150 million yuan, and the education sector reached 100 million yuan. And then, the money has to be divided among the localities. Those cities that are given priority support for development will naturally have to allocate more funds. The same is true for education. In order to obtain more education funds, all provinces have broken their brains. At this time, the comparison is the result of talent training in various provinces, and it is a bit similar to the enrollment rate of later generations. Where the rate of enrollment is high, the funding will naturally be higher. Into performance bad place, naturally, it will be less. In this way, principals everywhere can be encouraged to pay more attention to education. The admission rate alone is not very good, but it is the most effective way. In the industrial competition in the industry funds, Guangdong, Hubei, and Huai occupy a larger advantage. Guangdong and Hubei development speed is much faster than elsewhere. In terms of the fight for education funding, Jiangxi stands out. Since ancient times, Jiangxi is the most severe depending on the area of education. The number of various colleges suspended or beaten elsewhere. This kind of strong reading atmosphere will not be cultivated in other places for a while. But the sad thing is that the development conditions in Jiangxi are not very good. Those talents who have learned knowledge and skills have all gone to Guangzhou or Nanjing and Shanghai, and they have no chance to display their talents in Jiangxi. Jiangxi has become a talent export base. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 828 chapters. Hero who belongs. In terms of education, Dao's illiteracy rate has been reduced to 60%, approximately equal to the level of the 1960s in the 20th century. Of course, this statistical standard has some problems. Can be enough to know people more than 1,000 words. It was defined as non-illiterate. Of course, even with this standard, Dao's educational achievements are amazing. You know, coffee jelly country to the 21st century, the illiteracy rate is about the number. During the Ming dynasty, the illiteracy rate was about 95% or more based on 1,000 characters. Diehua was able to achieve such a terrible outcome, mainly due to two aspects. One is the appropriate age for children-free education, the other adult education and training. Although the illiteracy rate was high during the Ming dynasty, almost all illiterate people would recognize a truth, that is, reading changes their destiny. People in the past didn't want to read books. They just read books unconditionally. After Tao implemented free education, almost all school-age children were sent to school. People of this age make up about 25%. The other is attributed to adult education. In the army, soldiers have night schools to attend, and soldiers will be forced to learn to read. In the factory, a large number of positions need to be filled by people who can read. So, all the big factories have night school, aside trained skilled workers, on the other hand, to teach them to learn to read. I want these people to master any advanced knowledge is difficult, but let these people learn to read but not difficult. After Dao introduced Pinyin, there was no need for teachers to teach them word by word. As long as you learn the pronunciation of Pinyin and use the dictionary, the difficulty of self-study is greatly reduced. Learning to read words has an extremely obvious effect on raising wages, thus inspiring personal initiative. Adults who learned momentum of learning is not worse than the children. As a result, after a few years, almost all people working in urban factories have escaped the category of illiteracy. This group of workers has become Dao's most valuable asset and the highest quality workers in the world. Among these workers, there are countless little people who stand out and realize the counterattack in life. Some have invented small objects, some have improved the machine, and some have optimized the process. These talents are all rushed by major factories, because their value is immeasurable. For the simplest example, a worker in a factory in Nanjing optimized a process to increase the thermal efficiency of the internal combustion engine by 2 percentage points. The value brought by this optimization exceeds 1 million yuan, and in the long run, it even exceeds 10 million yuan. This group of workers accounted for 8% of the non-illiterate group. The remaining 7% are elites, scholars who aim to be officials, scientific research, etc. The largest illiterate group in Dao now is the people in the countryside. Since farming does not require literacy, they naturally have no motivation to learn. Or in other words, they learned how to read, and the benefits they can bring are not high. Of course, this situation is gradually changing. When large fertilizer began after the use of scale, illiterate farmers occupy some advantages, making some people have an incentive to literacy. Royal Palace, Wu Chengqing fairly satisfied with the development job this year. Taking advantage of the emperor's good mood, Zhang Anhai, the young eunuch in charge of Wu Chengqing's entertainment life, recommended Ogana's performance to Wu Chengqing. The most famous female star in Nanjing turned out to be a European. This Wu Chengqing was a little surprised, not over after seeing Ogana's appearance. He can understand. The appearance of Ogana was similar to the young Audrey Hepburn in his impression, a natural star. This kind of person has a temperament in him, and every smile is a classic picture. Wu Chengqing looked at Ogiana. Ogiana also looked Wu Chengqing. She is not a traditional Yuob woman, cannot look directly at the emperor. What disappointed Ogana was that Wu Chengqing's appearance was very ordinary, that is, he was more aura than ordinary people. Afterwards, Ogana began singing performances. Wu Chengqing surprised again. This Ogiana sang Chinese songs, with no sense of the kind of blunt foreigners. This alone can be regarded as an extraordinary talent. The emperor, this kind of straightforward song is called pop song. It is a very popular song style in Nanjing now. Zhang Anhai explained. Pop songs. Do you think I don't know? Wu Chengqing disdain. As we all know, men love to show off in front of beautiful women, and Wu Chengqing is no exception. Level to deal with affairs of state. He is naturally a serious face. But now is the time to relax and entertain, and he can also be crazy. Look at me. Wu Chengqing personally end. The musicians explain how the music, and then come and sing. His move naturally made other people very curious. He who can be heard, Wu Chengqing singing. It even Ogiana, also with watery eyes, looked curious Wu Chengqing. She thought that after Wu Chengqing saw him, he would use his power to directly take himself as his own. Unexpectedly, the emperor would come to sing after listening to his own song. Then, the musician blew a suona. Heaven already twilight. Month like early. Thousands of miles Jiangchuan. Let me fly. Song sound live. Human ringu. Invitation the same places. Aoi am a deep place. The hero belongs to me. After a lot of hardships. Just to change your heart. Wu Qingqing sang Bayan pictures of who is a hero, Tai Chi master inside the theme song, but also his deep impression of a song. For other songs, he will really not remember the lyrics and singing for a while. This song is just right. You can use the traditional opera accent to sound the music, and the hero who belongs to this mood is also suitable for him to sing. If singing mice love rice, that would be really ridiculous. Let palace eunuchs ladies cynicism. After singing a song, these people won't clap, just applaud. The emperor song gas potential of the majestic, magnificent passion, encourages literary talent. It is when the world works. Zhang Anhai said, stop, you took before the ass to read more books, or I listened to embarrassment. Wu Qingqing Tu Cao Road. Emperor good mood. Two supervisor ladies also more relaxed. The emperor teach training is. Zhang Anhai said, how about, I sing pretty well, right? Of course Wu Qingqing didn't care about Zhang Anhai's praise. What he cared about was Organa's opinion. Organa is better than Zhang Anhai, not so flattering. But, what else could she say about the emperor's performance? Of course it was a good applause. Your Majesty sang that kind of heroic spirit, and the ladies of the people worshipped it. Organa said, of course, this is not pure flattery. Wu Qingqing sing, although in general, but the key now just pop music development, will sing pop music people rare. In this way, Wu Qingqing's ordinary level seems quite good. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 829 chapters Yang crossing 6 years. A long time did not like the average person like this play. Wu Qingqing feel pretty good. Hai Xingyu, naturally the Ojian to accept. The best woman, of course, belongs to him. This is a matter of course. Knowing that Organa was Wu Yi's righteous daughter, this Wu Qingqing was thoughtful and suspected that this was a sugar-coated cannonball that Wu Yi deliberately gave herself. However, even if the icing gun bomb and how, do not accept unreasonable. The beauty of Europe is completely different. The next day, the emperor's singing was naturally spread to the ears of the concubines in the palace, causing many concubines to stamp their feet in anger. Can let the emperor happy. This is not an easy task, which is to be pampered precursor. It is clear that Ojiana did, and even despite the image of Wu Qingqing play, as a result, some concubines also began to study popular songs, wanting to develop a good voice to please the emperor. Of course, thereby the concubine pet, Wu Qingqing also clamoring to hear them sing. If you succeed, you can enjoy the feeling of being pampered. This is the lifelong pursuit of those concubines. Organa was lucky, and within 2 days, Yin Huiyan was the same. Not to Yin Huiyan origin is not clear enough, some security risks. So, she was lynxing time, just like the television show of the same process. First bath, and then came through the emperor's bed wrapped in red cloth, head of jewelry-like objects, have also all been picking removed. When doing errands, there were female bodyguards watching to prevent Yin Huiyan from being a strange person, with infinite power that could strangle the emperor. In short, after experiencing the assassination, Wu Qingqing's protective measures are in place. In contrast, the treatment that Organa enjoys is much better. She is Wu Yi's righteous daughter after all, and she can be trusted. It is always impossible for Wu Yi to send a dangerous person to the emperor, otherwise the emperor will have a problem, and he will not be able to get out of the relationship. The people of Dawa had a Chinese New Year, which was a national carnival, and came to Yongxing for 6 years in a blink of an eye. Each item of work are also restarted. Ministry's Doors Yongxing developed a 6-year development plan, one big stuff, ambitious. Thai China developed rapidly, making all kinds of remarkable achievements, Wu Qingqing not only a sense of accomplishment. Officials in fact have a great sense of accomplishment. Although the general direction is determined by the emperor, it is their officials who are responsible for the specific implementation. There is hard work without credit, and they are also witnesses of history. The military has also begun a New Year's strategy. With steam car, the army again raised the need to enter the war plan northwest. Then Wu Qingqing agreed. Although the economic value of the western region is not high, it is also beneficial to win it earlier, as it can speed up the impact on those places. If you win these places, you don't have to support and develop these places right away, and it's okay to keep them as they are. When Dao was celebrating the Spring Festival, Fuzhang was going through a big battle, and there was a lot of artillery fire. The Chinese army and the Fuzhang allied forces fought in day, and the Fuzhang allied forces were defeated and fled northward. Subsequently, Fukuoka was conquered by Dao, and the entire Kyushu island was regained by Dao. Then, Kyushu island Kyushu province was changed from Dao emerging political star Lu Substep as the provincial official. On the other hand, Qian Sul gave the administrative power to Lu Zibu, and he was only responsible for the military. The governor's temporary office is impossible for him to sit for a long time, and it is prone to problems. Remove any administrative after service, so music is pretty much a lot easier. You can focus on the military. Relying on absolute superiority, he led his army from Kita Kyushu to Honshu Island and continued to pursue the remnants of the Fuso coalition forces. Your benevolence in progress and to stimulate him. How much small than Fuso Annan. However, your benevolence almost the entire territory to make Annan recovered. Moreover, Annan's military operations are more numerous than those of Fuzhang. Qian Sul naturally did not want to be compared, so he speeded up his actions against Fuzhang, planning to completely regain the whole area of Fuzhang in the 6th year of Yongxing. 30,000 troops across the sea arrived in the island of Honshu. Face of menacing Huajun, bear the brunt of Choshu daimyo Maoligang wide banicked. He chose to completely take refuge in the shogunate, hoping to get assistance shogunate. Originally, the Maori clan and the shogunate didn't deal with it much, but now, he can only rely on the shogunate completely, otherwise the shogunate will not send his full force to rescue him. Unfortunately, the Maori vote sincere too late. Speed Huajun progress too fast. Maori gang widened not to reach an agreement and the shogunate, Huajun to advance to Issa, and enter the Yamaguchi prefecture. The Maori army retreats steadily and can only continue to retreat, while the Chinese army is constantly chasing afterwards, always chasing Maori gangwang out of the territory of the Chengzu clan. Along the way, the two sides did not burst any tragic warfare, due to Fuso very clear that he is not Huajun opponent. Therefore, as soon as they heard that the Chinese army was coming, they started to run, without any thought of resisting. As for what to do in the future, those soldiers won't think about it, and those big names don't have time to think about it. Everything happened so quickly, Dao didn't give them time to think. Along the way, Maori gang wide like a lost dog, continue east and north side retreat. At this rate, it won't take long for his territory to fall. In this process of fleeing, Tsunehira Maori finally reached an agreement with the shogunate, fully claiming to the shogunate, and handing over military power. Subsequently, the shogunate once again formed a coalition force, using the name of the emperor, commanded other daimyo, and declared war on Dao together. Other name more or less know the lips dead teeth cold truth. They had laid down their contradictions, temporarily united around the shogunate. January 10th, shogunate forces arrived in Chiodagwing around the island, where they have to build defenses to stop Huajun continue east. He was the number of coalition forces are up to 100,000 people, while leaving Huajun part of the army stationed in the rear of the police. The army continued conquests only 20,000 people. Just looking at the number, the Fuzhang coalition forces have an absolute advantage. However, Fuzhang still chose to defend. They didn't want to destroy the Chinese army, but wanted to bring it down. Even if it is 100,000 people, who are afraid to go and Yuob front battle. Strength advantage in front of Yuob advanced weapons that are intended meaning at all. Nowadays, Fusang is basically taking one step at a time. Dowa left them a few years before, but they have not worked out a way to deal with Dowa. Now that the war is coming, they are even more at a loss for a while. Even in his inside who are inclined to name some surrendered. He who cannot see the hope of victory over Dowa, but do not want to go and Yuob psych. As long as Dowa can retain their aristocratic status, it is not unacceptable to give in to Dowa. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 830 chapters. Puppet 20,000 troops. Although the fighting strength is enough, but it is quite difficult to occupy a huge territory. 20,000 people to be on a scatter chart, just like a grain of sand on the beach almost. On average, a city-town are stationed less than 100 points. Ever since Qian Sil began to accept and use the puppet army, that is, the great Chinese army composed of Fusang people, want to quickly account for lead and control Hibiscus. This is the only way. It is impossible to continue to increase troops in the country, and it is too costly. It's much cheaper to use the puppet army. The puppet army's salary requirements are low. You don't need to be compensated if you die in battle, you don't need to be treated for serious injuries, and you don't need good food. With the money to raise a soldier of the Chinese army, you can raise more than 5 puppet troops. And so when Huajun arrived in front of Chiyoda, their number of troops has reached as many as 60,000, of which almost 40,000 are puppet. The 40,000 puppet troops are also divided into 2 parts, of which more than 20,000 were recruited in Satsuma domain. This part is relatively loyal to Dowa, and they all regard themselves as Dowa. This group of people can be of great use. They are not merciless when they beat up other Fusang people. There is also a part of the Fukuoka domain, the Kumamoto domain's descendants. These people are all grassroots. Which side is strong and which side is strong? The fighting will is extremely poor, and they can only fight downwind. Once the situation is unfavorable, they may rebel or flee. Not any money Su also collects. No mistake, these people are used to make cannon fodder. As long as open war, forcing them to rush to the front. Dare not listen to the words behind the machine gun barrier. Troops will teach them to behave. As long as the Chinese army is strong enough, these turf grass can be used, and there is no need to worry about them turning over. When the 60,000 Huajun arrived on the front line, the shogunate's coalition chief Tokugawa Yuian smashed the binoculars. Baga, these cowards, these traitors all deserve to die. They are not worthy of being a Yamato nation. Tokugawa your county yells. Originally, he had only a small amount on strength advantage, and trying to use this advantage to lengthen the front Huajun, step-by-step collapse Huajun. But now, the Chinese army has brought so many puppet troops over, and their advantages have disappeared. What's more terrible is that these puppet forces have also received part of the equipment support of the Chinese army. In terms of equipment, they are better than the coalition forces of the shogunate. That is, the will to fight is a little bit worse. If these puppet forces can erupt with a high will to fight, they may not need the Chinese army to take action, and the shogunate's coalition defense line will be unable to sustain it. The army, which is how to do this, I'm afraid we cannot defend. Before Kenjiro Bewari Road, increasingly unfavorable situation. The pressure they are very big. These officials nobility. These cowards are nothing to worry about. As long as they are beaten fiercely, they can be defeated. Another less powerful daimyo Shiro Oshima said that he didn't want to retreat anymore, and retreated to his turf. Once this line of defense is lost, his territory will be captured by Dowa, and he will become a big name without territory. Not to name the disc, it also called Name It. Die Daolang did not want to become a warrior lion wandering, do not want to completely become a vassal of the shogunate. If you really want to be a courtier for others, why not do it for the more powerful Dowa? Within the entire coalition forces, the hearts of the people are not uniform at all. Each has its own ideas and plans. Some fight after the execution, the coalition decided to stay. He had prepared to avoid the strike is true. The focus on the puppet troops put those poor puppet will to fight defeated. As for how to deal with the Dowa soldiers next, they haven't figured this out yet, so they can only take one step and count one step. Take things one step. It has been their high level of normality, and they do not have an effective strategic plan. There was a scholar in Edo who wrote a book on protracted warfare. He suggested that all the territory should be given to Dowa, and all the regular troops should be split into the countryside to conduct guerrilla warfare in the mountains. With wide stretch of territory to you up front, let Dowa into a people's war were to go. With Dowa's limited military strength, wanting to control the entire Fusang will inevitably disperse the military strength. At that time, they will have a chance. Not only before, this suggestion was ignored. Tokugawa Iemitsu, he didn't agree to abandoning Edo, making any jokes, and killing him. Tokugawa Iemitsu is not stupid, he was its real very clear. As for ordinary people who are on their side, it's nothing. Although Dowa is an outsider, he, a native, has never treated the people badly, and even many exploited people hate him deeply. Fuso has been no strategy, they can only be in specific battles, the specific tactical layout point. Not to mention that they can't beat the Chinese army on the battlefield, even if they can win a few games from time to time. This kind of non-strategic play is in fact surely defeated. It is only a matter of time. On the Chinese side, the general staff is also formulating tactics. Even Huajun up and down all know, has-been party will win no doubt, but in the specific battle, they will not go to underestimate the enemy. In order to gain exploits, they are all working hard to fight beautifully. In this battle, Qian Seul wanted more than just breaking through the defenses. That's too easy. Even if you don't make tactics, you can do it without thinking. Compared to counted territory disc, Huajun prefer to kill each other's vital forces, more like a battle of annihilation. This time there are 100,000 enemy troops gathered in this area, which is a good opportunity to catch them all. As long as the consumer is off the force Hibiscus western region of Honshu Island would have to give up. No troops then stationed. How to annihilate this force is a question that the Chinese army staff head will study. I can help the navy, then send elite troops landed in the rear of Hiroshima, and then occupy Sio, where the original, first cut off the enemy's retreat. A form after DA network, and then stormed the enemy. Sun Jiangling said he was Xun Rulin's second son, a second-generation Hun. Current Da Huami. There are many generals are of this origin. Choice for these noble descendants was to join the army. They really didn't have the talent to join the army to go to imperial examinations or doing business. This has led to the fact that there are a number of second generations in the army. Of course, these people are with certain real materials. Alone or relationship could not climb up. He had more than the average person, just some chance of it. The army is the most serious. Most cannot make fun place. People who are incapable. The people above dare not use it, and they are prone to big problems. This risk is a bit big. Our military strength is not as good as the other side. Now we have to encircle them. If they concentrate their forces to attack one of our points, we may not be able to handle it. Another ginseng Sikh inquired. He is not anti-plan Xun Chengeling, but made the place their own to worry about. Only bear Chengeling so that everyone is given a satisfactory answer. There is hope through this program. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 831 chapters. Planned operations. War. How can anyone not to take risks? These risks are within the scope of control. Even encountered adverse situation, surrounded by nothing more than a failure. Sun Jiangling explained. After argumentation, many staff officers agreed with this battle plan. The main reason is that he who all have confidence in one's own troops. A few days later, the Chinese army began operations. A regiment departed from the north, bypassing Chiyoda to capture Muhara. Another brigade from sea to escort military, landing Kongan Spectrum, taking Sio. The headquarters gave them 3 days. After 3 days, Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, the main force would launch a general attack on the enemy frontally. If those intercepting forces did not complete their tasks within 3 days, then the plan for this encirclement would be declared a failure, and the enemy could retreat to the rear through those 2 places. This is the drawback of planning operations. Ministry's team must complete the project on time, in order to achieve the desired fate. For example, according to the plan, the forward force needs to know the firepower point on the road at a certain time. Then the person responsible for carrying out the task must complete it at this time, because other forces are in charge according to plan. If this point of fire is not blown up in the planned time, the stormtroopers will be shot by machine guns. Machine guns are easily swept away. Even worse is the assault troop casualties too will affect the subsequent capture of the hills. In planning operations, one link after another, if one link goes wrong, other aspects will be implicated. This shortcoming can only be resolved after the popularization of the telephone. With the phone, forward troops will be able to inform the other ready assault troops, so that they know later than 5 minutes or 10 minutes and then washed front, clearing firepower. Soldiers had time to go to complete the task by other means. The instantaneous telephone communication can temporarily adjust the battle plan on the battlefield. This is information warfare. Information warfare can constantly change and adjust combat missions according to the battlefield situation. Unfortunately, when the time was not as advanced military equipment, there are many disadvantages of planned combat. But there are also many advantages. For example, it can make the enemy have no reaction time. Once the planned battle is launched, it is an offensive like a tide. If the Chinese army does not follow this combat plan and chooses to wait for the broken troops to take down Xiangyuan, and Sio launches an offensive, it will give the enemy a lot of breathing opportunities. There is no telephone, and it takes time for the interception forces to pass messages from Sio and Tahara to the rear. At this time, the enemy will be given the opportunity to adjust the deployment, and the enemy can gather superior forces to siege the interception force. No matter how powerful the Chinese army is, it will not be able to completely stop it if it encounters more than 10 or 20 times the enemy. What's worse, if the soldier passing the message encounters an accident, more variables will be added. But if it is to fight according to the plan, when the enemy learns that the rear retreat is broken, the Chinese army will launch a general offensive, and they will not have time to make other reactions. As long as the Chinese army's general offensive goes smoothly, the enemy will be defeated. In the past, backorder plans to combat is a very effective way of fighting. This kind of combat method must be a force with very strong execution ability to be able to use it. To let people come hibiscus, they could not handle this yet. 2 days later, Mukahara and Sio fought almost at the same time. There are not many Fuzang people stationed at Xiangyuan, only over 1,000. He had actually never thought, alone in-depth Huajun dare attack them in the rear. This kind of solitary and in-depth combat has always been an extremely dangerous operation. The battle ended soon, and the Fuzang people persisted for less than an hour before being defeated by the Chinese army. After occupying this point, the people of the 3 regiments immediately began to dig trenches, build earth walls, and build various fortifications. He had now, but deep behind enemy lines, gathering the enemy. If the enemy 10 times over, they will be dangerous. This is the enemy's way of retreat, and the Fuzang people's counterattack is actually an inevitable event. The other side, fighting to Sio, are more intense. The location here is more important. It is not only the escape route for the Fuzang people, but also the enemy for the Fuzang people to store various logistics materials. In here, Fuso hoarding a total of 5,000 people. And the Chinese army came to attack here, only more than 4,000 people, of which 2,000 were puppet troops. Attacking this place is certainly important, but the overall frontal attack is also very important. Every direction requires the main force of the Chinese army. Therefore, the line captured Sio move. The Huajun had to wear 2,000 puppet. These 2,000 puppet troops were recruited from the Satsuma clan, and their loyalty was enough, Even though their tactical literacy was much poorer, the Chinese army did not train them carefully. They were used as cannon fodder. Even worse, the terrain here in Sio is also easy to defend and difficult to attack. Positive way up the mountain only two, one of which is very narrow. One time only allow admittance. Two people rushed. At the junction of this road, it was quite spacious, accommodating more than a dozen Fusang soldiers. A dozen gun points are enough to block this road, but they don't have machine guns. Forced blow gun it, both his mother to give me a little quasi. The Chinese army officer in charge of the attack on this road cursed. They did not bring field artillery because they wanted to make a surprise attack. They only carried some small caliber mortars. The power of these mortars was a little bit weaker, and even if they were shot correctly, they would only kill some Fusang soldiers and could not destroy the enemy's fortifications. The most indispensable thing for the Fusang people is people. Whenever a group is killed, the soldiers who are prepared later will be immediately followed up to stop the Chinese army trying to charge. The distance to charge is more than 200 meters, and it is extremely difficult to rush through under this kind of firepower blockade. Continue to rush to me, who can rush to the enemy. I will apply for him for the Silver Knife Medal. The officer made a promise, which tempted many soldiers. The Silver Knife Medal, this is the highest honor they can get. Moreover, the actual benefits are also very numerous. Ergu, Xi, follow me. A strong Chinese brought a light machine gun, greeted the fellow next to, then rushed towards the enemy's fortifications. And this time, a mortar bomb fell on the enemy's fortifications. The enemy gunfire temporarily stopped for a moment. Chong Zhuang Han shouted, with a few people rushed towards the enemy. In order to run faster, he did not bend over, but like a 100-meter race, he spread his legs and rushed forward. Fire cover care. The tactical literacy of the Chinese army is extremely high, and it pays great attention to cooperation. At this time, regardless of whether there is an enemy in the opponent's fortification, it is correct to keep firing the gun. It is best if the suppressed enemy does not dare to appear, then it is perfect. Machine guns, rifles, struck blow at this moment, those bullets with not much like pouring out. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 832 chapters. Offensive began. If the Huajun says that he has high tactical literacy, the Fusang people will definitely be unconvinced. In him they view, and if they have Huajun kind of weaponry, ammunition and can waste as Huajun, as they can perform better. A large number of sub-catapult to the Fuso fortifications. Several people tried to get up to fight back, immediately shot. Only a small number of soldiers. You can use bunker, through two small Kongzuohua army shooting. Not before, the number is greatly reduced. The pressure of the Chinese soldiers on the charge was reduced a lot. Not over, this is really a bit too far away, rushed half the time. Take the lead into your gun. The fire cover of the Huami can't be endless, at least in this gap of bullets. The Fusang people can rise up. The person in front fell, and Erguzi at the back picked up the machine gun and continued to rush. This road has long been full of dead bodies. After rushing for more than 10 meters, Erguzi also fell. But it doesn't matter, there are still people following. Chong, these people front of them, for a variety of reasons, have chosen adventure. Some are for honor, some are for the actual benefits of meritorious service, some are for revenge for fellow villagers and comrades in arms, and some are war fanatics. In short, relying on the follow-up personnel to keep up, a few Chinese soldiers finally got close to the enemy's fortifications. Red in front of the soldier with the machine fire the gun. The soldiers continued to rush back and threw grenades. Some fire hit after hit. Fortifications fire appeared to pause. The Huajun took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the fortifications and fought with the enemy hand to hand. At this point, this place can basically be declared captured, and the follow-up troops of the Chinese army are constantly keeping up. Similar to this kind of fortifications, there are still several on this section of the road. The Chinese army relied on the firepower of mortars and heavy machine guns to suppress them, and after paying some price, they all took them down. Although it is difficult to attack now, it is not necessarily a bad thing. When this place is taken, when it's their turn to defend, those Fusang people who don't have mortars and heavy machine guns will have their legs weakened at first glance. This kind of place really can be regarded as one man, and one man cannot open it. Another side of the terrain is not so advantageous. Huajun launched a general offensive in there, after 200 people dead and injured, but also to successfully break through the enemy positions inside. Subsequently, the Chinese army fought on both sides, causing the Fusang people to completely lose their sense. Not too long, this unnamed peaks will be won. Huajun Fuso keep the army killed a total of 1,700 people, injured are also stabbed to death directly. Huajun. The rest were captured, none of them escaped. The Huami paid the price of more than 300 people to take down this mountain, like a nail in the main artery of the Fusang people. Fuso people want from this retreat. It must win this mountain, otherwise Huajun machine gun can be aligned with those soldiers retreating. Random fire, Fuso certainly cannot stand. If you want to make a detour, all your luggage will have to be discarded, and it will take more time, and the Chinese army can attack at any time. In short, the Fusang people feel very uncomfortable to lose this place. Grasping tight time to build fortifications, then we just need to wait for good news on the line is expected. After the 3 hour, the headquarters will launch a general offensive. 2nd Brigade long looked under the watch smiles. The mission only difficulty lies in the rapid capture of here. After winning this strategic point, they were very relaxed next. Not to mention that the enemy has no time to organize a counterattack. Even if the enemy comes, relying on this excellent terrain, he has the confidence to defend for 10.5 days. 3 hours later, the news of the loss of Saio and Mubara just reached Hiroshima. Then, Tokugawa County heard the gunfire. The army, attack the enemy. Madakenjaro said, finished. He who it is we want to annihilate it. Only 2 escape route have been captured to the enemy. Die Daolang Lion suddenly revealed the intention. Huajun, a crowd suddenly all my heart thump a bit. Before he had some doubts, why should not hesitate Dao around so long way to go to capture Saio and Original. Now that Hiroshima reminded them of this, they suddenly realized, a big appetite, it is not afraid of a collapse. Saio and remove the Original ministry team. Huajun in front of the people must be able to use less than 50,000, most of them are cowards who make up the puppet. Just rely on these people. Want to break through our defenses? As long as we hold on and inflict heavy damage on the enemy, we can turn around and eat the lone army of Saio and Mukahara and win a big victory. Tokugawa County said he did not believe some of the words, but he can't help it. At this time, his coach must look confident, otherwise the hearts of the people below will be even more unstable. Tokugawa County ordered across the board, hang on, we are not allowed to retreat. The same time, he did not send troops to attack the west or the Original article. In his view, anti-line defensible, behind the enemy cause for concern. If not restrain, to attack the Original and Saio is also intended meaning. K&T defend, attack or attack. Tokugawa County of equipment between the two sides, with mirror-like heart. Get hang of command, all the anti should vary, but no one objected. Ever since, various general and daimyo went to the front line, to personally supervise operations. Front line, Huajun full-scale attack from 5 places, more than 100 kilometers up the whole front. Among them, artillery support is only available in the key attack areas. These 2 places are the central and southern regions. This is also the place where the Fusang people focus their defense. Breaking through these 2 places, the Chinese army can then drive straight in. For the Fusang army, if they lose these 2 places, they can organize their troops to retreat. Otherwise, there will be no terrain advantage and the Chinese army will fight them as they want. Who continued the bombardment of half an hour, began to assault Huajun. Those who rushed ahead were the puppet troops. A small number of Chinese troops acted as the supervising team, following them. Among these puppet troops, some are excited, while others are afraid. The excited soldiers are because they have better weapons, not only equipped with Yongxing second-year rifles, but also equipped with grenades and flamethrowers. These are Huajun coming out of the installed equipment, but for Fuso, these still advanced equipment. Those soldiers who are still afraid are pure cowards. Such people, even if they were given machine guns, they would not feel safe. Not before, under the monitoring team to supervise operations. These people can only follow progress. He had just timid, but it does not mean they are stupid. The enemy in front had only flintlocks, and the supervising team behind them were equipped with machine guns and semi-automatic rifles. Facing Child, the chance of surviving bomb assault, definitely much higher than the next escape. Zihuan, I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 833 chapters. Siege. Violent gun attack did not completely kill afraid defenders on the front. When the puppet troops entered the range, Hibiscus army began to fight back. At this time, Dao's shelling had not stopped. The Fuzang people themselves don't care about the lives of their soldiers. And of course the Chinese army does not care about the lives of the Chinese Association. Injury accidentally, just accidentally injured, as long as it can blow up the enemy. Moreover, the accuracy of the Chinese army's artillery fire has actually improved a lot, and the number of hits on the enemy is far greater than the accidental injury, which is completely cost-effective. The sound of artillery continued, and the Huaxi army complained endlessly. The same goes for the Fuzang people on the ground. After they take hold, directly exposed to the Huajun under artillery. Artillery great dry interference. Fuso defense army. Some soldiers chose to temporarily hidden, some soldiers of the line of sight is blocked, some soldiers were killed and wounded shells. In short, the Fuzang people's defensive firepower was very weak, and the puppet army rushed into the position in wave. Then, the sound of the Chinese army's artillery stopped. The two sides launched a hand-to-hand battle, but it was not a complete bayonet fight. The Huaxi army also has pistols, grenades, flamethrowers and other close-range weapons combined with the use of bayonets, gradually advancing. He had absolutely no rush to go, and enemies are mixed together. They cannot play the kind of scrimmage. Fuso keep the army which touches on some of the more crazy people to life, rose squealing and rushed to the front of the China Association for the military, and then expand a melee combat bayonet. This kind of battle competition is the will to fight, and the Huaxi army is far from being an opponent of the Fuzang people. Soon, the Huaxi army was defeated by the opponent's momentum and began to retreat uncontrollably. At this time, the Chinese army rushed up with a machine gun and fired at the Fuzang people who were retreating and rushing over. Then, the Huaxi army and Fuzang army both collapsed, and they fled in opposite directions. The Huaxi army was more fortunate. They were safe when they fled to the Huami. The Fuzang army will also face the pursuit of the Chinese army. The position was lost too quickly, everything happened too suddenly, and the Fuzang army had no time to react. Although they still have second and third lines of defense, as the defeated soldiers of line of defense retreated with panic, the Fuzang army behind them all fell into panic. Name of a small collar that more than 2,000 men raised the white flag to surrender, the second line of defense for a gap. The Chinese army swarmed up, the second Fuzang army did not fire a few shots, and began to flee again. If they don't flee, they will be left in this position. Fuso refers commanders allowed back in shouting hysterically, to rebuild the defense, but simply whether these routed troops. He who is not a commander, I do not know the overall situation, they only know Huajun rushed to the front of their own, cannot stop himself. Ever since, there has been a large-scale defeat on the battlefield. There are a lot of soldiers in the Fuzang army, but not many people are willing to fight to the death. At this moment, the quantity has become their disadvantage. A large number of defeated soldiers left them out of control. Not long after the Chinese general offensive began, the southern front was defeated, and more than 20,000 soldiers fled to Hiroshima. The central front, too, they insist slightly longer time than a little south, followed also due to retreat to Hiroshima lost direction. choice. When he had to withdraw half of the time, they found that depressed, the road leading to Hiroshima are Huajian account. This situation once again caused panic in the army. Some soldiers chose to surrender, some chose to detour, and some turned around and fled to Chiyoda. The actions of these defeated troops that lacked unified command were completely messed up. On the Chinese side, according to the plan, they continued to advance, compress the enemy's range of activities, and drove the enemy to Hiroshima and Chiyoda. If all the enemies disperse, it will be very difficult for the Chinese army to annihilate them all. Therefore, it is the best choice to gather the enemy first. 2 days later, the Fuso army had been divided into two parts. About 20,000 people were trapped in Chiyoda Castle, and more than 60,000 people were trapped in Hiroshima, waiting for ships to pick them up and retreat. The retreat on land has been blocked by the Chinese army. They can only hope to retreat to Shikoku Island by boat or directly to the rear of Daban etc. by boat. Diehua Navy although cattle cross, but only deployed in Fuso fleet, more than a dozen ships only. It is impossible for a dozen ships to completely blockade this sea area. There are too many small ports here, and because as inland sea, just a little can wreck sea, very hard to detect. 67 million large army battles mood, waiting for withdrawal, a bit like with Dunkirk. The Chinese army was also divided into two parts, a small part guarding Choda's enemies. The main force came to Hiroshima, and then bombed Hiroshima with artillery. 67 million large army gathered in such a small piece of the place, do not need Hao Huajian aiming a gun down, always killing several people. This kind of ultra-distance strike caused the Fusang army to collapse. He had fought back, trying to destroy Huajian artillery positions. However, the defensive capabilities of the Chinese army once again made Fusang people desperate. He had not even rushed in front of Huajian, on casualties and exhausted. After rushing once, no soldiers were willing to rush again. Even governor team of people with guns pointed at the soldiers. The soldiers are also not willing to move. The army, were cornered. Maga Kenjiro didn't say everything, but everyone understood what he meant. Until now, only surrender can survive. If it continues, they will all be killed by Chinese artillery shells. Even if the Chinese army launched a wave of assault now, they would collapse directly. This kind of unequal battle has no meaning to continue. Asshole. Do you want to surrender? Tokugawa your county angrily. I did not want to surrender, but please give me point out a general way. Is offensive or sea to swim to the other side? You made an indication, but not in this to die. Another big name snorted coldly. Now, he is not afraid to offend the shogunate anymore. He was far more dissatisfied with the shogunate. Okay. I will order you to bring your men to the counterattack and destroy the enemy's artillery. Tokugawa your county peak style said. Sorry, I have not moving my men by the command. You can let your people go to counterattack. River Island Orleans outdone. The Chinese artillery shells are still exploding on their heads, but they have some meaningless arguments here. This is a major problem with loose alliances. When the war goes smoothly, the contradictions within the alliance can still be concealed. Once the war is unfavorable, conflicts within the alliance will erupt. Other Stanfield is not strongman. Watching this scene did more confidence. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 834 chapters fancy surrender. A group of senior officials to fight on for a long time. The results did a fart. At night, a few soldiers got together and discussed about surrendering. As a result, because the discussion was louder, it was heard by a samurai. The soldiers were startled, and started to touch their guns quietly. Don't get excited, it'll take you to surrender. You don't speak Chinese. Don't get beaten to death because of a misunderstanding before you come to the Chinese army. The samurai said. People who want to surrender, even greater than the common soldier, and those with low-level military commanders of them. There are a lot of people desperate. Some people may not even be afraid of death, but feel that they are not worth it. When the soldiers heard this, they were immediately full of joy, and then headed by the samurai, followed the other side out of Hiroshima in the dark, and touched the position of the Chinese army. After arriving, the samurai used Chinese from a distance, shouting that he had come to surrender. It's real him. This move's somewhat redundant. Huajun already taken into account this situation. It is in the front line our arranged Huixi army. It doesn't matter if the soldiers who come to surrender can't speak Chinese. These hands held the weapon high, and then entered the position of the Chinese army. After turning in the weapon, the stones in their hearts also fell to the ground. No weapons. He had but more a sense of security. Their warrior is still actively communicating with the commander of the Chinese army and wants to join the Chinese army. After all, these professional soldiers have no other specialties besides fighting, so they can only eat this meal. He had this wave, a wave of surrender. Fuso is not the only person. There were more than 1,300 people who came to surrender to the Chinese army in one night. The next day, River Island Orleans with his loyal troops to the Sio, said he was going to get through retreat. Tokugawa your county do not believe in, but Kawashima Orleans reason to stand up. He cannot. River Island Orleans marched 4,000 people arrived in Sio, then do not attack, but sent a messenger to discuss surrender thing. As for the identity and status of a name, he surrendered naturally, not like those ordinary soldiers and low-level samurai, without conditions. River Island Orleans need some commitment. Huajun, the need to ensure that treatment almost nothing to say. But at least, if the Chinese army gave everything, then he would rather fight to the death, or break up the army, scattered and flee. The Huami only controlled the main road, and the Fuzang people could actually escape through other small roads. Not only had a limited number of roads one can pass, and those large pieces of weaponry cannot carry, and vulnerable to chase raid. Huajun, if it is not a last resort, the Fuzang army will not consider those routes. River Island Orleans is not high, so Huajun agreed to his request, promised to him afterwards that a force be adapted, and then received this group of prisoners. In the Guangzhou Island, a general was going to counterattack, but in fact, he has been instigated by Chinese spies. He took the few weapons and ammunition from Tokugawa County to the position of the Chinese army, and then completed the surrender. One by one, the bad news spread to Tokugawa Yuan, who almost committed suicide by cesarean. The current situation is already very difficult, and this phenomenon of surrender continues to appear, which is a great blow to morale. The army, we drop it. Even the great general know the situation we have here to send troops to the rescue. The time is too late. Does not take 3 days. Soldiers have fled following the light. The subordinate persuaded. You want to surrender too? Good, good. Tokugawa your county spoke, suddenly drew out his sword. These two men to hack. This scene surprised the others, for fear that this Tokugawa county was killed insane and affected themselves. People who under continuous pressure, it is easy to become mad. Tokugawa your county behavior, speed up the pace of his men to surrender. Not to mention it's night, there are soldiers fleeing towards the position of the Chinese army in broad daylight. Tokugawa your county henchmen to kill the soldier in the back. The front has been tracked. Huajun positions, then Huajun out, played a game of small skirmish, to those deserters was saved. This makes the deserters feel ridiculous, and they can't tell who is the enemy and who is the friend. The next day, another 3,000 people passed through different ways, surrendered. Huajun plus died in the gun under attack, soldiers under injuries. Hiroshima original 7 million people, has only about 50,000. And morale is close to zero. When the Chinese army saw that the time was right, they immediately launched a general attack on Hiroshima. Tens of thousands of large army rushed to Hiroshima from multiple directions, and instantly broke through the Fuso positions. These days, the Fuso people dug many trenches in Hiroshima and built many fortifications on the streets of the city. But it was useless. It is people who decide the outcome of the war. When the soldiers lose their fighting spirit, no matter how strong the fortification is, it is no use. What's more, not how strong fortifications, weapons are still lagging behind. Face of morale, menacing Huajun. These soldiers did not resist Fuso's determination to think of life insurance. Either crazily squeezed towards the sea and competed for the few boats. Either throw away the weapons and hide in the houses and pretend to be people. Of course, most people still stay where they are and raise their hands to surrender. Before no one surrendered to the Chinese army, the Fuzang people were very reluctant and worried about surrendering to the Chinese army. However, as more and more people surrendered to the Chinese army, other people would not feel so obviously ashamed to surrender again. People have a herd mentality. It would be embarrassing for a person to surrender, but if everyone surrenders, then it is not very embarrassing. More importantly, those who did not surrender after being slaughtered to kill and abuse, it makes other people are prepared to surrender more comfortable. Previously they do not surrender, so mainly to deceive them, he said you or believe no prisoners will surrender were massacred. But as more and more Huaxi troops appeared, these soldiers also saw a fact clearly and knew that they had been deceived. Attack Gui Island action, not so much offensive as it is to receive prisoners. The Chinese army did not encounter any decent resistance along the way, but the speed of advancing was not fast, because there were too many prisoners to deal with. Not over Hiroshima on such a big point where, after a 2-hour, Huajun has been advanced 2/3 of place, coming in the end Fuso Army headquarters. And this time, the Tokugawa County has been off his shirt and began laparatomy ceremony. He has nothing to do with the situation outside. The same time, he did not want to surrender. Tokugawa family lost face. With a muffled noise, the short knife was inserted into his abdomen. At this time, his soldiers raised a long knife and chopped it off the neck of Tokugawa County. This is an assistant who can help the wrong person and relieve the pain of the cesarean. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 835 chapters at the beginning will bear hair. Tokugawa County of suicide officially announced the end of the war. Hiroshima. When the supreme commander died, there were no resistances in Fuzang's army. There were more than 50,000 people, of whom less than 4,000 were killed or missing. All the rest became Dao's prisoners. Qian Xiu didn't know that there was World War II in another time and space, nor did he see the madness of the Fuzang people at that time. Otherwise, he would not dare to believe his eyes. Fuzang people, how come they have become so scared to death? But now, the surrender of the Fuzang people seems reasonable to Qian Xiu and other Dao officers and soldiers. But rather Tokugawa County this suicidal behavior, and some unusual. Not over, Sulak money or arranged for people to find the Tokugawa Yuan coffins buried. On the one hand due to the Tokugawa status County, on the other hand, a person dares to commit suicide, or worthy of respect. Gui after the island fall, trapped in Chiyoda Hibiscus army did not insist, select the group out of the city to surrender. In this battle, the Chinese army obtained nearly 70,000 prisoners at one time. So many prisoners are not easy to digest. All change compiled Huaxi army does not work, continue by the military to manage these Huaxi hibiscus, tantamount to facilitate breeding guerrillas. Taihua final ways to put these people used separately, the adaptation of which 20,000 people physically strong, and then transferred to estuaries, sea mounts, Siutu and other overseas locations. Taihua, those positions are too few troops. Very short people. Put these Huaxi army faction had to go back well away from the village. Do not worry about these people rebel again. Some of the remaining prisoners' crop is transported to Uob to build roads, or stay in the hibiscus mining. In short, is to find a way to reduce the number of Fuso soldiers. As for maintaining local law and order, the Chinese army was transferred from Annan to a group of Huaxi troops composed of Annan people. Although outsiders are not familiar enough with Fuzang and the management of the place is less efficient, the victory lies in safety. Canton after the war island, hibiscus for the large areas of the west of Osaka have been powerless, can only choose to give up. Focus stationed in Osaka. The agriculture and economic aspects of the Osakan area are relatively developed. and the value of a small area is greater than that of the entire western region. However, the terrain of Osaka is even more unsuitable for defense. In Qian Sule's view, this is a piece of meat on his lips. Not over the past he did not immediately send troops to attack, but place has been captured in digestion. These places are not over when they are attacked. Dowa still needs to establish an effective and firm rule in these places, and this difficulty is not easier than capturing this place, or even harder, and it takes more time. The army needs to rest and reorganize, but also to cooperate with the civilian officials to fight against the scattered small forces and maintain law and order. The Chinese army is temporarily unable to advance eastward. The Fuzhang coalition forces lost 100,000 people in one breath. Their vitality was severely wounded, and they could not organize any effective counterattack. They could only hide and lick their wounds, and the fighting in Fuzhang entered a period of calm. Not Tu Fuso in sight knows that all this is temporary, and other large after the completion of China digestion fruit will definitely east. What should I do at that time? A large number of Fuzhang people began to think about this question and tried to find the answer. However, this is like an unsolvable math problem. The more you study, the more headaches you get, the more confused your mind, and the less answers you have. Yongxing 6 years. The state next to Yuob are shivering in fear of one day wake up. Yuob's army hit the front of his house. However, not all countries are afraid of Dowa. There are always some ignorant people who try to tease Dowa's beard. For example, the Far Eastern army of Tsarist Russia. Tsarist Russia has been actively expanding eastward since Ivan IV came to power. He also wanted to expand westward, but the strength of Western European countries was much stronger than him, and Tsarist Russia could not beat it. As a result, the persimmons squeezed softly, and Tsarist Russia expanded all the way eastward to sparsely populated Siberia. Siberia, this place. How many people cannot? Naturally, there is no uniform regime, but will not have any resistance. The Tsarist army went all the way from a certain place, and then declared that this place belonged to Tsarist Russia, leaving 2 soldiers, and then this place really belonged to Tsarist Russia. During this period, opening up the territory and expanding the territory was so easy and casual, just like playing around. Other countries, for Russia this behavior is completely do not care, a new high interest like the expression. If any country now declares sovereignty over Antarctica, it is estimated that no country will oppose it. No price that local values. Who loves to be who take it. It is due to this reason, Russia's conquests extremely smooth, easy on accounted color entire Siberia. The current territorial largest country is not Dowa, but Russia. Dowa not ranked second, because the whole of Portugal announced that Brazil is their territory, but not many people just ignores them. Although most of Russia's territory unintentional meaning of the territory, but the theory is indeed their greatest. The eastward march went smoothly, which also swelled the Russian army a lot. After they reached the Bering Strait, they are not satisfied. They began trying to enter the south, all the way to reach a big China border. The border is also very vague. Yuob not erected a monument at the border, only to be internal to announce that this place belongs to Yuob. In fact, Dowa's rule is extremely weak in the area north of Heilongjiang. Even here, no taxes are collected, and local officials are lazy to manage it. Instead of spending a lot of money to collect the tax of a few ounces of silver, it is better to cover it out of your own pocket. The money spent in this way is far less than inviting the army to dispatch. In short, the Russian army did not know that it had entered the border of Dowa, and then robbed the people of Dowa. The magistrate can't ignore this kind of thing, but it involves Dowa's face. Heilongjiang Prefect Lu Xiang sent to Russia and representations of people, declaration of sovereignty. Russia requested an apology and compensation of people, and exit Dowa territory. However, it is unreasonable for a talented person to meet a soldier. Those teddy bears simply ignore the so-called Dowa. Dowa very powerful he did not know, never heard of, they only know that they can in this area unimpeded rampage. The so-called Dowa, compared to those Siberian village then it is nothing more than a steward of more people, still do not see a decent army. After the negotiations were fruitless, Lu Xiang could only report to Shenjing, and at the same time invited troops outside the customs to go north to prepare for battle. The ministers of the frontiers have relatively large powers. This is a helpless choice when communications are backward. If you must wait for instructions, Nanjing reaction, daylily is cold. So, in the province of Mukden learned before-after case line, while reporting to Nanjing, the other side is to ask the army to run. It's a please, not an order. Even the province cannot directly refer to Command Field Army. Zai Huan, I please, housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 836 chapters. Expedition. Xun Yang, commander of the 312th Division stationed in Shenjing, immediately became energetic when he heard that the border of Dawa had been invaded. It is too depressing to be stationed in this place. On the one hand, it is because the weather is cold and the environment is not as comfortable as the south. On the other hand, there is no war here, which means there is no military merit. Watch their levy the same period in World War. Rising job, honor also gets soft. Xun Yang, how to be more envious of envy. He up-level report played a few times, hoping hibiscus or transferred to Kofi Annan, then bad transferred to the estuary will do, as long as surrounded by enemies like. It is a pity that there are too many officers with his thoughts, and it is not easy to get his turn. In desperation, Xun Yang can only stay here. Suddenly hearing that there were enemies in the north, Xun Yang was a joy. He saw an opportunity to do meritorious service, and saw an opportunity outside the switch. Therefore, when Shenjing's governor asked him to dispatch, he agreed without hesitation, without even considering whether his own supplies were sufficient. As long as enough to leave, all difficulties can be overcome. Xun Yang came to the barracks, told his subordinates the good news, and then made an emergency mobilization. Those among his men, and there are many people who hold Xun Yang's same kind of thoughts. Therefore, the mobilization was very successful, and soon the people of the 312 Division were assembled with high morale. I have to go. And who is this war? Listen, said the Russian people. Where is Tsarist Russia from? I know what, anyway, he had just as barbarians, hairy, ugly, not pull a few. The soldiers were talking about it. They didn't even know who Tsarist Russia was. I have to go. And why the Russian people to fight? Listen, said that Russia's invasion of Ayub's landmark, which robbed several villages, also killed some of the villagers. There is also such a thing. These Tsarist Russians hanged themselves by old birthday stars, looking for death. These soldiers immediately became angry. They were already merciful and compassionate if they didn't bully others. And now, it is totally unreasonable for someone to take the initiative to come to the door. Later, Xun Yang came to the school and gave a speech. The said content, which is basically Russian invasion of things, requires heroic soldiers for war. Some generous shock after Yang's speech. Troops of launching. Although there are already cars in the country, all military districts and troops are rushing to sell that kind of goods. This kind of grandma doesn't hurt outside the Guan, and the place that my uncle doesn't love has not yet been assigned to one. So, he had to march on two legs, had horses and mules. Fortunately, due to assume the main transport for trains, Yuob touches the liberation of a large number of horses. So there is no shortage of horses outside the customs. Among the 312 divisions, there is even a special cavalry regiment with more than 1,300 men. He who is equipped with saber and pistols, are light cavalry. After several days of marching, the 312th division finally arrived in Jiamusi. After a day's rest, continue northward. According to the report of the spies, the Russian army had arrived in the Heilongjiang area, looted along the river, and declared those places belonged to the Russians. This kind of self-entertainment tricks, they played happily. Russian number of troops is not much, only 7,000 people, but also very scattered. Xun Yang directly brought all the divisions here. Naturally, he was not just to defeat the enemy, but to take the opportunity to wipe out the Tsarist army. and then take the place of eastern Siberia. It is true that this place is of little value, but it is land after all. Occupying these lands is not a big credit, but at least it can be regarded as opening up the territory for Dowa. For those emperors who are so happy, this is definitely a great feat. Wu Chengqing is not ambitious. This Xuanyang not clear. Emperor away from him too far. He only met once. But there is no actual sexual contact against Wu Chengqing. Do not understand. He can only pass through some of the policies of Wu Chengqing, to study, tried to figure out the emperor's mind. In Xuanyang view, Wu Chengqing there is also a little bit grandiose. Therefore, taking this place in eastern Siberia can definitely make Wu Chengqing happy. Reporter Commander, the enemy army was found in Lai village, 30 miles away from us. There were about 100 people. In addition, in Hanzhuang, Kenghua and other places, we also found a different number of enemies. The spies reported the enemy's situation, while Xuanyang and other subordinates studied how to fight the battle. It's not enough to look for enemies one by one in this way. Once they find out that they are not our opponents, they might run away. It's a great trouble to chase them. Reference to Seek Long said, or promise we do not need to look for them. You can wait for them to come to us first to send a mission to leave Kawamura, then stationed away from the village. As long as the enemy is interested in this place, they will definitely find a way to annihilate our troops. At that time, the enemy forces will actively gather and attack Lai to time our cavalry and then rushed to support, and cut off the enemy's retreat. We can annihilate the enemy, said Zuren, the commander of the cavalry regiment. Participants in the discussion were not only the staff officers accompanying the army, but also the heads of various regiments, and even some battalion commanders, who also participated in the meeting and could express their opinions. This method is good and saves trouble. Zuren's approach was immediately approved by others. What if the enemy does not take the initiative to attack, but chooses to escape? It was also made false set. If it is that way, then we continue to chase chant. But I guess this is unlikely. The enemy exhausted, on the march, far away accounted Colosite. It is impossible not to fight a war directly escape. That kind of words, their expedition to what is the point? Zuren analyzed. The more the argument becomes, the clearer it becomes. As other people continue to put forward hypotheses, others give answers, and a battle plan is also released. Xuanyang uses a built Zuren meetings, large forces to do anything, to send a mission to attract enemy build-up, and then the army pounced again. It will be wiped out in one fell swoop. The difficulty of this plan is to hide large forces and attract enemy forces to assemble. As the front post-war, this did not seriously huajun down. Consumers only need to destroy the Russian army. This one, eastern Siberia can all in the bag. At that time, the Chinese army only needs to take effect against the Tsarist Russian army, go to those villages, and then leave 2 people in the more populous villages and declare that the place belongs to Dowa. As for Russia, Cheng does not recognize that this is not important. It is not easy for Tsarist Russia to gather such an army. As long as this army is destroyed, it is impossible for them to send an army again for the sake of Siberia, which is of little value, and the gains outweigh the losses. As for other countries, it doesn't even care. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 837 chapters. Grips. Act as a first front is the 312 division in group. They blatantly arrived from the village, and then south of Russia is the army suffered. Although the Tsarist Russians are defiant and unruly, but he had not stupid, and 100,000 people met. They also cast his leg and ran. On the theory, the 2 sides at the same speed, the back of the people cannot catch up. But little time chasing people who played the game should have had this experience. Pressure, runaways, much larger than the pursuers. The people of Tsarist Russia panicked when escaping, and the road ahead was not as unobstructed as the highway. He was all the way north to escape, only to escape 2 kilometers encountered a river. They only took a while to pass this small river, but with the chasing soldiers behind, they couldn't squeeze it out for a little bit of time. The 2 sides exchanged fire, There are some people among Russia installed equipment musket not being due to lack of logistics, while against civilians, they are used in the sword. This time they not mean ammunition, but still not Huajun opponent. When they loaded ammunition with both hands trembling, Huajun has been fired. Rows of guns to shoot down Russian side is dead, 340. The remainder of the fire medicine is not loaded, and run away directly toward both sides. The result is naturally not able to escape. Most of them caught Huajun. Only a few people who escaped were left, and they were also deliberately let go by the Chinese army. Afterwards, the people of regiment moved into Lai village, waiting for the arrival of the Russian army. Several successful escape of Russian soldiers found most of the team reported on the front. This made Nicholas, the commander of the Tsarist army, jumped into a rage. From the Volga River to here, he did not encounter decent resistance, let alone suffered any loss. And now, in a fight with the Chinese army, he has lost nearly 100 soldiers, which makes him not angry. You know, he had this basically: there is no military logistics, naturally, no personnel replacement, a dead one less. These damn big Chinese, I want them to pay the price. Pass my order, and team will set off to attack Lai. Nicholas Fu said. The commander is cautious. According to the information brought by the returning soldiers, it is clear that the enemy's weapons are very advanced, and the reloading speed is faster than ours. I suggest that the second and third teams should be recruited and march towards Lai together. More than 7,000 people from Tsarist Russia were divided into 4 teams. Would like to use a team of people to attack from the river. It was the underlying text grow anti-right. From the weapons used by the Chinese army, Groen felt that Dower is not simple. Can be large-scale military equipment guns. In the east can be rare. Utai Xiaoqiaomai were warriors, and bring together all too much trouble, so that part of the second team and third team came reinforcements. The remaining troops southward continue as planned. We want those fertile lands south occupy it all. Limited acceptance of the Gridroan recommendations and uttered a rather arrogant words. With 7,000 people wanted to occupy leading Dower, such things have to lose is not to be heard Huajun, otherwise it can be directly Huajun laughable, so as to defeat Huajun. After several days of waiting, Nicholas Fu completed the assembly of troops. In this cold north, the pace of everything is slower than in the south. 5,000 large army slowly forward, took another 2 days to arrive from the periphery of the river. The Chinese army stationed in Lai immediately reported the situation to the rear. It was not 7,000, but only 5,000, and there was some source of circumstances and expectations. Not too late Yang, who are not too concerned. War is like this, never be in full accordance with their own ideas. Only 5,000 people came, but they were almost there. After annihilating these 5,000 people, the remaining remnants were nothing to worry about. Commander Zhu, you set off immediately to cut off the enemy's back. We will arrive later. Xuanyang ordered the operation as planned, and then the 312th Division began to march towards Lai. Tsarist Russia knew nothing about the movement of the Chinese army. With their limited horses, their scouts could only cover more than a dozen miles around. For further places, they are powerless. More importantly, after he had not played any war, nor is it to scout special attention regarding the actions of the Huajun, they were smeared. As for their actions, the Chinese army knew everything well. From this aspect alone, the Chinese army is already invincible. After Nicholas arrived at Lai, he immediately launched an attack. He had symbolic put a few guns, and then launched an assault. And this time, Huajun also will launch mortar. Artillery shells fell among the Russian soldiers, killing and wounding a large area. What kind of gun is this? Looking down the telescope, he doubts the sentence. He had never seen such a small and exquisite artillery, but the power of this artillery was not small, and the rate of fire was fast. It was only time that Nicholas Fu liked this artillery and wanted to take it for himself. His time of their departure from Moscow, but also with a lot of artillery. However, due to cell part too bulky, halfway when they scrap metal, replaced the food and coats. These things are much more useful than artillery. In Nicholas' opinion, That kind of small and light artillery is simply the best helper of the army. I don't know. The subordinates shook their heads, expressing that they were unclear. A few mortars alone will certainly not be able to completely stop Tsarist Russia's charge. Immediately afterwards, the gunfire on the Chinese army's position began to sound. Then, the rate of fire of the Chinese army's guns once again surprised Nicholas. Also lose out from Tanhan River is frozen. Huajun soldiers' hands were cold affects the operation. Shooting speed is a lot slower. If it is a normal rate of fire, I am afraid it will directly scare Nicholas to death. Not over, even if a lot of slow rate of fire. The fear also remains strong. Few after round of gunfire, a large Russian soldier fell. Sudden hit attack. Let the rest of the Russian soldiers panicked, quickly turn around to escape. He need to slow, stroke to stroke. In this regard, Nicholas Fu was not particularly angry. This charge failed. Quain regarded it as a tentative attack and at least figured out the two main weapons of Dower. Commander, this is a bit bad play. Very strong enemy fire. Our hub to the face of the enemy. I am afraid to pay a high cost of casualties. The best is order the army to attack. Attack from multiple directions at the same time. Gridrowan, although I think Huajun weapon is very sharp, but still have faith, rushed in front of Huajun. Not only did he think so, other officers were more optimistic than him. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty-built aircraft carrier. Update speed 838 chapters. Losses. After a short break, Tsarist Russia launched a second offensive. This time they didn't save shells anymore, and several large shells bombed for more than half an hour. As for killing, it is extremely limited. If dealing with some uncivilized army, this kind of shelling can still be a little deterrent. But Dower's army has long been accustomed to shelling and being shelled. Therefore, this bombardment by Tsarist Russia failed to achieve even the deterrent effect. Gun after the attack is still the infantry assault. This time they attacked from three directions at the same time. This put some pressure on the Chinese army. After all, Lai is just a small village without any natural risks. And Tanhan cold place. Even the difficulty of digging trenches to be greater than elsewhere. Huajun didn't even dig a lot of decent trenches, just packed the soil with sand and piled up some simple parapets. The defensive power of this fortification is much worse than that of trenches, and they have more than 1,000 people to defend in three directions, which is not small. With the sound of the drums, the Russian soldiers rushed towards the Chinese army position. Then came the gunfire and gunfire of the Chinese army. These two sounds intertwined to form a death movement. Russian soldiers in rushing the process in front. From time to time some people fall. Other people do not like to see a kind. Continue. Ow, cried Assault. Do not know is to give her courage, or trying to scare Huajun. He had a great offensive zone, troops scattered. So obviously many people died, but it seems not very tragic death, not the kind of mountains of the screen. Under this circumstance, their taxis did not collapse, and they could continue to rush. Some of the weaknesses of the Chinese army's defense were not taken care of. Tsarist Russia even rushed to the front of the Chinese army. Then, the Chinese army's grenade began to show off. He had the force with grenades or wooden handle. The latest type of grenade not yet their turn. Moreover, the already equipped wooden handle grenade cannot be thrown away. Even the wooden handle grenade bombs. The power is also stronger than the bullet. The platoon stationed in this section, while throwing a grenade, the effect of the explosion is no worse than that of a few field guns. Many Tsarist soldiers who finally rushed to the front of the Chinese army fell under this wave of bombing. What's this again? Nicholas paced back and forth in the rear angrily. Finally there is a branch of the team rushed to the front. Huajun, seeing to get a victory. As a result, Huajun suddenly threw out such a thing again, exploding his heroic subordinates. That hope to break off the feeling, it is too bad. No one answered Nicholas Fu's words. However, the other military mind are invariably raised an ominous feeling. The Huajun's methods are too many, and they are endless. All of them are things they haven't seen before. These things have brought great variables to the battlefield. making them unable to see the direction of the situation. They finally began to realize a problem: this war, they are not sure of victory. On the battlefield, after being baptized with grenades, there were only a dozen people left in the assault team. He had rushed into the Huajun positions, and then Huajun launched a fight. Dozens of people fought fiercely, and in the end the Chinese army won a tragic victory by relying on its numerical superiority. A platoon of 30 people, most and not only the 20th. As for the Russian army, this team, it is annihilated. This local danger did not affect the entire line of defense of the Chinese army. If there were more people from Tsarist Russia just now, it would be possible to complete a partial breakthrough. However, Tsarist Russia does not have that many troops. He has troops, although more than 3 times Huajun, but cannot all at once into the battlefield. It will have to leave the reserve. Plus he had 3 columns as offensive, troops dispersed again. There are not many troops allocated to a certain point. Of course, this cannot be said to be a problem with Nicholas's overall offensive tactics. If it is not dispersed, the Chinese army can also focus on defense, and it will not give Tsarist Russia a chance to come forward. Moreover, when attacking from one side alone, the soldiers are too dense, which is tantamount to giving food to the artillery of the Chinese army. In short, the failure of Tsarist Russia to seize the opportunity to complete a partial breakthrough was not because of their tactical problems, but because of their strength gap. No matter where the weapons and equipment of the Chinese army are even worse, they will not be able to block this wave of Russian attacks. But now, Tsarist Russia has been hit by the powerful firepower of the Chinese army and is in a very embarrassing situation. He had spent a great price, but the result was not rushed past. The hole on the front, even Seoul has a 2 points can reach rushed in front of Huajun, but unfortunately the lack of follow-up units, fall short. And those places were the focus of defense. The Russian army is unable to move. Yes, the attack failed. In desperation, Nicholas Fu could only order a temporary retreat. Even if he ordered to continue the attack, the soldiers below would not obey. After removed, the Russian army has had to lose the results of these officials to let them heart scared. Twice before and after the Red Front, the Russians lost a total of more than 1,700 soldiers, accounting for 3% of the total strength. This kind of loss was unacceptable for Nicholas Fu. With a battle loss of 30%, his army was equal to half abolished. Even after the win away from the river, eliminate off Huajun of this force, they still fail. Commander Cheng had recognized, "We careless." Grid Rowan said. Nicholas Fu was very dissatisfied with this, but he couldn't refute it or promise. Our announcing stop here, hold territory that has been acquired is sufficient, no need to go to provoke Dower. Another subordinate said. When he found that Dower was not easy to provoke, he chose to back down. Do you think they will stop if we don't provoke them? Leng Hen said. The 2 sides have been torn. Nerve is bound to fight a battle to determine the winner. Unless he is willing to surrender, and then pass through negotiations to resolve conflicts. No is the case. Huajun cannot stop the. However, this is impossible, and their pride does not allow them to do so. What I mean is to send envoys to negotiate. We still have 5,000 troops. The Chinese are definitely not willing to be enemies with us. The chances of successful negotiation are very high. The defeat in World War I caused divisions within the army. Nicholas Fu hopes to continue fighting with the Chinese army and eliminate the Chinese army. On the one hand, it is to show the muscles to Dower, and on the other hand it is to take revenge. Nicholas was not reconciled when he suffered a big loss in the hands of the Chinese army. Several other subordinates tend to negotiate peace with the Chinese army and do not want to consume the army's power. It is a pity that Nicholas Fu is the commander, the supreme commander. Therefore, the general direction is still determined by Nicholas Fu. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 839 chapters. Dilemma. Nicholas decided to fight, but he had no idea how to fight. It's definitely impossible to continue the brainless charge. The previous battles have proved that to charge is to die. But besides charging, what else can be done? In the previous form of warfare, The two armies met and then rushed together to determine the victory or defeat. Even if it is out now musket and cannon, it is also remote consume a little bit, and then again armed forces conspire together to fight showdown. From this qualitative terms, there is not much change. When the time is now, the case cannot be rushed in front of the enemy and his men, and it would become not a fight or promise. We can put the people of their country caught up, then push these people walking in front of our soldiers behind. An officer said. But, if this method doesn't work, the enemy still shoots. Nicholas F's concern is not whether this is ethical, but whether the Chinese army will be soft. Under normal circumstances, the army will shoot directly when encountering such a situation. There is no room for mercy on the battlefield. At least you can try, unless you have a better way. This sentence made Nicholas Fu made up his mind, because he had no better way, and no one else had a better way. Subsequently, Nicholas Fu issued an order to let his men go down and arrest Dao's people. He had the time to act. Huajun also rapidly came towards here. Thing that Tsarist Russia discovered was the cavalry of the Chinese army. When he said after his rear appeared 1,000 people of cavalry, suddenly panicked. That's the cavalry. In this plain area, the cavalry is invincible. If the Chinese army has enough patience, that cavalry alone can kill the Russian army. Face of Huajun cavalry, they have only one way, that is camp. But the Thai battalion will not last forever. Supply is a problem. If they retreat, the cavalry will be able to chase and impact them, and if they charge at that time, their infantry will be disintegrated. To defend against the impact of the cavalry, they must form an array. He had maneuvering. Huajun cavalry can be far watching, waiting. Anyway, infantry cannot always keep the same formation. When he began to march, Huajun cavalry and can be launched impact. In the plains belt, keep long distance, cavalry infantry will be able to give crazy, no time to rest infantry to race. Therefore, when he heard that there were majestic cavalry, and there were thousands of people, Nicholas F's heart collapsed. He urgently summoned his subordinates to discuss how to retreat. When attacking Dao, he has given up this unrealistic idea. He just wants to save his own strength and retreat and defend this place in eastern Siberia. After all, this is the only result of their campaign. There are more than 1,000 cavalry. Where did they come from? Why is there no news before? Grid Rowan, who heard the news, her pale and collective, issued a tortured soul. He who knows, to what extent a dangerous situation. QA is shit. I do not withdraw, we will all die here. How to withdraw? Will the enemy's cavalry just watch us leave? Now that we have arrested more than 300 Chinese, we may be able to bring these people with them. If the cavalry of the Chinese dare to rush over, we will kill the hostages. Everyone discussed and disputed, and finally decided on the plan to use the people. Unfortunately, Xiaobulia, sparsely populated, they spent a day or two of effort, has only caught more than 300. If this is changed to Jiangnan, there will be more than so many people in a village. More than 300 people or quality just does too, since the enemy kill thousands of credit compared to, I think the other side will certainly not hesitate to rush to. Nicholas Fu stationed himself in the position of the leader of the majestic cavalry, feeling that it was impossible for the Chinese army to take care of the lives of hundreds of people. The whole house, once again into a war on. He are very anxious, very helpless. Finally, he had one hand, and sent messengers to negotiate Huajun, the other is collecting more Dao people. He requested messengers were sent forth. Very funny, said they may withdraw from Yuob territory, may return stolen property. But Huajun no longer allowed to attack them. Naturally, the Huajun chose to ignore this request. The Chinese army gave their request, demanding that the Russian army must lay down all weapons and surrender unconditionally. Those soldiers committed crimes, will have to be punished. Naturally, it was impossible for the Russian army to accept this kind of request, and the negotiations broke down after only one contact. After the breakdown of the negotiations, the Russian army fell into an awkward position. Continue to stay in places to wait for death, and retreat will be rushed by the cavalry. The Chinese army was not in a hurry, waiting for the large troops to come over and attack the tough, The advantage of the cavalry lies only in mobility. The Russian army does not leave the barracks, and the cavalry has no good way. After 2 days of grinding, Nicholas Fu and others waited for another bad news. A large force of Dawa arrived here, with a total of 7 or 8,000 people. The original ministry team, Huajun, has gathered 1,000 people. At this time, Nicholas Fu was completely desperate. After the main force of the Chinese army arrived, they immediately launched an artillery bombardment on the Russian army without any ink marks, and they were ready for a general offensive. As for the Russian army of ordinary people, they can only rely on themselves. Like you think of a kind, in the face of tremendous exploits, this loss is totally worth it. A soldier of the price value, equivalent to at least 3 or 4 ordinary people. The Russian army as well as 5,000 soldiers, destroy this force, enough to make Russia feel rooting, and for Dawa, the death of hundreds of people becomes negligible. You know, Dawa's population has exceeded 200 million. The continuous fierce shelling caused a burst of crying and screaming in the Russian military barracks. Kill those big Chinese, Nicholas shouted angrily. He will pass through murder to vent their anger. Commander calm, yeah, if I were still kill those people. Dawa, a little later were dead. Keep these people, we might as well surrender the opportunity to survive. Grid Rowan persuade Road. Fart, you coward. I don't care about the enemy's revenge, I will fight to the end for honor, shouted Nicholas Fu. However, there are very few people who have his thoughts, and most of them want a chance to survive. To kill people though command issued, but no one to do it. At this moment, Nicholas has lost control of the army. After Dayton shelling, Huajun launched a general offensive. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 840. Chapter-based system tips. Customs military equipment, which can only be considered second-rate in Huajun. No light machine guns, no air force, no grenades, no semi-automatic rifles. But even so, he had the equipment. To Russia is still rolling. To rely on Yongxing 2 years this type rifles. Huajun towards Russia's position steadily. He did not need to charge the same as Russia. Huajun did not even need to go and fight Russian soldiers. He had stood in the distance, and Russian soldiers to keep a distance, and then on the radio, just then forced to strike to bring guns to align. Russia barracks continued boom. Keeping a distance, the Huajun can reduce losses. And this style of play, Tsarist Russia soon couldn't stand it. They would rather the Chinese army rush to their own positions, and then the two sides would have a physical collision between real men. In the east, the Russian army could not stand this style of play and rushed out on the initiative. In the south, the Russian military cannot stand this play, raised the white flag. Coming out of the Russian army, more than half fell to the assault of the road. The remaining people who rushed to the front of the Chinese army caused some casualties. But he who owned dead even worse, except for a few people suddenly interlinked surrender, and the rest are dead. South of the Russian army chose to surrender. The fate slightly better. Huajun not kill these prisoners. As the two lines of defense were breached, the Russian headquarters also raised the white flag. Shouting death, Battler did not commit suicide, but like everyone else, obediently raised his hands. More than 5,000 people died in the battle, but only 700 or 800 people died, not as many as they died when they attacked Life at time. The rest of the people, all became prisoners. Russia is caught by the army of more than 5 people, more than 200 died in creating chaos. Some were accidentally injured by artillery fire, and some were massacred by Russian soldiers. Prisoner after prisoner of these Russian soldiers. Huajun also do a simple survey. The reason why it is simple is that there is no need for evidence at all. As long as Dawa's people stand up to make an identification, the accused will be dragged out and shot directly. No matter how they call injustice, the Huajun will ignore it. After all, Huajun has no time and energy to investigate the truth. During this trial, many people will definitely be killed by mistake. But who cares? Russian soldiers themselves do not care how, they do not like themselves implicated. During the trial, more than 600 prisoners were shot. The rest were escorted to Shengjing to contribute to Dao's construction. The military officer headed by Nicholas Fu shouted to negotiate with Dao's high-level officials, but was naturally ignored. Nicholas Fu was also taken away secretly and put to death. It is always troublesome to keep such people, and it is a waste of food to keep them. The other officers were also taken away and dealt with separately from the soldiers. No, it is then easy to go wrong. The army of Tsarist Russia was annihilated, but the operation of the Chinese army did not end. Afterwards, the Chinese army broke up the various ministries and began to clean up the remnants of the Tsarist Russian army in eastern Siberia one by one, and announced the occupation of those places by the way, leaving a few soldiers in charge of the rule. He had it all the way forward, but also the middle and residual forces of Russia had several skirmishes. Without exception, the Chinese army won. The flintlock rifle has no resistance in front of the rear-mounted rifled gun. A single shooting posture can reduce the Chinese army's chance of being shot by more than 90%, and the Tsarist soldiers are the live targets. After a few shots, the Russian soldiers began to flee. Then, he was caught by the Chinese cavalry. The Chinese army pushed all the way north and even reached the Bering Strait, and then all the way west to reach the Satisfied River area. As to the place, also have all become Dao territory. Wu Chengqing's system also recognized this occupation. In Nanjing, Wu Chengqing our ignorant force for several days. System integration in the area of territory in the continuing substantial increase, sometimes one day increase hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, is simply outrageous. Let him baffled. For a time, Wu Chengqing couldn't figure out where this territory was. So, even if the Tokugawa family announced their surrender, it couldn't be that big. Apart from Fuzhang and Annan, Dao didn't have much war. Where did these territories come from? It was quite magical. Wu Chengqing could not help feeling, Empire too, do not want full control over reality. It is really outrageous that no one has reported the capture of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of territory, and no one has asked for instructions. If those frontier generals took this to independence, it would be too slapped in the face. Not before, as Mukden report sent to Nanjing, Wu Chengqing doubts along with it lifted. It turned out that the customs army hit Siberia to the account. In this regard, Wu Chengqing was also quite speechless. Siberia kind of place, and now you want to do does not matter too much. Even if there are many minerals, it is impossible to develop them now. Of course, it is not a bad thing to win. But after a few days, suddenly there is a system prompt, let Wu Chengqing quite unexpected. Since this system has been around, it has never actively prompted any information, just like a dead object. Department of the system prompt. The host territory area has reached 10 million square kilometers. Make persistent efforts to accelerate the pace. When the territory area reaches 100 million square kilometers, the system will undergo a major update. Looking at this prompt, Wu Chengqing was stunned. The encouragement in the front is all nonsense. The key is the following major update, which made him fall into contemplation. Update what it meant. He certainly understand. Estimates count on the game version and updates the same. Also promised some content will be modified, and perhaps add some new content. A major update means that the changes will be great. But what exactly will change? Why is it worth the system to abandon the high gold personality and choose to remind in advance? Wu Chengqing feel, this update should be very important, so the system will advance reminder. From the acquisition of the system to the present, the system has not harmed him yet. So, since the Department of System prompts to accelerate the pace of its own, it shows that this update is definitely beneficial. In this regard, Wu Chengqing is convinced. It seems that the occupation of the territory has to be accelerated. Wu Chengqing whispered a sentence. He also could not guess department system will be how to update, but you cannot deny that his curiosity had been hooked up. That being the case, it would accelerate the expansion disk chant. As long as the Asia-Africa North one, basically a 100 million square kilometers is enough. Conquer Europe or Medium Dong, those places has a long history and culture may be very difficult, but the Americas, Oceania, Africa and those places, but it is relatively easy win. If localization is not pursued, this speed will be even faster. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 841 chapters celebrating. A few days later, Dowa regained Siberia and the news that the territory had expanded by 3 million square kilometers reached Nanjing. Noxiboli, nitrite is what the hell people, not this news too seriously. After all, the 3 million square kilometers in Siberia is not as valuable as any tenth of Shanghai's 30,000 square kilometers, and it is not as good as the Kyushu island in Fuzhang. Not too, for those who prefer grandiose. This is a can of newsletters. 3 million square kilometers directly let your land area increased by any half. From this figure alone, this is a leap forward. Taihua people have to go out to buy firecrackers, fireworks, singing and dancing in celebration, with the growing strength of Dowa and the patriotic education of the Minister of Propaganda for a long time. The people of Dowa now have a strong sense of identity with Dowa as a country. After identifying with this country, the glory of Dowa is their glory. Diehua sites expand, they naturally also have reason to celebrate. Some businesses even more to take advantage of this opportunity to come up with a number of patriotic promotional activities, mark it a festive atmosphere. As for the academy, the patriotic atmosphere is even stronger. Many school staff are determined to assist Dang Qinxingshang. The world will recover all the lost ground, complete real unification. Knowing that another territory had been regained, these students were all excited and nearly gloomy. Those foreign envoys were shocked, afraid and angry when they saw Dowa's fanatical atmosphere and desire for territory. It was Dowa's face that was angry. What is Quaintanxia has been the territory of Dowa since ancient times, but it was occupied by barbarians. For this statement, those foreigners can only curse shamelessly in their hearts. What I am afraid of is Dowa's greed. Even the barren land of Siberia can be seen by Dowa, but the rich places of Europe, America, and India, Dowa will let it go. From the fact that Dowa occupied Siberia, other envoys could see an ambitious Dowa with infinite greed for the land. This is bad news for their country, and even bad news. This is especially true for countries close to China. The king of Siam has repeatedly hoped to dedicate the princess to the emperor of Dowa. He wants to add another layer of marriage, because he is afraid that Dowa will be too excited to occupy the place and will take them to Siam. By the way, today's Dowa puts pressure on other countries, which can be said to be much greater than the later generations of Yingjiang. At least, Yingjiang is not as greedy as Dowa in terms of territory. Moreover, the later generations of Eagle Source can't be crushed. At least there are 2 or 3 forces that can contend with it. And now Dowa, unless the whole of Europe is united, will have the ability to resist so little. Faced with Dowa alone, it is all about being crushed. So, in other countries face when Dowa, the pressure is really great. If Jiachenging few times my father will be able to avoid annexation. I am afraid there are a lot of king has been so dry. Man between warmly celebrate Zudawa reclaim their lost homeland. Some officials also suggested the court to celebrate industry to build under the established law on memorials. Secretary Qin Long, on the recommendation of Xuanwu District, Nanjing Purple Mountain, Wu Chengqing to build a huge statue, in order to commemorate the great achievements Wu Chengqing. This is a pure sense of existence. The Department of Construction is responsible for Dowa's national infrastructure projects and belongs to a very important department. However, the degree of importance has not reached the level where a separate department can be set up. So, as long as there is an opportunity, built in the Qin detailed law established division on the memorial, in front of Wu Chengqing brush sense of presence, but also in contention to go to some significant projects. For example, Nanjing Large Cross River Bridge. Qin detailed law are put forward. Undertaking and completing these projects can enhance the visibility and presence of the construction department, and have the opportunity to be promoted to one alone. Not only about this proposal strongly opposed by the Minister of Science and Technology, as Yuob does not yet have the ability to build the bridge across the Yangtze River. It is too risky to start construction hastily. Investments in projects of this level start at least 5 or 6 million yuan in case of loss of defeat, and that is a great loss. Even worse, the Big Man Bridge. If there are problems, the Ministry of Science will certainly be involved. He had these people do not want to stay with Qin law details crazy, firmly opposed. Department of Transportation said the anti-right, and because the road-related projects, they feel that their own department. Crossing the river large bridge Bibi. Now Qin law also proposed to give details of Wu Qingqing to build the statue, which is a vanity project, but significant. Moreover, no minister dared to oppose this proposal, although many ministers felt that such flashy projects were unnecessary. Can this be said to the emperor? Certainly not. Not before, but this proposal is Wu Qingqing to shoot. In fact, Wu Qingqing was quite happy to build a statue. Although it is just a kind of vanity, it is also a pretty good feeling to place your statue in the most conspicuous place and let the world worship it. Not only before, Wu Qingqing think now built a statue too early. Technology is not enough. Built naturally, not be too large. It's boring if it's less than 100 meters. After Zhao 100 meters of the building will be a lot less than 100 meters of the statue. Naturally it was not very majestic. The Statue of Liberty is almost 100 meters high. Wu Qingqing felt that the achievements of their current achievements, meaning representatives, so how can it do higher than the Statue of Liberty? The plan is to build a statue to death. Other ministers and my heart are applauded. They could not understand some details of Qin law flatter face. Some people even collected some evidence that the impeachment of Qin Xianglu was unfavorable and corrupted the law. Naturally, the reason was to get Qin Xianglu down, and then to fight for the position of director of the construction department. Although it is only a department, the position of the construction department is very important, because Dowa has too many infrastructure projects now. As the prices of cement and steel continue to fall, all kinds of high-rise buildings are rising from the ground. The low-rent housing in the Court Lane has also been expanding. For everxing 6 years, Nanjing has 300,000 sets of low-rent housing, Shanghai 15 million units, direct let many ambitious Dowa real estate stillborn. He had no chance. Speculation. Court workers to provide housing for people with a loss in the way they build a house is sold. Nowadays, Dowa real estate companies can only do high-end market, that is, repair forest gardens, villas, or some high-rise buildings for office use, hotels, stadiums, landmark buildings and so on for the wealthy. These high-end markets are also very profitable, supporting a large number of real estate developers. However, as long as Wu Qingqing in, they cannot be as brilliant as future generations. Wu Qingqing piece of real estate would control the dead, and will not let Dowa. So many house slaves appeared. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 842. Chapter colored building. The plan is to build a statue to death, but the building division is still very busy, because Dowa in the past few years are frantically infrastructure. Nanjing Fire Station South Station, which commenced the year before, this year completed a large project. The entire fire station covers an area of 300,000 square meters, about equal to more than 40 football field. Fire station in 2 layers. The top layer is to stop the train. The floor below the lobby is, for tickets, as well as for future bus station. As for the iron, this rather remote. If you insist on digging, you can also use the original technology to do it, but the investment is not proportional to the harvest. From the outside, the entire South Station shaped like a lying tiger, powerful and domineering. For many people, the South Railway Station can be regarded as an attraction. After 3 years, Governor Liu, who returned to Nanjing, came out of the station to admire the South Station reluctantly. Bearing imposing, powerful and domineering. Because you not pay attention to the cause of the classics, literary talent led to officials who have declined significantly. Such a remarkable building, patrol UFO stunned on two idioms summarized. If this changed to do the former, and ultimately, to be a South Station. Do not remember the King back to Beijing South Station tour of the type of article. Unfortunately, the text degeneration, literary talent passed away. Fire characteristics station is large, and Nanjing business building is high, a full 30 level. Inside a full company settled more than 50. One layer is the famous stock exchange. A Frenchman with a hat was standing under the commercial building, looking up. Even the hat fell to the ground. A man dressed in a suit waited to help it pick up the hat. Thank you, Alfred Rodexy. You re-welcome. Jia Boshan said. What is this building for? It's too high. A newcomer to the Alfred scared exclaimed. Before coming to Uob, he had seen the tallest building is the cathedral, also was less than 20 meters. The stock marketer, Jia Boshan said. Stocks? What is that? Alfred asked. Is his big company's equity is divided into several parts, and then to put it inside a special deal. I feel good this company the market, they can buy their stock. Wait for appreciation. Jia Boshan briefly introduced the nature of the stock. Alfred is a businessman. The brain is very flexible. Jia Boshan say this, he would understand. He said, this is not a disguised form of gambling thing, but gambling tools into a stock with mind. This made Jia Boshan's words speechless for a while, because understanding it in Alfred's way, it can't be completely wrong. Jia Boshan explained. The two are completely different. We cannot control luck or judge the trend of luck in gambling. But stocks are completely different. As long as you are familiar with the market conditions of various industries and have a keen sense of the market, you can accurately judge which stock will rise and which will fall. This time Jia Boshan explained in depth how to play stocks, and Alfred's eyes suddenly lit up. He was in Europe. Doing business is speculation, never dry over industrial. To say speculation, that he was good at it. The most important thing is that the mechanism that stocks can make a fortune quickly makes him completely tempted. He came to Doha to seek wealth, but to do business honestly, it is difficult to encounter the opportunity to become rich. Moreover, the travel cycle from Doha to Europe is too long. The stock satisfies all his needs. It sounds very interesting. I happen to have some research on the market. I believe I can become a stock master. Alfred said. Come on, I believe you can. Jia Boshan laughed, then added, in the heart when you become the time to master, which is the day of the empty wallets. Don't ask Jia Boshan why he is so sure. Because he used to enter the stock market with this idea. His stock market level has become higher and his wallet has become flat. It is a sad story. Ginhuai River, Drunk Dream Tower. This is a brothel, a special brothel. It's special not is its architectural style. The overall shape is a ship. The deck, a boat cabin, and even windsurfing. Of course, installed inside the decorative than truly magnificent ship 10 times comfort. Far from looking over the shape of the building like a standout, unique among a flag, quite unique, and very good looking. Among the many brothels, it is the most eye-catching. This shape alone made it famous in Nanjing. It's a pity that I haven't visited the Drunken Dream Tower before visiting the Ginhuai. Before it was changed, it was impossible for this style of architecture to appear. The previous architectural styles were relatively fixed, and the odd-looking style was easily criticized and regarded as an outlier. However, nowadays Doha has too much social change, and there are too many old-fashioned places to complain. Even women can study as officials and communicate with strange men. These are the areas that the old-fashioned people are critically criticizing, so they have no time to complain about this strange style of architecture again. Reason for change was too dramatic, the emergence of new things. Too many things fresh and overseas in flux, leading to the degree of Doha accommodate all kinds of things are a lot higher. To do things, a lot less bundle tied. This is of course also a good thing, which can make people more creative. It is also due to this creativity can flourish, Nanjing's first aircraft overpass to be able to appear. In order to alleviate the congested traffic, some people proposed to build bridges in some prosperous sections to reduce crossroads and save waiting time. With the overpass bridge, people need to cross the street, do not need to wait as before. The headquarters of Jin's perfume company covers an area of more than 300 square meters, 3 floors high, and square, which is quite satisfactory. However, this building is full of gorgeous smell. Outside the large area view using the glass, giving a sense of magic. The only stone part is also very smooth marble, and the floor is also marble. Housing top with a glazed tile. Magnificent. This kind of building makes people know that it is extraordinary at a glance. Disheveled people do not need ritual to remind Miss Instrument themselves are embarrassed to go. Big, tall, gorgeous, and artistic. These are the elements pursued by Dao architecture. Nanjing Fire Station, business buildings, Zuiman Floor, Robinson's Building, which are representative of a new era of your building. There are many similar buildings, and these buildings have constructed a brilliant Beijing culture. No theory is foreigners, and foreigners came to Nanjing, see these distinctive architecture, is easy to get lost in the city, indulge in the city. In the eyes of foreigners, this is heaven. In the eyes of the Chinese, this is a fairyland. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 843 chapters. Technology art upgrade. The Royal Academy of Sciences, Wu Chengqing was inspecting the new research. As early as 6 months ago, he would chose some people make up a special research group to study the plastic. The importance of plastic and is intended to sense, and basically steam engines, internal combustion engines, such as rubber technology power. It can be seen from the exchange price that the scientific and technological principles of plastics, as well as manufacturing methods, process flow and other related knowledge cost Wu Chengqing 3 million scientific and technological points. In later generations, deeply embedded in the plastic people live like human beings has been completely inseparable from plastic. Although plastic is difficult to decompose, it will cause environmental pollution. But, it had to provide the convenience of living in comparison. This pollution is perfectly acceptable. Plastics having corrosion pitting resistance, lightweight and sturdy, inexpensive and easy to process, and many other advantages. The use of a very wide range. It can be used for daily necessities, insulation materials, and special functions. His Majesty, after our day-to-day research, we have successfully mastered a low-cost plastic preparation method. Kiao Guofeng, the project leader, said. Wu has a full set of technology provided Chengqing. They actually produced the very early plastic, and created some daily necessities, such as plastic basins, plastic buckets and the like. However, it can be enough manufacturing. Low-cost and large-scale manufacturing has a big difference. If costs do not fall down, made out nor intended meaning. This thing is for ordinary people. The rich are not very rare. They have aluminium products for use. Only when the cost is lowered and it can be sold very cheaply can it be convenient for the people's daily life. Even for industrial sector, it also needs cheap power, otherwise there is no one factory can afford. Now, he finally did not live up to the exhortations. Wu Chengqing mastered the low-cost preparation process. Next, only need to promote this set of methods. Plastic products will soon be able to enter thousands of households. Wu Chengqing saw plastic pots they produce, the feeling that to future generations some of the rough, but passable. So he said, is not wrong. Over time I let writes who raised him understudy. However, this is only a beginning. A plastic that science is very advanced. You need to spend a lifetime of effort to study. The use of plastic is very extensive. You have to increase the intensity of mining. Of course, I will offer some ideas. For example, plastic that can change color, plastic that can conduct heat, and plastic that can defend against bullets. Do not cling to stereotypes, to dare to fly thinking, bold imagination. Anything is possible. While researching, we must also pay attention to cultivating relevant talents. Diehua more than 200 million population, the future will have 500 million, billion. Relying on you, it is impossible to support Dao's development. You must spread this knowledge and gather the power of the people of the world. Wu Chengqing eloquent says a lot. On 2 core, continue to study, to nurture talent. Plastics technology determines the post-operative mature. UOB also will announce the news, and then encourage traders run plastics factory. The court will provide technical operation support, only need to pay a fee on the line. As soon as the news came out, a large number of businesses rushed to the office to apply. But can enough people to apply? The cream of the crop. There have long been some supernatural generations who learned of this kind of internal news in advance, and then seized the opportunity. Batch of plastic factories supported by Dow was limited. After these people robbed most of them, the few remaining places were obtained by lucky people. Of course, we do not get the name of the amount of merchants. Do not need to lose heart. If you really want to work in this business, you can find out what has been supported. Among them, there must be some honorable family members. They grabbed the spot, but they have no business ability or capital. So, he had to grab the kind of places, is simply to make money. As long as commitments promise new plants to share some of these people, you can get this support places. There are right and powerful people, do not do anything. There are people who give money to sit. This really is not a joke, but the world's most brutal reality. Even Wu Chengqing has heard of this situation more or less, but he has no time to deal with it. After all, this kind of thing is not too big to say, and it is not even as harmful as official corruption. Wu Chengqing, there are more important things to deal with. He exchanged more advanced steel-making technology, the oxygen top-blowing converter steel-making method, and then handed it over to several steel plants controlled by the government for technical upgrades. Previously, there was no direct exchange for this advanced technology because the previous technology for producing oxygen was too low and the cost of producing oxygen was too high. Also, the previous level of knowledge, skill, steel worker performance levels are too low. Time directly into the steel making process. Those who may not be able to master the use of technology requires gradual progress. So, until now the time is ripe. Wu Chengqing only exchange a new steel-making technology. Complete technical after-surgery upgrade. UOB's steel-making capacity of about 3 or 4 times can greatly increase the production of steel. Nowadays, Dowa's steel production does not have to consider the problem of overcapacity at all, as the production will be used as much as it is. No matter how overtime those steel plants work, they are still unable to meet the country's steel demand. Suspending production and upgrading technology is a major event for steel plants. If this new steel-making technology was not brought out by Wu Chengqing, those steel plants really dare not take such a big risk to upgrade their technology. If it lost the battle, its loss immeasurable. However, this was brought out by Wu Chengqing. Therefore, the major factory plant Long will not hesitate to execute the command. He had to have Wu Chengqing his a kind of enigmatic trust. As long as the Wu Chengqing explained things, you cannot mistake, act accordingly. This is the prestige that Wu Chengqing has always been correct and has accumulated. One step back to say that, even if wrong, they have to bite the bullet and go execute it. Questioning the emperor's order and violating the yang and the yin is not a small crime. Wu Chengqing command at major factories announced overtime, batch of steel production to meet market demand. While those customers advance notice, the next production will be greatly reduced, to allow customers to be prepared. After a few days, he who will be the basis of information provided by Wu Chengqing, start technology upgrades, and at the same time training those more talented workers, let them master relevant theoretical knowledge. With the technical art more and more esoteric, the requirements of the workers have become more sophisticated. They are forced to enhance the ability of workers. Steel, steam engine, shipbuilding. In many fields, Wu Chengqing is always paying attention, and then according to the development process of the industry, he will continue to provide technical support, so that its technology can be upgraded and innovated. Zai Huan, I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 844 chapters. Chat. Royal Palace, in a courtyard, and several concubine Wu Qingking are chatting. He passed through this way to get some information about the outside world folk. It's real folk television plays he is wanted to go. The real situation Yuob under their own rule to view the next. However, he was worried that he would encounter an assassin. In this world, there are tens of millions of people who like him, and there are also tens of thousands of people who hate him. Want to stab to kill him, a train not fit. Also promised, all the time there are people watching in the afternoon outside the restaurant where he wants out of the palace. Immediately there will be assassins. He arranged the slain. For safety's sake, he cannot leave the palace easily. As in the TV series, it is even more impossible to go to the WeChat account for private visits every 3.5 days. As long as He Wang disappeared 3 days the palace, this world would have chaos. Only the emperor with a brain problem would often visit Wei Fu privately. Unable to leave the palace, Wu Qingking could only listen to the concubines talking about the situation outside. His control of concubines is relatively loose, and they often go out of the palace to go shopping and save relatives. This Wu Qingking is not too worried about whether this will lead to a green hat. The chances are very small. Moreover, when the concubine was out of the palace, there were people staring openly and secretly. Unless it was water in his head, it was impossible to risk his life to cuckold the emperor. In this world, there is probably no such hungry person. Moreover, taking a 10,000 step back, even if it is to be put on a green hat, it is not a big deal. Putting him to death will be the end. There are more and more cars on the street now, which is not safe at all. Last time I saw the son of the Minister of Households on the street and injured a passerby in his car. Then he threw a few dollars and drove away. I don't know if the money is enough for the medicine. Go Xiang talked about what he had seen in the city. Wu Qingking listened in silence, then a mental note of this matter, going back at the next one command. After opening before the car took to the streets, must Xian Cao driver's license. Those who drive without a driver's license must be fined and severely punished. Drivers who killed someone without a driver's license must be sentenced. Drunk people, but also does not allow many car. Anyway, just follow the rules of later generations. As for the incident of the son of the house minister injuring a person, he lazily paid attention to it. Even if it is necessary to manage, he will solve this problem from the system and from the overall perspective, rather than targeting a certain dude. The dudes in the whole world, there are no 10,000 but 8,000, each is a bastard. He can't deal with them one by one. I do not like Happy by car. Has an unpleasant smell of exhaust. Miao Ping interjected. Wu Qingking mental note, and prepare for the next one command, so that the factory gradually moved to Nanjing or Zhenjian, new area. From now on, Nanjing will become a political center, cultural center, and financial center. Those industries with heavy pollution are all moved to other places. Although this is a transfer of injury, no one will say anything, and there will surely be a lot of support for doing so. After all, Nanjing is the capital and the place where the emperor lives. It must be given preferential treatment. Are there any newsboys or beggars in the city? Wu Qingking asked. His concubines began to rush to answer his question. Finally, Ding Wanjun took the lead and said, there are still newsboys, but they are much less than before. Now most people choose long-term subscriptions, and newsstands have appeared in some places, and the business of newsboys is much worse. As for beggars, there is no. I have seen it and heard that whenever a beggar appears, the police will take him away and force him to work. What about people who have IQ problems and begging because of low intelligence? Wu Qingking asked. Those who may not have the ability to work that way. I don't know how the people below solve the survival problems of these people. Those concubines don't know this question either. She had eviction main shopping. Do not go in-depth study of these social problems. Are there many women on the street now? Wu Qingking asked a question. More than my little time to more than too much, but mainly some Korean woman, a woman hibiscus and other foreign women. Yob woman also, but mainly concentrated in the ladies, is specializing in selling women's cosmetics. Commercial Street. Go Xiangna compares it with her when she was a child, 7 or 8 years ago. Today, the streets of the woman has been very common. almost too big Chinese habit. Pass through and wives, chat. Wu Qingqing learned some more or less out of the situation. However, most of what I learned is superficial. If you want to get a deeper understanding, you still need a private visit on the WeChat account and go quietly. You can't make too much noise, otherwise the officials who got the news will definitely make all kinds of temporary preparations to ensure that what Wu Qingqing will see is a prosperous scene. Relying on the concubine's observations and the information presented by the Intelligence Bureau, plus some other information obtained through other channels, Wu Qingqing was able to grasp the situation of the outside world in the palace. The emperor, when we go to Westlake to play, stay in Nanjing all day, we are bored. Go Xiang Caesar Johnson Road. What's so fun about Westlake? When I'm free, I'll take you to Hainan Island. Go to the beach to watch the sea and enjoy the sun. Wu Qingqing said. Other emperors also have hunting activities. And of course he also needs to find some entertainment for himself. Not too he does not like hunting, go to the beach, playing beach volleyball. Concubine who see or can. To the time when the days are, do bed, not Yoshiya. Okay, it is best to go in winter. Listening to say Hainan Island in winter is not cold. Go Xiang said that she is more afraid of the cold, and the winter in Nanjing is also quite cold. When it comes to play, the other concubines are excited, acting like a baby in front of Wu Qingqing, wanting to get a chance to go out and play together. Wu Qingqing and chat with them, trying to get some information about the outside world, the way to maintain lower feelings or affection. And she had a chat and Wu Qingqing, more of a chance to fight at night. Shikin. After contention, Go Xiang finally won and got the opportunity to wait in bed at night. In the evening, Wu Qingqing did not directly go to bed, so too nothing new. Today, he is more happy play some tricks. For example, role play or something. Preparing a set of chivalrous costumes for Go Xiang according to the appearance in his memory also looks more substitutable. With regard to Wu Qingqing's evil taste, Go Xiang naturally cooperated 100%. There is no way whoever asks her to please as the emperor. Wu put on clothes for her specially prepared. Qingqing, come for a story written by Wu Qingqing. Interpretation. After completing the foreplay, the next is the main show. Until this moment, Go Xiang was satisfied. All she did was just to be able to conceive the dragon seed as soon as possible. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 845 chapters. Law division. Driver's license regulations will be promulgated soon. At the same time, some laws and regulations have been added to the traffic law, mainly for cars. The law stipulates that drunk driving is illegal, and in case of an accident, it is necessary to lose money and be sentenced to imprisonment and other related regulations. Taihual or some chaos. The system is not perfect is not enough. It is often that the problem is discovered, and then another law is added to it. After such stitching and patching, Dao's law still has many flaws, but compared to other countries, it is already quite perfect. As soon as these laws were promulgated, the lawyers began to study in depth one by one. In the past, there were lawyers in the dynasties, but the number was very small. After all, in the past, there was less communication between people and less assistance, so naturally there were fewer conflicts and disputes. Some disputes in the village can be settled within the clan. Nowadays, Dao's economy has become very close, and the exchanges and cooperation between people have become very close. Many businesses are done with strangers. In this case, Dao now has more cases than before. When there are more cases, there will be a market for litigators. Ever since, a lawyer who specializes in court law and then helps people in litigation was born. The court also recognized these lawyers. With these lawyers, you can save a lot of things. At least, the law teacher can tell those who want to complain to the process in accordance with what is, rather than as before, directly to the office and knelt before the master. Innocence. If you really ask them what they have wronged, you can't tell the whole story for a long time. No culture not seen. People saw bureaucrats already tense, with language and poor organizational skills. He had more innocence in the fight. Compassion. and ran rather than solve things. Come. If each of the people have grievances are annulled before God or kneel judge bow sympathy, do not take the normal procedure, that the judge will not do other things. Efficiency is very low. When it comes to the court hearing, if the two sides of the confrontation are uneducated people, the debate will often digress and turn into curse. These people don't know how to present facts, reason, and give evidence. What they are good at is selling miserable sympathy and mischief. It is a headache for the judge to communicate with these people. With the law before, division after, see bureaucrats. These people at least know what the process to follow, not to delay the matter. In the process of the trial, the lawyer also knows what is meaningful and what is unnecessary nonsense. Law debate among teachers will clear more coherent. By the law to deal with teachers and judges, communication will be relatively smooth. More importantly, the legal division of authority is important to rely on ordinary people against the powerful. Without a professional lawyer, the judge can decide what he wants. People who have been wronged often only know that they have been wronged, but they can't explain exactly where the injustice is, and they can't argue with professional judges if they really want to argue. Stupid or experiencing a heart-intestinal vicious judges, people often only suffer. The professional lawyers, judges cannot let chaos, because they know everything, judge not fooled them. Of course, if there is collusion with the money and the judges, lawyers, that would not work. No matter how perfect the system is, as long as people are implementing it, there will definitely be problems. However, one country, but not because of that there is so little to give malpractice lawyer system. Law exists division, in general terms, to social progress is of great Italian justice. Bad law division certainly, but a good lawyer or duty counsel will certainly be some more. The existence of these lawyers cannot completely eliminate the darkness in the world, but at least it can make the darkness less. Due to the presence of a lawyer, that the rich, or relatively bad judge, wants to outlaw, the difficulty will increase many times. The law of the pit over the division of people, nature is not hate. All lawyers gave chug. But what if he had a dream come true, not a lawyer in this world? They will find that the world is more dark. In short, the existence of lawyers is a manifestation of social progress. While lawyers developed, the official affirmed, of course, also gives some guidance, requires lawyers to comply with the spirit of some lawyers. For example, defying strong right, depending on the money is dirt, have high moral level and so on. Of course, all these requirements are pale and weak. Humanity has always been selfish, so the bad guys start and there. Even a person who scolds others as a bad person is a bad person himself, but he has no chance to do evil. When the new law was promulgated, the bad guys among the lawyers began to study the loopholes. The more loopholes you have, the easier it is to help employers get rid of crime, and the stronger their business capabilities are. This kind of person is naturally the employer's favorite, and the more litigation fees he can get for money, these people basically have no bottom line at all. The law which division, there is also no lack of sense of justice bursting. These people need to study the law even more. Vulgar saying goes, clean government wants to mix in official circles, must be more corrupt than the chicken thief, cunning. Otherwise there is no way to survive in official circles. And a compliance, discipline and law-abiding good lawyer wants to fight through unscrupulous lawyers. Do not discount the means, then his operational capacity must be stronger than those unscrupulous lawyers. Complex world, complicated. What is a good lawyer, and what is bad? Often it is difficult to speak clearly. A few days after the supplementary regulations of the traffic law were promulgated, a case occurred in Nanjing. Tong Ming of the Tong family drove into an old Manchu man and killed him. Then, the oldest son of the head of the North Yan forget to ask a more well-known lawyer Lone Star package, the name Tongzi to court. He demanded the death Tongzi name 5 years in prison under the criminal law. Bao Longxing is known for being upright, not afraid of power, and resourceful. He was a horse, many theater people to the spirit. Tong family, which is very famous one, in Nanjing, that if you can reach the Tong family dry down, This is an uplifting thing. Tong Xiuming was arrested without holding his hands. The defense lawyer Xianwen he hired was also a star in the legal world, and his popularity was not lower than Bao Longxing. Of course, his fame is notorious. He is no bottom line, glib known, for the money can be reversed black and white. Many people hate him, but some people like him. There are those who would like Xianwen money. You can help yourself acquittal at the crucial moment. This is not time that Bao Longxing and Xianwen are opponents, and both sides are very familiar with each other. Bao Longxing hates Xianwen very much, but Xianwen does not hate Bao Longxing. On the contrary, he also appreciates it. This is more magical, but not particularly strange. Just like a person who becomes a lady for money, they often admire those women who would rather eat vegetables and clean themselves. Side of the case, including Lone Star and Xianwen have frowned, because this seemingly ordinary case is not simple. Zihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming Dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 846 chapters content debate process. If you are an ordinary lawyer, you may only focus on the current case. However, Xu Hanwen, whose heart is like a hare, learned through the files that Yan Wangbui's father had been in a car accident not long ago and was compensated. There were 2 car accidents in a short period of time. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Of course there is, but Xianwen didn't believe it and was met by himself. Pass through investigations, Xu Hanwen found an interesting thing. That is, this car accident may not be Tong Xiuming's responsibility. Yan Wangbui's father may have to take on more responsibilities because he took the initiative to get hit. Then pass through this way, to blackmail money. More importantly, Yan father forgot North Pro is a Manchu. This is an advantage Tong Xu name. According to Xianwen's experience, judges tend to favor Han Chinese when deciding disputes. Even this is the unspoken rule of Dao, and many people understand it. Obviously, Dao did not divide the various ethnic groups into 3, 6 or 9 classes, but in fact, in all aspects of life, Han people can get preferential treatment. Other nations and towards treatment to second-class family of fresh, hibiscus, Anan, who is lined up 3rd and so on. And so is the 4th Middle East temporarily, but after Yuob and other conquered these places, I guess we should be raised to the Fuso people of this level. The white race in Western Europe is ranked 5th, and those from the uncivilized places in Africa are ranked 6th. Once the government found these people in the Central Plains, they were immediately repatriated, allowing them to live outside the Central Plains only. Pass through the analysis on the merits. Tong's Xianwen representation can help name removed from criminal responsibility. Pay up to a little money, do not go to jail. For Tong Xiuming, this is enough. A little money is a trivial matter to him, as long as he doesn't have to go to jail. It's real. If no package Lone Star, then North and Tong Xian forget names might be able to reach a private settlement. After all, Yan Wangbai wanted to ruin some money. However, after all, it was a dead person, and the matter became a big deal, and Yan Wangbai only valued Bao Longxing's ability, but forgot that Bao Longxing didn't know how to work. Yan Wangbai just wanted to put pressure on the Tong family and obtain more compensation. But Bao Longxing insisted on bringing Tong Xiuming to justice, regardless of how much Yan Wangbai could get. In the package Lone Star opinion, Tong Xu offenders resulted in the murder have to accept criminal penalties. If spending money on supplements may obtain pardon, then this would mean that the rich world can be more reckless. Therefore, Bao Longxing insisted on prosecuting Tong Xiuming's criminal responsibility. Bao Longxing also searched for a lot of evidence, such as Tong Xiuming driving without a license, for example, Tong Xiuming's inferiority, and for example, Tong Xiuming did not take effective evasion in the accident. Subjectively it was intentional homicide, and so on. The 2 sides collected evidence and then confronted each other in court. The debate was quite intense. Xianwen first proved that Yan Wangbui's father belonged to porcelain, saying that the person who touched porcelain was a lawbreaker and was not worthy of sympathy or protection by law. Bao Longxing naturally disagrees. In his words, the law is intended to protect the disadvantaged. If the result is a vulnerable illegal cannot enjoy legal protection, then the world will hell broke loose. As long as the weak disadvantaged groups trifle guilty, those powerful people on it as an excuse to kill. This involved a dispute over the nature of the law, and Bao Longxing won in the end. Because for the human rights of prisoners there, which is written in the law among the provisions. Of course, Bao Longxing won the debate, but lost the hearts of the people. Come to accompany the trial would have been quite sympathetic. People were killed. But the other is that after Peng Sai, who cares about this sympathy on, ordinary people are emotional, he wanted the problem may not be as deep as the Lone Star package. Safeguard human rights of prisoners do not understand how important it is. In short, the victim is touching porcelain, and that deserves it. This is the opinion of most ordinary people. Bao Longxing won the debate on the surface, but actually lost. Afterwards, the two sides held the next round of debates, arguing whether Tong Xiuming subjectively killed someone deliberately. In this argument, the two sides actually drew a tie, and no one could convince anyone. At this time, Xu Hanwen's advantage came out. The judge tended to agree with Xu Hanwen, and then he made a conclusion with no doubt. Suspected crime was never suspected, that is, Bao Longxing could not produce iron evidence to prove that Tong Xiuming subjectively killed someone, so it was classified as an accident. The judge's decision was approved by the jury, but Bao Longxing was not discouraged. Even if it was an accidental story, Tong Xiuming was still driving without a license, and he still killed someone, and he could be convicted. However, Xu Hanwen still used the other party to touch porcelain, arguing about the responsibility of the accident. The two sides dispute on the half hour. In the debate, Xu Hanwen actually at a disadvantage. But it doesn't matter, the judge will favor him. So, saw things, the judge announced a recess. Another day trial. The judge was complaining about Bao Longxing's ignorance. In fact, according to his thoughts, this case was too simple. Let the Tong family pay a little money and it would be finished. Anyway, it was not a Han Chinese who was killed, and it didn't matter if the punishment was a little bit unfair. Maybe, when other Han people see this kind of punishment, they will be delighted and agree with it. Even people of other nationalities will silently accept this result. Tai Hua Ming's surface can give them equal, in fact, have been hard won. Is so troubled world, they do not expect more. Even if Dao clearly divides people into 3, 6 or 9 classes, they can only accept it silently. The Han nationality is not equal to other nationalities. This is a kind of unspoken rule. Although everyone hasn't said it on the surface, everyone understands it and is observing it. Bao Longxing ignored this unspoken rule and insisted on the stipulation like an elm head, which made people angry and helpless. Since then, the case was tried twice, and finally ended with Yan Wangbu initiative to withdraw the case. Yan Wangbai fired Bao Longxing and reached an out-of-court settlement with the Tong family. The Tong family compensated Yan Wangbai for 500 yuan, and Yan Wangbai withdrew the lawsuit, and the matter was gone. According to the case, although Yan Wangbai was not very satisfied, he was still able to accept it. Tong Xiuming was naturally more satisfied, and only spent 500 yuan. Xu Hanwen is the most happy. He completed the employer of any service, demonstrated their ability, fame and fortune. The judge was also satisfied, and in the end there was no need to embarrass him to make a sentence. The entire event, the only boring probably it was only the Lone Star package. He was a bit puzzled, some disheartened mourning. He felt that he was upholding the truth, but no one understood it. Those Han people said he was a traitor, and those who had been touched with porcelain said he was helping Zhu to abuse him. Even Yan Wangbai fired him and refused to accept his love. The only person who sympathizes with him is Xu Hanwen. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 847 chapters. Western Raiders. After the case, Xu Hanwin and Bao Longxing ate at the same restaurant. When Bao Longxing saw Xu Hanwin, he was naturally disdainful, and Xu Hanwin smiled, and had no face and skin, and insisted on making a table with Bao Longxing. They conspire block the inevitable topic talked about that case. Then, Bao Longxing couldn't help sighing, saying that he didn't understand why the evidence was conclusive, but he lost. Xu Hanwin smiled and said, "Brother Bao, in this world, there are actually rules and unspoken rules that go hand in hand. Only when these two rules are met can things be done well. If you violate the law and understand the rules, it will be easy to be wronged, and you will be left with a handle. But if the unspoken rules are violated, it is easy to be resisted. In my were the case. For example, you are too rigid, full compliance with the clear rules. But you don't know, in fact, people's hearts are not toward that victim. The other party is not a Han Chinese, and everyone will acquiesce in a light sentence. If you insist on a heavy sentence, the judge is not happy, and the people will not agree. HMPH, since everything is subject to the unspoken rules, what is the meaning of the rules? Bao Longxing could not accept this statement for a while. Of course it tends to justice. Some unspoken rules, after all, not on the table. People have to have expressly provided rank or grade, and 9 of those will certainly dissatisfied. Rebel. As long as there is no explicit stipulation, those people are easy to accept it silently. To use the simplest analogy, a prostitute knows what she is in her heart and also knows how her clients think of them. As long as the clients don't speak out in person, they don't care. But if you have to say that they are inferior in person, they are definitely not happy. Xu Hanwin smiled. Although Bao Longxing is smart, it is still difficult to understand this logic because of his personality. No matter what you say, I will stick to my principles and my heart. Bao Longxing said, "Okay, I'll take you to this point. If you change because of my few words, I don't appreciate you." Xu Hanwin smiled. The exchange between the two was not too pleasant, but at least there was no conflict. A national transportation turn requires the joint efforts of many people. For things like Tong Ming's death, the officials below would be able to solve it, and it would not reach the emperor's ears, and he had no knowledge of these things. Wu Chengqing are concerned about national affairs, such as raiders of the Northwest Territories. The Northwest, Western regions and other places must definitely be fought, but how to fight is exquisite. The report presented by the military is very simple. If no other choice situation, the Wu Chengqing perhaps directly accurately. However, he has now received a better plan. It was Ni Jiang, the principal of the military academy, who played the game. He said that direct attack is not good. If you attack directly, the countries in the western regions will feel that Dawa is invading themselves, and there will definitely be strong resistance in their hearts. Large army in the western when they might temporarily yield, but China and other large after leaving the army, some careerists will take the opportunity to make trouble. While the large when possible for a long time too many troops stationed in the western regions, have so many troops stationed great military pressure, it will be a waste of labor. Another way to win the western regions, the effect will be completely different. For example, secretly reached an agreement with Li Dingo in the Shaanxi area to provide Li Dingo with weapons and ammunition, and let Li Dingo rush to fight against countries in the western regions. After Li Dingo defeated the countries of the western regions, Dawa went to help the countries of the western regions beat Li Dingo and drove Li Dingo away. If the two sides cooperate well, the ruling class of the western regions can be eliminated, and the people of the western regions can be grateful to Dawa, the rescuer. In this case, it will be much easier to rule and manage the western regions in the future, and there is no need to worry about those careerists who try to rebel. Not the people. It's hard to hide the traces. Without popular support, they cannot acquire enough soldiers. In short, the acquisition of territory by the western regions in this way, the effect is played myself than go much better. As for Li Dingo, let him carry infamy and fight all the way to Europe, undertaking the infamy in exchange for Dao's material subsidy. Li Dingo will certainly not refuse this sale. If John Reading refused absolutely, it would change. A person agreed to cooperate. After reading this plan, Wu Qingqing liked it very much. Although, in this era, all countries are fighting for territory and invading each other. Invasion is not a big deal either. However, it can be enough to put it another way, for species to the name of the acquisition of territory, the reputation of at least listen a little better. As for the actual benefits, it can reduce the cost of governance and achieve two goals. Ni Jiang. Wu Qingqing. Read this person's name, think this is a strategic talent, can be transferred to the general staff. Do as you think. This is the emperor's willfulness. Wu Qingqing transferred to the general staff Ni River, so he went to the military person to explain this program, and in accordance with the program to enter the western regions. This scheme looks very simple, but it is actually quite troublesome in practice. At least, the play has to act like a bit. Weapons and equipment directly to the equipment to John Reading barracks. Then Fool could see John Reading and your bar group. You must be out with a higher, more subtle waypoint. For example, a Dao army transporting weapons and ammunition was ambushed by Li Dingo, and then abandoned supplies and fled. For another example, let the military sell materials to unscrupulous merchants, and Li Dingo will buy these materials from unscrupulous merchants. Although there are more cumbersome processes, it can clear the relationship between Dao and Li Dingo. Of course, this kind of thing can only be biased towards ordinary people and low-level military officers. For those high-level executives, 1 or 2 times may be an accident, but after a few more visits, they will definitely be able to sort out the relationship. Not to it does not matter, as long as they kept it from those of ordinary people and the Western junior officers on it. Western those high-layer rulers are planned in John Reading sword spirits of the dead. If these rulers are not killed, how can they obtain the wealth? It's not a good idea to search the people. Ni Jiang spent a few days selling in the general staff, and finally convinced several leaders of the military to agree to this plan. Of course, he was the reason they agree. Not think how good this program, simply because Wu Qingqing required to do so. If not, Wu Qingqing requirements, the military is not possible to consent. After all, according to this plan, it is difficult for them to get much credit. What a hard fight cannot happen between them and John Reading, the acting all the time, won the West region, is not considered him their credit. Naturally, the military doesn't like this scheme very much, as he wants, and a direct hit in the past is the best choice. Zai Huan. I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 848. Chapter Business Meeting. In early March, John Reading then met a mysterious man, Black Hawk. Black Hawk cooperation proposals to John Reading, the content of cooperation, and told John Reading. This surprised Li Dingo. He didn't expect Dao to find himself to cooperate. Since Anishi government after the fall of the right, he took the army came to the Shaanxi Gansu area. After a period of conquests, he has wiped out the remnant forces entrenched here. Some Kunming forces were also beaten and desperate, and had to surrender and be incorporated. He also fought against the Arkand Khanate in the west, and did not dare to move eastward. Now the disk includes a part of Shaanxi, Gansu most, and a small part of the Qinghai and Ningxia, with a total area of more than 300,000 square kilometers. The number of troops in the territory has also reached 100,000. Not to figure already belongs belligerents, continue to maintain this number of troops, the regime in their economy would collapse completely. For this matter, Li Dingo has also been troubled. He didn't have the guts to fight Dao to the east-west side of the fight. He was worried that Yuob will swoop. Why should I believe you? Li Dingo asked. Because I represent the Great China Empire. You shouldn't think that the majestic Great China Empire needs to lie to you, a small warlord. Besides, as long as you agree, we can send you a batch of supplies first. Have you seen such a deceptive way? Black Hawk laughed. Diehua would not worry about John reading collected materials to admit its fault. In that case, that the two sides can die endlessly. The situation, John reading cannot stop Dao anger. I need to test into account consideration. Li Dingo said. This kind of matter is related to the future fate. He cannot make a decision immediately. He still needs to consult with his confidant and the main subordinates to weigh the pros and cons. Great condition given on the surface, China is very good, but in fact, as long as they accepted, would later become a roving bandits. No way to establish a base. All the occupied territories would eventually be given to Dao. Once he were reluctant to stray, choose somewhere to take root, the establishment of base areas, then it will certainly Dao stopped supplies. Li will be the military despite think it over at any time. Come to me. Black Hawk left a contact address, then leave. Later, Li Ding country called a few confidants, as well as several key men. Will the situation said it. What? There is such a thing. What does the Emperor Dao think? Li Dingguo's men and soldiers were surprised that he could not understand Dao's behavior for a person who had burned, killed, taken, and looted, and had done all the bad things. According to his understanding, the strong one should fight all the way, and whoever refuses to accept will kill anyone. When all those who dissatisfied are killed, the rest will be easy to manage. As for what to do if you kill too much, let those people continue to live, and the world will be overcrowded again 10 years later. What else can I think? I want to be a bitch, but also set up an archway. The wicked let us do it, and then he will be a saint. Nu Shangyan, another general, sneered. I don't care if he wants to be a saint, I only care if it's good for us. Ma Bing is very realistic. They are good at it. The other lead are beginning to think about this. The final conclusions are similar. Good. It's real. We basically have no choice. Had to agree. Otherwise, Huajun will call back. Although I hate to admit, but the reality is that we beat them. Li Dingo reminded everyone. Tai Hua seemingly gave them the opportunity of choice. But they really do have the power of choice? Everyone was quiet when they heard the words, and there wasn't even a person who spoke out. Fight win Dao. Only a sick mind these words of people who can say exports. Looking at Dao's record, there has been almost no defeat and large forces against the Chinese, or has been destroyed, and have either surrendered or been hit is still called Grandpa. John reading, he had although there are hundreds of thousands of domain square kilometers, the army also has hundreds of thousands. But he had clearly, one's own strength a little empty. It's true real strength, but even more than Anon and Hibiscus, and even not as good as the previous Atlantic. Contend with Dao at this time? He who cannot have forgotten how to be defeated before Anishi, Huajun fight over tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of their troops immediately fled, the war did not dare connection. Now that more than 2 years have passed, Dao has become a lot stronger, but they have become a lot weaker. As long as Dao fights over now, they believe that it is very possible to reproduce the scene of the former Dark Sea army, and 100,000 people will flee without a fight. That being the case, then should they let brothers also used with the Yuob advanced weapons. I was following those people. Greedy Dao weapons are greedy drooling. With Dao's weapons, we can also experience the feeling of bullying. When the time comes to shoot at those who use swords, it feels exciting to think about it. Ma Bing laughed. Diehua weapons, they are envious of the whole army. Unfortunately, he had no way to buy directly, only through special channels to obtain a small amount of a few pieces, and the price of you're dead. Should be them. Our future is a group of bandits. Nu Shangyan sighed. Many of them have actually experienced this kind of feeling if a force has no territory and can only wander. When Jiang Xian's Hong started an incident in Hubei, he was in a stray state, wandering around, attacking places where no one was stationed, and the court's army hurriedly ran away as soon as he arrived. Not to drive, there is no logistics. To time, they may live or die at the hands full just the right of the Yuob. Taihua also need them and they will keep them alive. When Dao doesn't need them and feels that they don't need to exist anymore, it will cut off their supply. Then how kind, again, cannot we look for opportunities? Our immediate concern, such as the Western, or immediate concern in Europe, where it accounts for a sight to time mountain high and the emperor far away, Yuob was powerless. We want to clean up, we might even build in Europe, established a new world. Ma Bing longed forward. He described painted picture, it touches on so many generals relented. Just as Ma Bing said, although Dower is taking advantage of them, they are not completely out of chance. If you can enough use of weapons provided by Yuob, the site lay large, master a large number of the population, you might really have the opportunity to build a country can compete. And Yuob, although this possibility is very small, for those of them who have been licking blood all the time, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, there are so many good things that will win in the world. He had the original uprising, when hope is smaller, is not still rebel. Zai Huan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 849 chapters. Bargain. As Li Dingo expected, most people agreed. Although a few people were worried, they did not object. He had no better choice. To reach a total of the knowledge, to find John reading, Black Hawk, he began to talk about the specific conditions of their. For example, Li Dingo and others hope to keep some of their family members in Dower. Let Dower treat them kindly and keep a share of fire. He had later to the west and forth. All the family are not easy to bring, but also dangerous. The family is divided into two parts. One part is taken to the western regions, and the other part stays in Dower to thrive. No theory is what most out of the accident. All the family will not be broken in sense heritage. Not to mention that Li Dingo and others are soldiers and bandits who kill people without blinking. But they still believe in some traditional ideas for the inheritance of incense. Dispersed investment capital. Since ancient times, the Zhuge family in the Three Kingdoms period was the one who played the most slack. They were directly divided into three parts and invested in Wei, Xu and Wu respectively. The last third of the world was divided into these three families. People from the Zhuge family became important ministers in these three families. This ability, this vision, I really don't have to say. For this, Dower naturally has no objection. Taking in the families of these people can also play a role in taking hostages. Li Dingo and others can have some worries. Of course, if John reading, he had a firm foothold in Western Europe, with the founding of the capital, they certainly do not care about the life and death of these hostages. The two sides quickly reached a consensus on this condition, and the next thing is the most important issue. The assistance of weapons and equipment. For Li Dingo, naturally the more the better, the more advanced the better. And for Yuob, it is to consider the costs and benefits, both to make Atlantic army can fight over the western countries, not to give too much, let Atlantic military become too strong and cannot control. 10,000 semi-fixed rifle, 50,000 years Yongxing rifles, bullets 20 million hair, 100 field guns. Mortars 3 models, 1 each of 200. Grenade 100,000, 50 machine guns. Before Li Dingo finished speaking, Black Hawk interrupted him. Li will be the military, which is to help you or to rob it. You know how much these things you read it. Have the money, we can hit the army, go directly to Europe. Why should you? And then say, even if we give you 100 field guns, you will use it? Black Hawk Tukao Road. John reading, the requirement is simply outrageous. John reading, smiled, and did not care about Black Tukao Eagle. Anyway, he is the sky asking price, waiting for Black Hawk Count to offer. Then tell me how much support you can provide. We rushed to the front but we all went desperately. Without a good weapon, the brothers under him might not be willing to work hard. Li Dingo reminded. Subsequently, the Black Hawk say Huajun plan. He had to prepare a semi-automatic rifle. Atlantic military provided only 500, this is for them to set up camp. Knife weapons, semi-automatic rifle instead of giving them to do the main weapon. Just kidding, there are still many main troops in Dower using Yongxing rifles. The Western Army wants to equip semi-automatic rifles. That is a dream. As for Yongxing year style rifle, You are ready to provide 5,000. It is enough to equip one brigade, and use this brigade to fight tough battles in the future. As for any minor task, those with flintlock second-line troops could be completed. At present, the armies of the countries in the western regions are not particularly equipped with flintlocks. Child playing Dower provide 5 million hair, average per gun can be assigned to 1,000 hair, enough of their training and combat. Wild cannon only 20. The main thing is that this is a high-tech weapons. The entire Atlantic military cannot find a person would use. At that time, Dower had to make a group of technical soldiers pretend to be captured by the Western Army. Otherwise, even if the artillery is given to them, it will be just a pile of iron bumps. No grenades, wooden-handled grenade bomb touches can give them the stock. As for other machine guns, flamethrowers and other equipment, they are also given very small amounts. They are mainly used for surprise attacks, not for them as conventional weapons. The one you chopped is too hard, it's directly reduced by 10 times. John Reading is not the road was. Lee will be the military, if you take advantage of the equipment are still unable to open in the Western situation. Then we will doubt your ability to the next, and this is only batch of supplies. After you play well, naturally, follow-up assistance. Tai Wade cannot give a one-time place. Definitely look at John Reading, the follow-up performance. If Lee Dingo could not defeat the Yak and connect in the West with such good equipment, or if he wanted to counter-attack Dower with these equipment, then there would definitely be no follow-up assistance. Lee Dingo naturally understood this truth. Not before. Bargain well. We naturally have to argue. The general direction has been determined. This kind of dispute is actually not a problem. Both sides made concessions and finally determined the number and reached an agreement. Semi-action rifle from 500 to 1000 upgrade. With John Reading's words, they need a sharp knife in addition to the camp. Children also need to be equipped with a semi-automatic rifle. Bodyguard barrier troops. Paul used to protect the security of generals, as well as supervise operations on the battlefield. Yong Xingye's rifles also talked about the number of 8,000, 5 groups armed with enough of the Atlantic. It just so happens that there are 5 main forces in the Great Western Army. In the end, these guns may be divided among the 5 main generals of the Great Western Army. Sub-bomb is still 5 million hair, not enough to say later. Want the continuous supply to come up with performance. Grenade shells, 2. Give 30,000 stars. Wild cannon 30, but also with professional artillery 100, 100 other types of technical arms, as well as officers' den men. On the one hand, these officers are responsible for helping to train the Great Western Army, and on the other hand, they also play a supervisory role. If the Great Western Army has any disagreements, these people can also report to Dower in time. Forced to hit artillery, machine guns, flamethrowers, sniper rifles. These things are also equipped with a small number. The main purpose is to deal with some special situations for them. It is not a conventional weapon and must be used sparingly. It depends on Dower's face when it can be replenished when it is used up or worn out. In addition to these weapons, some other materials were also provided, such as blankets, water pots, shoes, all kinds of canned food and so on. This batch of materials can almost equip a main force of Dower, and it is of great value. With 100,000 Great Western Army in this batch of equipment, as long as Lee Dingo is not an incompetent person, he can walk sideways in the western regions. The Dower military still recognizes Lee Dingo's ability. Without the ability, it is impossible to bring more than 10,000 people to calm the Shaanxi Gansu area. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming-built aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 850 chapters. Facelift. A few days later, a transportation team of Dower was ambushed. Not before, not much here. Dower what people dead and injured. Only part of the soldiers too late to escape being captured. The same time, several large Chinese business people and military Atlantic negotiate a deal. Pass through this way, Yuob. This group of materials submitted to the hands of the Army of the Atlantic. Moreover, It did not attract too many people's attention. It was owned hand. Several major Atlantic military generals would get together the spoils. Brother, give me more equipment. I will take the lead in all future battles. Ming said. It seems that you are the only one willing to take the lead. Give me those field guns and semi-automatic rifles. I can also take the lead in the future. Nu Shangmao is not to be outdone. Do not fight the Wing Xing Ye style rifle. I want 2,000, and the remaining 6,000. 4 of you, each 1,500, compiled a main group. Li Dingo made the decision directly. Li Dingo is the strongest and has the most people under him, so it makes sense to divide more. This decision is fairly fair, and everyone has no objection. That semi-action rifle it? Nu Shangmin asked. Half of the semi-action rifle used to build a camp knife, the remaining 500, 100 each of you. Even the formation of a knife. Direct command of the battalion. Me, you have not even set up the knife. It is left act as a guard for you. John reading again to get the big head. This allocation, some people refused to accept the heart a bit more or less. However, he refused to accept they cannot, unless they are prepared, and John reading decorum skin. This is not a joke, and it cannot be done because of a little emotion. Other physical capital. Almost all such allocation principle, John reading take a big, others equally. As wild cannon, the need to focus on the use, nature is not divided. The newly formed field artillery regiment was naturally in the hands of Li Dingo. Of course, John reading also bear promise, and when others need artillery support, he would immediately send in the past. Subsequently, those who owned equipment was led away, those generals assigned to the hands of the soldiers. Good guy, this is Dao's Yongxing second-year rifle. It can shoot while lying down, and it can shoot far and accurately. A soldier got a new gun and looked excitedly. It's a great gun from Dao. Where did you get it? We're going to send it out, said another soldier. At this time, the officer in charge of distributing the rifles spoke. This gun was bought at a high price by the general from the Dao arms dealer. It is not easy to come by. You must keep it. You must remember that this gun is more important than your wife. You can't lose it. If you lose it, shot this gun. In the future, I will train hard to master the usage of this gun. Anyone who does not meet the training standards will be eliminated and sent to other regiments to continue using flintlocks. There are many soldiers staring at these guns. You don't cherish them, and others won't be polite to you. Don't worry about training with this gun. We are not that stupid. One soldier interrupted, causing the other soldiers to laugh. He who knows this powerful gun, naturally do not want to go with a flintlock. In addition to step guns, as well as grenades, Dao made. The quartermaster opened a box full of grenades. It's real, Anishiami, which is also equipped with a lot of homemade grenades. However, he had made grenades, compared to the power of Yuob's much worse, and the quality is more important. Diehua grenades, also a treasure for them. Ha ha ha, with these babies, we won't have to worry about wars anymore. Who else is our opponent? I have been not wait to go and battle enemy dry. Try these powerful weapons of there. Also, is there anything else? Everyone was talking arrogantly, changing into new weapons, and their arrogance became a lot more arrogant. Step guns and grenades are bought. Other things should also have. The quartermaster smiled and took out a few sniper rifles and 2 machine guns, and said, this time the general also bought 30 field guns with a range of 10 miles. In future battles, there is no need to worry about being bombarded. Our artillery can destroy the enemy's artillery first. Hearing this news, the army naturally cheered again. Can be enough to dominate in terms of artillery. Infantry, for them it is really a good news. Of course, not all the soldiers of the Great Western Army were cheering. Those not assigned new clothes. Soldiers prepared, in the distance envy at friendly facelift. I have all stepmother raised that way. A soldier spit out sourly. Not all bad news. At least he had not replaced the flintlock. Can give us better than good with the sword. The other soldier could see a way. The facelift of the group has always been the main force. The original military weapon is the best. Naturally, Some flintlock guns can be added to the outfit this time. Listen said that this is not only a gun, the generals also bought a lot of guns. After the war, can easily point more than guns. I heard from my cousin who was serving as a guard for the generals. This time not only guns, but also Dower's most advanced machine guns and semi-automatic rifles. Step kind of gun, aim at a target and constantly pull the trigger on the line, will be able to breathe a marked 7-tit gun. In addition to weapons, I also bought a lot of comfortable and durable military shoes and quilts. There are even canned fish and canned beef. Everyone was talking, and they started to drool. Whether it's fish or meat, it's the food they dream of. He had this poor remote areas, has not eaten meat a long time. The other side, the Atlantic military prisoners. Prisoner of artillery are those training to be singled out. Some of the soldiers captured limited number of artillery crop, are more indispensable position, relying on their people alone. They can't satisfy the operation of the artillery. Transport artillery shells filled with these activities can be dried by the ordinary soldiers. Just some simple training. Be lighter. What you fucking holding is a cannonball that will explode, not a stone. In the process of training, cursing is naturally indispensable. These artillery soldiers of the Chinese army were scolded all the way during training in this way. Grandma, these prisoners are really fucking arrogant. The soldiers being trained were very upset. If you can shoot a cannon, you can compare him more arrogant them. Frankly listen training it, if trouble in a conflict with them, definitely be punished as, not them. Another soldier reminded, as long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter what your background is. What's more, these Chinese soldiers are only captives on the surface, but in fact they are technical instructors and have a very high status. Zaihuan I please housed in Ming build aircraft carriers. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed